He accuses Force of cheating.
Alright folks, let's start the show. Welcome everybody to the most roguish of heels. Let's go ahead and start this show. We are going to be putting on... I'm actually incredibly interested to see what's going on with that C-SPAN. It started already. So we're playing a little catch-up, but we'll see. We'll see. Listen, I am greatly interested because we all know what TikTok is. It is really like the Chinese are actually spying on us. But the thing is, millions of people in this country use it for various different reasons. I use it to promote my streams and just talk about politics. But I'm under no illusions that TikTok does use my data to spy on me. Go ahead. Pause. Pretzel rocks over there. Let's see. Where is... Oh, so game capture works here for that. Heroes, Sumatra. Let's see, challenges. It's you have to activate him. So 30 more wins with the tank. All roles or tank. We'll just play. Alright, so we'll try to unlock him first. I'm primarily a tank player. So let me just boot up C-SPAN here real quick. I'm gonna mispronounce the CEO's name, but his name is it Sao Z Chu? I believe that's how you pronounce his name. So this started a little while ago. They've been going for like, I think at least an hour now, right? 11:17. Yeah, almost like 2 hours. So this is gonna be a while. So this is in front of the House Energy and Commerce Committee. You know, I personally have, like, this is gonna be a hot take. Maybe it's a hot take for some of the progressives in the audience, but like, I actually have like no issue with them banning TikTok on like government phones. One, you shouldn't be using social media apps on like government issued phones for very obvious reasons. But what's also true is our dear members of Congress, the older ones at least, really don't know how technology works. It's apparently clear. It is apparently clear with the way they talk about it and the way they act around it too. They don't understand the power of technology and like social media. Now they can leverage it, especially Republicans, in campaigning, but they don't understand the repercussions of like what they do and how they do, especially when Republicans spread misinformation all the time. Was he gonna let this whole thing like just play out?
Welcome to jungle.
This is like, just so you guys know, like they like fucking record this shit. This is, which is kind of scary. So don't say it. Don't say anything wild.
Remember the Vykovsky kingpins? 300 meters downrange. You fired once, they both fell. Beautiful.
That's not the word I would choose.
The committee will come to order. Before I begin, I'd like to take a moment to address the guest in the audience. First of all, thank you for coming. We think engaged citizens are welcome and a valuable part of the political process. I do want to remind the guests in the audience that the chair is obliged under the House rules and the rules of the committee to maintain order and preserve the quorum of the committee. I know that
Oh man. Oh. Oh shit. Tell me if the game is too loud, guys.
do not trust TikTok will ever embrace American values for freedom, human rights, repeatedly chosen the path of war control, war surveillance,
Oh, fuck.
I expect today you'll say anything to avoid the as you are 100% responsible for what TikTok does. Suddenly endorse that national data privacy. That Project Texas is more than a marketing scheme. That TikTok doesn't harm our innocent children. Or that your ties to the Chinese Communist Party through ByteDance is just a myth.
All this is like true.
It emphasizes the urgency. That CCTV
Oh my god.
control. Also see, hear, and believe. TikTok has repeated, taught, lied. It does not answer to the today, the CCTV laws Chinese companies like ByteDance can do 5 years. Any Chinese company must grant the CCTV access, manipulation, capability as a design. Right now, ByteDance is under investigation for surveilling American journalists, digital activity, and physical movement. We also know that many of your employees still withstand representation. Internal reporting reveal there's a backdoor
Oh.
Facts show that ByteDance
Ooh.
ByteDance and
Fuck.
fentanyl that China has banned. Yet it's helping Mexican cartels.
A lot of what she's saying is true. Don't like dismiss her. I will lower the volume after this because I can barely hear her.
Content that promotes death and disparity. And the data it collects, content is stored. The grave threat of foreign influence in American life. It's been said it's like allowing the Soviet Union to power produce Saturday morning cartoons and bullshit. Much more powerful, much more dangerous.
Oh shit.
This committee is also looking to the future. America needs to be
We do need to do a hard push. I'm wondering if we try one more push with Roadhogs. I'm at 53%.
Website and platform like TikTok from ever spying on Americans again. And we must provide.
Oh shit, that soldier's doing God's work right now.
Our children. That is why this committee is leading on a national privacy data security. Our adversaries again. What is text that approaches collect content stored. Illegal for any platform. Mr. Chu, the committee has requested that TikTok appear before us for a long time. For those who serve, we're glad the day has finally come. ByteDance is watching. China's Communist Party is watching. The answers you owe are to the Americans. Their God-given, inalienable right of life, liberty, or the happiness for all. We deserve security.
Madam Chair, and let me say that I agree with much of what you just said, and I certainly appreciate your enthusiasm and your commenting on being a mother and concerned about children, and I'm glad that we are having this hearing today. Big tech has transformed the information superhighway into a super spreader of harmful content and addictive and damaging design features. Data is the most valuable commodity, and by collecting far more user data than they need, big tech platforms share and sell billions of dollars of revenue. Today, American people are powerless to stop privacy and in the past several Congresses, this committee has served as center executives of other social media platforms about troubling
They're dealing.
We intend to bring more transparency to TikTok, which is controlled by its Beijing communist parent company, ByteDance. And while TikTok videos provide a new fun way for people to express their creativity and enjoy the videos of others, the platform also threatens the health, privacy, and security of the American people. And I'm not convinced that the benefits outweigh the risks that it poses to Americans in its present form. More than 130 million people in the United States use TikTok every month, including two-thirds of them. TikTok collects and compiles data and values an addictive algorithm scrolling, even if it's now the combination of TikTok's base and communist exacerbates its danger to our country and to our privacy. The Chinese communist
Shit.
government
Yeah, he's not wrong. We do need to group up. We're kind of like grown.
the communist government through existing Beijing law or coercion. National security experts.
I forgot how to do
The Chinese communist government could require TikTok.
how to do call outs.
By security, maliciously access American user data, promote pro-communist propaganda, and undermine American interests. Disinformation campaigns were launched by the Chinese communist government.
Push now.
Illegal activity.
Shit, they just all like fucking ulted on me.
Found that 20% of TikTok search results on prominent topics
I was just trying to.
information. Social media's profitability depends on growth and engagement. More eyes on their content for longer time leads to more advertising dollars and revenue generation. Addictive algorithms are fine-tuned to optimize growth and engagement without necessarily taking into account potential harms to users. Children and teens are particularly vulnerable. Frequent online use of interactive media on digital devices is associated with increased levels of depression among middle and high school students. Research has found that TikTok's addictive algorithms recommend videos to teens engaged in families, including videos promoting suicide.
Oh,
Congress has to enact
wow.
laws to alert the public of such online harms. And we simply cannot wait any longer to pass the comprehensive privacy legislation that I authored with then-ranking member, now Chair Rogers, last Congress, that overwhelmingly advanced.
Soldier was doing work, man.
Ensures that companies, wherever they live, it ensures, I should say, that consumers, wherever they live in this country, will have meaningful control over their personal information. Our legislation establishes baseline data minimization requirements, ensuring that companies only collect, process, and transfer data necessary to provide a service, and it provides heightened privacy protections for children and teenagers. So I think it's time to make this legislation the law of the land. And we also have to examine the reforms needed to Section 230 of the Communications Decency Act. The liability shield for social media platforms has for too long been abused and led to a lack of accountability for social media platforms. So I hope we can find a bipartisan path forward.
We're gonna see what happens with all this, man. This is gonna be crazy. Because if they start repealing like Section 230, I'm gonna be very honest with you. Social media is gonna change forever, and it may not change in a good way.
Continue to bring accountability to big tech. And let me say to Mr. Chu, I know this is about TikTok, But I am focusing all my attention not only on TikTok, but on these concerns, wide concerns about social media and the protection of privacy. And with that, I yield back. Thank you again, Madam Chair, for having this very important hearing.
Our witness today is Mr. Shou Chu, Chief Executive Officer of TikTok. You're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you. Chair Rogers, Ranking Member Pallone, members of the committee, thank you for your time. I am Shou Chu, and I'm from Singapore. That's where I was born, as were my parents. And after serving in Singapore's military, I moved to the UK to attend college, and then here to the US to attend business school. I actually met my wife here. By the way, she was just born a few miles away from here in Virginia. 2 years ago, I became the CEO of TikTok. Today, we have more than 1 billion monthly active users around the world, including over 150 million in the United States. Our app is a place where people can be creative and curious, and where close to 5 million American businesses, mostly small businesses, go to find new customers.
Is it us with the small business angle?
Now, as TikTok has grown, we've tried to learn the lessons of companies that have come before us, especially when it comes to the safety of teenagers. While the vast majority of people on TikTok are over 18, one of our fastest growing demographics are people over 35. We spent a lot of time adopting measures to protect teenagers. Many of those measures are firsts for the social media industry. We forbid direct messaging for people under 16, and we have a 16-minute watch time by default for those under 18. We have a suite of family pairing tools so that parents can participate in their teens' experience and make the choices that are right for their family. We want TikTok to be a place where teenagers can come to learn, which is why we recently launched a feed.
Everyone knows like you can easily circumvent that by changing like your birth date.
STEM
you know what I mean?
Already have over 116 billion views on TikTok. And I think TikTok is inspiring a new generation to discover a passion for math and science.
Maybe in China.
I would also like to talk about national security concerns that you have raised, that we take very, very seriously. Let me start by addressing a few misconceptions about ByteDance, of which we are a subsidiary. ByteDance is not owned or controlled by the Chinese government. It's a private company. 60% of the company is owned by global institutional investors. 20% is owned by the founder, and 20% owned by employees around the world. ByteDance has 5 board members. 3 of them are American. Now, TikTok itself is not available in mainland China. We're headquartered in Los Angeles and in Singapore, and we have 7,000 employees in the US today. Still, we have heard important concerns about the potential for unwanted foreign access to US data and potential manipulation of the TikTok US ecosystem. Our approach has never been to dismiss or trivialize any of these concerns. We have addressed them with real action. Now, that's what we've been doing for the last 2 years, building what amounts to a firewall that seals off protected US user data from unauthorized foreign access. The bottom line is this: American data stored on American soil by an American company, overseen by American personnel. We call this initiative Project Texas. That's where Oracle is headquartered. Today, US TikTok data is stored by default in Oracle servers. Only vetted personnel operating in a new company called TikTok US Data Security can control access to this data. Now, additionally, we have plans for this company to report to an independent American board with strong security credentials. Now, there's still some work to do. We have legacy US data sitting in our servers in Virginia and in Singapore. We're deleting those, and we expect that to be complete this year. When that is done, all protected US data will be under the protection of US law and under the control of the US-led security team. This eliminates the concern that some of you have shared with me that TikTok user data can be subject to Chinese law. This goes further, by the way, than what any other company in our industry have done. We will also provide unprecedented transparency and security for the source code for the TikTok app and recommendation engine. Third-party validators
he was
like
proud,
Oracle and others
even if
will
he never
review
said it.
and validate our source code and algorithms.
Trust me.
This will help ensure
I know.
the integrity of the code that powers what Americans see on our app. We will further provide access to researchers,
mother's
which
word
helps them
is
study
never
and monitor
done.
our content ecosystem. Now, we believe we are the only company that offers this level of transparency. Now, trust is about actions we take. We have to earn their trust with decisions we make for our company and our products. The potential security, privacy, content manipulation concerns raised about TikTok are really not unique. The same issues affect other companies. We believe what's needed are clear experiments that apply broadly to all categories. Ownership is not at the core of addressing these concerns. Now, as I conclude, there are more than 150 million Americans who love our planet, and we know we have a responsibility to protect them. Which is why I'm making the following commitment to you, to all of you.
Shit.
Number one,
Fucking
keep
Mercy
safety,
died too.
particularly for teenagers.
That was my fault.
For us. Number two, we will firewall
That was a bad play on my
US data
part.
from unwanted foreign access. Number three,
All the healers are down.
for free expression and will not be manipulated by any government. And fourth, we will be transparent and we will give access to third-party independent monitors to remain accountable for our commitments. I'll be grateful for any feedback you have and I look forward to it.
You know, the testimony that you're about to give is subject to Title 18, Section 1001 of the United States Code. You state in your testimony that ByteDance is TikTok's parent company. Is it accurate to say that you are in regular communication with the CEO of ByteDance on the global engage?
Boom.
Sure, Rogers. Yes, I am in.
Kelly Dong is the CEO of ByteDance in China, overseeing Douyin, the Chinese version of TikTok. Are you in regular communication with Kelly?
I'm not in regular communication with
ByteDance editor-in-chief is Dong speaking, correct? Xu Gang is Beijing's ByteDance technology board member and also an official of the cyberspace administration.
Yeah, Mercy,
Correct?
her level of utility now, the constant healing just doesn't do it.
They are not in direct.
Thank you. All of these individuals work or affiliated with the Chinese Communist Party are at the highest levels of leadership at ByteDance, a company where you previously served as the chief financial officer and where you regularly communicate with their CEO. TikTok has told us that you weren't sharing data with the CCP, but leaked on you from within TikTok proven otherwise. TikTok
Oh,
told us that
shit.
you weren't tracking the geolocation of American citizens. You were. TikTok told us you weren't spying on journalists. You were. In your testimony, you state that ByteDance is not beholden to the CCP. Again,
I'm at
each of the
94% on my
individuals listed are
alt, so
affiliated with the Chinese Communist Party, including
these things are
Zhang
true.
Zhiping,
He's not going to be able to contest the fact that, like,
Party secretary of ByteDance. He has called for the party committee to, quote, take fully across all party lines to ensure the algorithm is enforced by, quote, correct political direction. Just this morning, the Wall Street Journal reported that the CCP is opposed to a forced sale of TikTok by ByteDance, quoting a CCP spokesman as saying the Chinese government would make a decision regarding any
yeah, we
sale
can
of
just hold them
TikTok.
here.
So the CCP believes they have the final say over your company. They have zero confidence in your assertion that ByteDance and TikTok are not sold from the CCP. Next question. Eating content is a way of promoting and moderating content in your current or previous positions within Chinese companies. Have employees engaged in any content users outside the company? Very quickly, yes or no?
Our heating process built by local teams in the various countries.
Have any moderation tools been used to remove
Shit.
content on TikTok associated with the Uyghur Community?
We do not remove that kind of content. TikTok is a place of freedom of expression and charity, like I said. You can go on it. There's a lot of people around the world expressing content on that topic and any other.
What about the massacre in Tiananmen Square? Yes or no?
I'm sorry, I didn't get it.
The massacre in Tiananmen Square. remind you that making false and misleading statements to Congress is a federal crime.
I understand. Again, go on our platform, you can find that.
Can you say with 100% certainty that ByteDance or the CCP cannot use your company as division to feed content to promote pro-CCP messages for an act of aggression against Taiwan?
We do not promote or remove content because of the Chinese government. And we will retain
They cannot use your company.
it is our commitment to the community and all of this that we will keep this free from any manipulation by any government.
Can't say 100%. As previously referenced, the classified American journalists say with 100% certainty that either ByteDance or TikTok employees can target other Americans with similar surveillance techniques.
Rogers, I first want to disagree with the characterization that is spying. It was an internal investigation.
No, can you do surveillance of other Americans?
We will protect the commitment that we given.
So I guess my question is, I wanted to hear you say with 100% certainty that neither ByteDance nor TikTok employees can target other Americans with similar surveillance techniques with the journalists.
Again, I don't disagree with the characterization is surveillance. We have given our commitment for commitment. I think it's our commitment that we will not do any government.
Investigating this. The American people watching today, hear this: TikTok is a weapon by the Chinese Communist Party to spy on you, manipulate what you see, and destroy for future generations. The end is only a short way to address TikTok. The data privacy bill is the only way to stop TikTok from ever happening again. Now yield to the ranking member.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Let me just start out by saying, Mr. Chuka, I don't find what you suggest with Project Texas and this firewall that's being suggested to whoever will be acceptable to me. In other words, I still believe that the Beijing Communist government will still control that.
Dude, why are they talking so softly?
According to a recent report, TikTok is on target to make between $15 and $18 billion in revenue this year. Is that an accurate forecast?
Congressman, as a private company, we are not sharing our focus.
How much money will TikTok make by delivering personalized advertisements just to your users in the United States? With that information?
Again, Congressman, respectfully, as private companies will not disclose that.
Look, the impression you're giving, and I understand why you're trying to impression is that, that you're just some kind of public service here, right? I mean, this isn't my company.
Don't res. Oh shit.
Maybe you're not. Maybe that's not what you're saying, but.
Bro, we need some hit scan.
Concern here is
We need like a hit scan hero. This isn't like doing it. You need like a soldier or something.
Making all kinds of money by gathering Americans that they don't need for their business.
She doesn't have a res.
And then they sell it. And I mentioned this legislation.
There's not gonna be any hero switching here. Why am I not switching my Roadhog? Because do you not see me like holding down the point like that? Do you not see me in like what I'm doing with Roadhog?
If you want to make some commitments today, why don't I'll ask you to make some commitments with regard to this legislation. You're going to tell me, well, Bill is in the precedence, so therefore I don't have to do it. But you say you're benign, you want to do these things for the public. So let me ask you, why not?
Sell data to any data broker.
You don't sell to anyone.
We don't sell data to data brokers.
I didn't ask you data brokers. You sell it to anyone. In other words, under our bill, you could only use the data for your own purposes, not to sell it to anyone. Would you commit to not selling it to anyone?
This might be like the only thing that fucking like Democrats and like Republicans fucking agree on.
Selling its data.
No, they got it.
Using it for its own purposes internally.
I can get back to you on the details
Okay,
of that.
get back to me. All right. Another thing that's in our bill says that we would prohibit targeting marketing to people under the age of 17. Would you be willing to agree
That
to
Kiriko was
prohibit
actually
targeted
good.
marketing to people, Americans under the age of 17?
You can only do.
Congressman, we have actually stricter rules for advertisers in terms of what we can show to our
So
users.
do you would you be willing to prohibit targeted marketing to those under 17? That's what's in our bill.
I understand that there's some talk and some legislation around this around the country.
Well, again, I'm
studying
not
this.
interested. I'm wanting you to make that commitment without the legislation. Since you say you're a good company, you want to do good things, why not?
It's something we can look into and get back to you.
Okay, I appreciate that. Okay, we also have in our bill a requirement.
They're not gonna
of
do that,
heightened
you know that,
protection
right?
For sensitive data, particularly location and health data. Would you commit to not gathering or dealing with location or health data unless you get affirmative consent from the consumer? In other words, under our bill, those are categorized as sensitive, and unless the person specifically
This
says,
bill might
"I
actually
want you to
pass, by the
collect
way. I'm
that
not even
data,"
like
you wouldn't be
joking.
able to.
It might
Location
it
and
might
health data.
pass.
Would you commit to that?
Congressman, in principle, I support that. Which, by the way, we do not collect precise GPS data at this point, and I do not believe we collect any health data.
All right, so would you be willing to make that commitment that from now on you won't collect location and health data without, you're saying at all? Is that
Congressman,
a commitment?
this is data that's frequently collected by many other companies in our
I know other companies do it. I don't think they should without affirmative consent. You said you want to be a good actor, so why not make that commitment to me today?
He can't
We're
do
committed
that.
To be very transparent with our users about what we collect. I don't believe what we collect is more than most
See,
players
my
in
problem here is you're trying to give the impression that you're going to move away from Beijing and the Communist Party. You're trying to give the impression that you're a good actor. But the commitments that we would seek to achieve those goals are not being made today. They're just not being made. You're going to continue to gather data. You're going to continue to sell data. You're going to continue to do all these things and continue to be under the aegis of the Communist Party through your organization that.
Damn, they're really hitting them on the
In any
Communist
case,
Party
thank
thing, man.
you,
Damn.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Gentleman yields back. Chair now recognizes the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Burgess, for 5 minutes.
I thank the chair. Thank you, Mr. Chu, for joining us today. I think we've heard you say multiple times that TikTok is not a Chinese company, that ByteDance is not a Chinese company.
Collected
But
precise.
according to an article in today's Wall Street Journal, quoting here, China's Commerce Ministry said Thursday that a sale or divestiture of TikTok will involve exporting technology that has to be approved by the Chinese government. Continuing to quote, the reported efforts by the Biden administration would severely undermine global investors' confidence in the U.S., said Xu Juting, a ministry spokeswoman. Continuing to quote, if that is true, China will
I mean, everybody knows the deal, right? Like they do, the Chinese government does have like undue control over every company in China. That's like undisputed.
China certainly thinks it is in control of TikTok and its software. Is that not correct?
Congressman, TikTok is not available in mainland China, and today we're headquartered in Los
The
Angeles.
fact
and
of the matter
Singapore,
is, though, the
I'm not
Chinese
saying that,
government,
the founders of ByteDance
they do
are
have
not
like
Chinese,
a lot
nor
of
am I
undue
saying
control
that we
over
don't
like
make
all
use
these
of
Chinese companies.
employees,
Now,
just
they
like
don't
many
really
other
give a
companies
shit
around
what
the
you
world.
do
We use
overseas.
their expertise
In
on
mainland
some
China,
engineering
they
projects.
do give a shit. That's why it's so restrictive.
It would be a divestiture of exporting technology from China.
So
they,
if you are a
again,
Chinese
China
company,
thinks
you can
they
make a lot of
have-
money in China,
No, you do not.
but you need to play ball with the government.
Let's put today's Wall Street Journal
Without objection, so ordered.
into the record. And Mr. Chu, I wouldn't ask you to discuss any privileged attorney-client materials, but did anyone aside from your lawyers assist you in preparation for today's hearing?
Time
I prepared for this hearing with my team here in DC.
Translocators in place.
They're trying to make a connection between him and the Chinese government.
Directly provide input, help, or instructions for your testimony today.
Congressman, this is a very high-profile hearing. My phone is full of
Okay.
because I prepared for this hearing.
one at ByteDance had a role in preparing you for today's hearing?
Like I said, Congressman, this is a high-profile hearing. A lot of people around the world were sending me wishes and unsolicited advice, but I prepared for this hearing with my team here in DC.
Are the attorneys representing TikTok also
Oh, you guys didn't like go in with me.
What percentage of TikTok revenues does ByteDance retain? Just give me a ballpark estimate.
I was letting you go on the back line.
Congressman, like I said, as a private company, we are not prepared to disclose our financials in public today.
I'm here.
We ask you to get back to us with a ballpark without asking for the precise figure. Yes, so the committee can have some understanding of the percentage of revenue that ByteDance
Shh, fucking.
I understand the question.
That was my fault.
As a private company, we are not disclosing our financials today.
Prior to today's hearing, did anyone affiliated with the Chinese Communist Party
They can't hurt.
discuss this hearing with you, or anyone else on TikTok senior management?
Congressman, since I've been CEO of this company, I've not had any discussions with Chinese government officials.
So what about the Chinese Communist Party itself? Have any of those officials discussed this with you?
But like I said, I've not had any discussion with Chinese government
No.
officials. I don't know the political affiliation of everybody I speak to. So I can't very
Genji and Farah.
A few weeks ago, this committee had
We're probably gonna need to.
Allen, Texas, and it was
Just
on
wanna
the
see.
issue of fentanyl and illegal immigration. And one of our witnesses, Brandon Judd, a 25-year veteran Border Patrol agent, said that all social media platforms play a role in illegal immigration. That's one of the ways cartels advertise their services throughout the world and convince people to put themselves in their hands and come to the United States.
Oh, fuck.
All use social media platforms. Are you aware
They all just like fucking ulted. This is bad. It's a bad team comp too.
that promotes human abuse is a violative of our community guidelines,
Yeah.
which dictates what is allowed and not allowed on our platform. We proactively identify and remove them from our platform.
It would be very helpful if you would share with the committee examples of how you have removed people, because what we heard at the hearing was that TikTok was one of the platforms that recruits adolescents in the United States.
So,
to help
one of
with
our DPS left.
transporting people who are in the country who've been trafficked into the country, as well as contraband substances. Would you help us with that, understanding who you have removed from your platform?
Congressman, I'll be delighted to check with my team and get back to yours and be collaborative.
Thank you. I'll yield back.
Gentlemen's time has expired.
We'll see what happens with getting back. I imagine that's going to be his answer for a lot of things.
Round 2. Capture the objective.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. Mr. Chu, thank you for being here today. As members of Congress, our very first and top responsibility is to protect and defend our Constitution and the national security of our country. So I view this entire issue. There are many parts of it that are not part of our national security, in my view.
No.
But first and foremost for our national security. So, in
All he said is going to do. It's an easy carry.
TikTok, breaking away from ByteDance. I'd like to ask you some questions about that and how the severance in terms of the relationship with ByteDance, how user data, American
Dude,
users
you have to like.
to be protected. Now, under Beijing's security laws, Article 7 compels companies to buy data. Article 10 makes the breach of the law extraterritorial. Now, this is very clear. I don't need to read all of it into the record, but those are the laws of the PRC. How does ByteDance, how does TikTok get it? How do you convince the Congress of the United States that there can be a clean break.
The Eye of Horus watches over you.
Why would the Chinese government sidestep their national law, including Article 7, Article 10, in terms of user data?
Congressman, thank you for the question. As I said in the opening statement, our plan is to move American data stored on American soil by the American
Or I haven't read anything in terms of TikTok, how you can actually say
Dude, that Terror Surge alt is, I don't know, it's not that great.
To the data. But the Chinese government has that data. How can you promise that will move into...
I used to be good at like fucking hitting that shit, dude.
I have seen no evidence that the Chinese government has access to that data. They have never asked us. We have not provided.
But you know what?
I've asked them.
Let me get my shield up, thanks.
I have seen no evidence of this happening. And in order to assure everybody here, all our users, our commitment is to move the data into the United
Push, they got one down, they got one down.
By an American company, overseen by American personnel. The risk will be similar to any government where it is American company asking for data. Is that
Well, I'm one that doesn't believe that there is really a private sector in China. And when you look at their national law and what specifically these two articles, Article 7 and Article 10, are very clear. So I think that there is a real problem.
Right side, right side, right side.
Relative to our national security about the protection of the user data. I don't believe that TikTok has either said or done anything to convince us that information, the personal information of 150 million Americans, that the Chinese government is not going to give that up. So, can you tell me who writes the algorithms for TikTok?
Today, the algorithm that powers the US user experience is running in the Oracle Cloud infrastructure. Yes, initially there were parts of the source code, especially at the infrastructure layer, that doesn't touch the user experience. That's a collaborative global effort, including built by at the same time. Just like many other countries, only use how you drive is a global collaborative effort. Particularly, business design machine for TikTok is written by TikTok employees. And Congresswoman, what we are offering is third-party monitoring of our source code. I am not aware of any company, American companies or otherwise, that has actually done that. Because we are saying we want to give you transparency and rely on third parties.
That second one was a lot better.
All the comfort that we need about the experience.
Well, my time is up and I yield back. Thank you.
Lady yields back. Please yield to the gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Latta, for 5 minutes.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair. Unlike the Chinese Communist Party, the United States believes in individual freedom, innovation, and entrepreneurship.
They're gonna keep bringing up like China. I'm not gonna lie to you. It's at this point, it's a moot point. Like everybody knows the deal, including the CEO. Let's not play games. He knows the deal too. The issue is the actual technical stuff that they're not gonna talk. I don't think they can wrap their heads around. It's the collection of data. It's the consequences of either repealing 230 completely or adjusting it where you can. Where social media companies can be held liable. And oh boy, if you don't like how social media is now, they're gonna crack down hard on a lot of stuff too, because it's not just gonna affect TikTok, it's gonna affect all social media companies.
Section 230 was never intended to shield companies like yours from amplifying dangerous and life-threatening content to children.
I just don't think it's like the best thing like moving forward, to be honest with you.
Congressman, as a father myself, when I hear about the tragic deaths of people, it's heartbreaking.
Do you find that good faith moderation?
Well, Congressman, Section 230 is a very complex issue.
Yes or no?
we are very focused on safety, and all these dangerous
I'm gonna have to
challenges
assume that
are
as a
move and
no.
we find them.
Do you believe TikTok deserves this liability protection?
I'm sorry, Congressman.
Do you believe that TikTok deserves this liability protection under Section 230?
Congressman, as you pointed out, 230 has been very important for freedom of expression on the internet. It's one of the commitments we have given to this committee and our users, and I do think it's important to preserve that. Our companies should be raising the bar on safety.
Let me follow up. Just follow up real quickly from your own testimony. When you told us and you repeated it, we'll keep safety, particularly for teenagers, a top priority for us. And you're saying you're making that following commitment. Why do you have to wait till now to make that following commitment now and not having done it before when this 10-year-old lost her life?
Congressman, I'm reiterating the commitment internally in all my priorities.
Oh my God.
Okay, safety has always been a priority.
This company is a picture-perfect example of why this committee and Congress needs to take action immediately to amend Section 230. When we recently met, I asked you if the Chinese Communist Party can currently access user data. You did not have a clear answer. So today I want to follow up. I heard it a little bit, but I want to be absolutely sure of this answer. Our employees fight Chinese law, including 2017 National Intelligence.
Oh shit! I just got fucking.
Hanzo on the left, trying to snipe us. Oh, he's doing a great job of it.
I got Hanzo, he's dead.
Got me.
I literally sniped him.
Like many companies, including many American companies.
I gotta mute these guys.
Look at that ass.
Engineers in China.
Okay, but you know,
So in the past, yes. In the past, yes, but we are building Project Texas, and we're committing the firewall of all protected data.
Taking that,
I want the
Genji was
Swinging
sniping.
around like Spider-Man.
Bro, Genji was on my dick. Oh, he's here.
It says in addition, as asked a little bit earlier, the 2014 counter law states that when the
everybody, let's go to the right.
investigates and understands the situation of espionage and collect relevant evidence, the relevant organization
Step here or what?
individuals. It does not say may, it says shall provided may. Yes or no? Do any type of employees in China, including engineers, currently have access to
Oh.
Today, all
Alright, that's enough.
U.S. user data is stored by default in our cloud infrastructure, and access to that is controlled by American.
There's a.
China,
Alright, I'm gonna have to switch. They're really good.
Congressman, I would appreciate
Oh, I got
this
revived
is
when
a
I switched
complex,
characters. That's funny.
Today, all data.
How do you like mute people in like Overwatch?
Yes or no? Do they have access to user data?
We have after Project Texas is done. The answer is no. Today, there is still some data that we need.
Power up Arissa, I'll heal it.
He doesn't really see that Project Texas is going to be useful. So I think I'm taking that as a note again. The question is whether we have to come up earlier on that on December the 22nd. Last year, a fight against
Oh god, no.
Chinese employees had access
Yes.
to data to monitor and track physical locations.
Oh fuck! I got like no healing.
Oh, you want to use ults? Let's use ults.
Dang it, Hanzo and Genji are just trying to get me and me alone.
The potential U.S. government action to ban TikTok.
Like you do have to like protect.
Yeah, I like literally never had a chance of
Chinese
life.
Communist Party. It's impossible for me to conclude that the video is anything different than the type of propaganda that CCP requires Chinese.
There has to be like a.
Who's Arissa?
Now yield back.
Yields back.
In
Oh, I didn't even like see his cum wizard. Jesus Christ.
Power up Arissa, I'll heal her.
Madam Chair. Mr. Chu,
The way she can push
like my
up.
colleagues, I'm concerned about the influence of China on TikTok and what that does for U.S. users. But I'm also concerned about how the content in TikTok is being distributed, particularly to young people. This is not a problem unique to TikTok, but TikTok has 150 million users in the United States. And so I think you'll agree that TikTok has a particular responsibility to monitor content to make sure that it's safe and accurate. Would that be fair to say?
Actually, for that initial run too.
You know, I know you said in your opening statement there's a ban for or limit for kids under 13 and under 18 and so on. But I know it won't be news for you that computer savvy kids actually can bypass some of those restrictions quite frequently, and they can do it even if they have parental oversight. And so what I want to ask you is rather than putting the burden on young people and parents to accurately put in the birth date and so on when registering for TikTok, I want to ask you what TikTok can do to make sure to monitor this content. And I want to
They don't want me to do a freaking sniper no matter what.
Mr. Latta talked about.
Well, no, you just don't have the best positioning. So they always.
There's not really good positioning in this map. Like, I can't get on top of anywhere.
Extreme content around healthcare information. In one study,
Ryan, dead.
13 out of 20 results for the question, does mugwort induce abortion? It talked about herbal.
Oh, what was that? MG's on the right? No, Hanzo's on the right.
And so if people searching
I'm on the left.
information on safe abortions went on TikTok,
Dude, he has such a slim fucking profile.
Another study showed that TikTok
Don't die.
Holy shit, dude.
hydroxychloroquine tutorial on how
That's
to
just like-
fabricate this from grapefruit. Now there's two problems with that. Number one, hydroxychloroquine is not effective in treating COVID. So
I can't do anything without someone always on me.
The second issue is you can't even make hydroxychloroquine from grapefruit. So again, this is a really serious miscommunication.
Oh my god.
Healthcare information that people looking at TikTok are able to get, and in fact, it's being pushed out.
Yeah, now we can.
So I want to know from you, and I will give you time to answer.
Holy shit.
Current controls, but the current controls are not working to keep this information mainly from young people, but from Americans in general. What more is TikTok doing to try to strengthen its review to keep this information from
I
coming
wonder
across
why.
to people?
Thank you for the question, Congresswoman. The dangerous misinformation that you mentioned is not allowed on our platform. It violates them.
I'm sorry to report it is on.
That sounds like a you name, Josh.
Congresswoman, I don't
Honestly, yeah, like cum dumpster or something.
We do work very hard.
How can
Come
you make
wizard.
yourself
For
more perfect?
everyone
I
wants
don't
to
want
know.
you to say it's
Hold
not
on.
there or you apologize. What can you do to limit it as much as possible, more than what you're doing now?
We invest a significant amount.
How the fuck do you like mute these guys? I honestly didn't want to like hear them.
I know you're investing, but what steps are you taking to improve the AI or whatever else you're doing to limit this content?
For example, if you search for certain search terms, we do direct you on TikTok to research
how to
safety
open the social
resources.
menu
That's one of the things
channels.
we have done. We will continue to invest in this. I recognize and fully align with you that this is a problem that faces our industry that we need to really invest and address. This I'm very in alignment. The vast majority of our users come to our platform for entertaining, safe content. But there are people who do spout some dangerous misinformation, and we need to take that very seriously, invest in it, proactively identify it, and remove it from our platform.
Okay, I'm going to stop you right now. I asked you specifically how you're trying to increase your review of this, and you gave me only generalized statements that you're investing, that you're concerned, that you're doing more. That's not enough for me.
P by default.
That's not enough
Let's
for
see.
the parents of America. I'm going to ask you to supplement your testimony and have your experts tell me what you're doing to make this a higher level of scrutiny, not just pablum at a hearing. Thank you. I yield back.
Thank you.
Lady yields back. Chair recognizes gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. Hudson, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairwoman Morris Rogers, for holding this important hearing. I appreciate the witness, Mr. Shoji Chu, for making yourself
I don't know
available here
why do
today.
you have like this.
While many consider TikTok to be just another
Like
video
Call of
sharing
Duty has it
app,
where you
in
just
reality,
you can
TikTok has
open
been
up the
functioning
scoreboard. You
as
can
a massive
just do it all in
surveillance
one.
program,
All right,
collecting
whatever.
vast swaths of personal data from more than 1 billion people worldwide. This includes data from the personal devices of federal employees, contractors, and most concerning, U.S. military service members and their families at places like Fort Bragg in North Carolina. As Fort Bragg's congressman, I have serious concerns about the opportunities TikTok gives the Chinese Communist Party to access the non-public sensitive data of our men and women in uniform. This personal data and location information.
Why
can be
are they
harvested and
allowed
could
to
be
like
used
access
for
it?
blackmail,
Just put a rule saying like they can't access it while they're on
While the Department of Defense and most agencies have banned TikTok on government-issued devices, I believe more needs to be done at the command level to urge troops and their dependents to erase the app from the personal devices and keep them off home Wi-Fi. Having an app banned on a device in one pocket but downloaded on your device in the other doesn't make a whole lot of sense to me.
Didn't the military already ban it? Am I wrong about that?
Use of TikTok on military installations as well as any use that depicts U.S. military operations.
Okay.
Mr. Chu, does TikTok access
I don't know why
the
you can't just
Wi-Fi
do
network?
this, right click, and then just mute it.
I'll see this
Only if
matter
the
resolved.
user turns on the Wi-Fi. I'm sorry, I may not understand the.
So if I have TikTok app on my phone and my phone is on my home Wi-Fi network, does TikTok access that network?
You will have to access the network to get connections to the internet, if that's the question.
Is it possible then that it could access other devices on that home Wi-Fi network?
Congressman, we do not do anything that is beyond any industry norms. I believe the answer to your question is no. It could be technical. Let me get back to you.
Okay, I'd appreciate it if you could answer that. I'd like to change direction real quick. Do you receive personal employment, salary, compensation, or benefits from ByteDance?
Yes, I do.
What is your salary from ByteDance?
Congressman, if you don't mind, I prefer to keep my compensation.
I would appreciate some healing, thank you.
Congressman, if you don't mind, I would like to keep personal.
TikTok, company, your only source of employment compensation. Where's your other source of income outside of TikTok?
It's my only source of compensation.
Do you have any financial debts, obligations to ByteDance, Douyin, or any other ByteDance-related entity?
Personally? No, I do not.
Your management team receives separate salary, compensation, and benefits from ByteDance?
We receive salaries from the entities that we are employed in, but we do share in the employee stock option plan that is available from the ByteDance company.
So your primary salary comes from TikTok, but you have other compensation that comes directly from ByteDance?
You can characterize it as that.
Does your management team have company shares or stock in ByteDance?
Yes, some of our employees are compensated with shares in ByteDance.
Does TikTok share technological resources with Douyin? Are the two technology systems or IT systems interconnected?
There are many companies, some share resources.
I need healing.
But it doesn't include
Heal me, heal me, heal me, heal me.
is in project technology. Stores by default in American Oil Finance. Congressman, with respect, I have to get back to you. This could be a very broad question. Like, for example, we could all be using Microsoft Windows.
They have to maximize their healing because she's just like boosting them. That's like probably like one of Mercy's like best things about her now. Like she can just like start almost continuously boost.
This is not allowed.
Are there employees who are employed by both Douyin and TikTok?
I do not believe so.
I don't believe so. Is that it? Again, I'll allow you to come back and written response. Give me a definitive.
I will go back and check. I'm very sure.
I'm also concerned about an issue that our chairwoman brought up about parents having misrepresentation of your company in regards to the amount and extent of data that you're collecting, as well as how much has been accessed from inside China. There's dozens of public reports that those individuals in the People's Republic of China have been accessing data on U.S. users.
No, no, no. Or wait for everybody else.
I'm referencing the Project Raven first reported on about 4th last October. Their investigation revealed.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, I'm about out of time. Do you want to respond to that?
Yes, Congressman. We do not condone exercise certain former employees to access U.S. TikTok user data in an attempt to identify the source of leaked confidential information. We condemn these actions. After learning about them, we found a highly reputable law firm thoroughly investigated the incident. We took swift disciplinary action against employees who were found to be involved and are implementing measures to make sure this doesn't happen again. We have made this team available to you. I think they have briefed many of you in this committee very extensively, and I will continue to make them very available to you as part of our transparent commitment.
Thank you. My time has expired. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Chair recognizes
Hearing you, gentlemen. Thank you. So today,
Oh, I like overextended way too much.
today,
But there's like no like damage characters with me, man.
China's commerce minister said that China opposes the sale of TikTok because it would involve exporting China's technology and this is the important part, it would need to be approved by the Chinese government. Would need to be
You gotta
approved
call
by
that
the
out,
Chinese
dude.
government. So all of what you've been saying about the distance between TikTok and China has been said to be not true in the paper today, and I would like to see what you have to say in response.
Congresswoman, I don't disagree with that characterization. I think we have designed project taxes to protect U.S. user interests moving forward here in the U.S. Protections for storing American data on American soil by an American company with personnel. And I do not think that, our commitments to this committee...
I appreciate everybody like not healing like the lone tank that you have.
That you mentioned. Now, the whole discussion on this.
There's like an optimal way to like play
ongoing and developing
healer.
So we will continue to pay attention to this, and we'll get back to you when we have more specifics. But my commitment stands.
It's an ongoing debate, apparently, with China. So,
Bro, you got like 3 minutes.
with any certainty, that China
Shit,
would
I'm not paying attention to her fucking like heat gauge here.
Last fall,
Oh, one of them switched to a Reaper. Smart.
Gus Villarakas, who were chair and co-chair of the subcommittee, were told that TikTok had surveilled, was involved in surveillance of users, very personal information.
Fuck.
And you might say, well, not more than other ranking member Sloan, but I really don't want to go by that standard particularly. But that TikTok's in-app browser surveils everything from Americans, including passwords and credit card numbers, etc. So I just want to ask you if TikTok did track and collect the sensitive data that Americans don't want to have disclosed.
Congressman, thank you. I'm glad you asked this question because, like you pointed out, we actually do not believe we collect more data than any other.
He's gotta be real careful what he's saying. He's like, we believe. That means
we can talk
that
about
means you don't really know.
Specific one you're talking about. A lot of them are not that accurate. Some of them we have we have actually gotten in touch with the authors to help them understand the data that we're collecting. A lot of it is speculation. This is something they could do. But if you look at the subtext, this is something that every company could do.
I'm running out of time. Let me just say that if TikTok chose not to take this sensitive information that you don't need for a transaction and support our comprehensive privacy bill, that would be very helpful. The other thing I wanted to ask, so really this is a yes or no. That does TikTok share user information from companies, from parent companies, from affiliated, or send user information to overseas?
In the past, yes, for interoperability purposes. Now, after Project Texas, all protected U.S. data will be stored here with the access controlled by a special team of U.S. personnel. again, Congresswoman, this is something that, as far as I understand, no other company, including American companies, are willing to go. So maybe this is something that we can ask the industry to provide, not just us, to protect
In the
U.S. user
case of
interests.
sharing information, I do want to quote from employees that you had, and here's the quote. Everything is seen in China, is really what they said. People who were in touch with the sensitive data were saying that. How do you respond to that?
I disagree with that statement.
Well, I know you disagree with that statement. But my point is, how does that happen that employees of the company are saying that in fact that's not true?
If you die,
I cannot speak to. I don't know who this person is, so I cannot speak to what the person has or has not said. What I can say is, based on my position in this company and the responsibility that I have, that statement is just not true.
Okay, unfortunately, and I'll close, I guess I'm over my time. We need to look into the facts of this, and so do you. And I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Chair recognizes the lady from Florida, Ms. Hammond, for 5 minutes. Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. So, are you aware of Chinese Communist Party Chairman Xi Jinping's comments in May 2021 during a communist Politburo study session where he instructed colleagues to target different countries, different audiences with short-form video? Are you aware of these comments? Yes or no?
Oh, fuck me, dude.
Rogers, you have regular contact with Chinese Communist Party Secretary, Mr. Zhang Fuping, who is your boss at ByteDance, correct?
No.
No.
No, he's neither my boss nor do we have frequent contact.
But you have regular contact with ByteDance.
We got the Florida girl. She's gonna go nuts.
The CEO of ByteDance.
Who is Mr. Zhang Fuping is the editor.
I mean, the Republicans just like harping on this too. It's not really getting anything done. I wish there was. This isn't like constructive. It's like the guy's never gonna admit that like the Chinese government. This is just like getting like clips.
Representative Lada confirmed that your parent company, ByteDance, currently can access user data. Yes.
We have to be more specific.
Yes.
After Project Texas, no.
I'm not asking after Project Texas, I'm asking now. Yes.
Some user data is public data, Congresswoman, which means everybody.
What's interesting to me is that you've used the word transparency over a half a dozen times in your opening testimony and subsequently again in your answers to my colleagues. Yet the interesting thing to me is that ByteDance, your parent company, has gone out of their way to hide an airbrush corporate structure tied to the CCP, the company's founder, and their activities. You look no further than the fact that ByteDance's website has been scrubbed. In fact, we found web pages from the Beijing Internet Association, the industry association charged with communist.
Oh shit! Like he fucking got low.
Of internet companies in Beijing. They have been archived, but since deleted. Makes you kind of wonder why. Yes or no, ByteDance is required to have a member of the Chinese government on its board with veto power. Is that correct?
No, that is not correct. ByteDance owns some Chinese businesses.
Oh,
You're talking
fuck.
about a very special subsidiary.
I'm thinking I'm like Orissa for a second. That's why I was kept getting in close. So I'm like getting distracted. I'm trying to like pay attention.
A platform for entertainment and for fun. I have to ask you then, if there is no threat to Americans, if there is no threat to our data, privacy, security, why?
They're just like I just hate the fact that like the Republicans are just asking the same thing over and over again. Oh, communist China, communist China. He's never going to admit that.
Quote, downplay the parent company ByteDance. Why would they say downplay the China Association?
I need to like fucking.
From an internal memo from your company. Why, if you have nothing to hide, you need to downplay the association with ByteDance in China?
What memo? Do you have this memo in question?
That video was posted 41 days ago. As you can see, it is captioned me as F. At the House Energy and Commerce Committee on March 23rd of this year. This video was posted before this hearing was publicly noticed. I think that's a very interesting point to raise. But more concerning is the fact that it names this chairwoman by name. Your own community guidelines states that you have a firm stance against enabling violence on or on TikTok. We do not allow people to use our platform to threaten or incite violence or to promote violent extremist organizations, individuals, or
same thing can be said on like YouTube and these other things. This doesn't really make her point.
Or glorify off-platform violence. We ban the account. This video has been up for 41 days. It is a direct threat to the chairwoman of this committee, the people in this room, and yet it still remains on the platform. And you expect us to believe
This is such like low-hanging fruit.
capable of maintaining the data security, privacy, and security of 150 million Americans, where you can't even protect the people in this room? I think that is a blatant display of how vulnerable people use TikTok are. You couldn't take action after 41 days in a clear threat, a very violent threat.
Shit, dude, I got fucking wrecked.
Was posted on your platform. You damn well know that you cannot protect the data and security of this committee or the 150 million users of your app. Because it is an extension of the CCP. And with that, I yield back.
Can I respond, Chair?
No, we're gonna move on. Gentlelady yields back.
You gotta let him respond to that point though. This thing's not accomplishing anything. You guys aren't getting to like the heart of the matter. This is just like Republicans just fear mongering about China.
Ripped and replaced. But we can't lose sight of the important internet governance issues TikTok and other social media companies represent. I'm especially committed to demanding transparency from large platforms about the algorithms that shape our online interactions, especially for teenagers
Here we go.
and users.
Yes.
That's why I introduced the Algorithmic Justice and Online Platform Transparency Act to bring greater visibility into this ecosystem. My bill would require to prohibit algorithms that discriminate on the basis of race, age, gender, ability, and other protected characteristics. It also would establish a safety and effectiveness standard algorithms for requiring forms of oversight. Now, this bill would require online platforms to publish annual public reports detailing their content moderation practices, which I believe should be a baseline requirement to enable meaningful oversight.
That orb is so fucking powerful, dude.
Mr. Chu, just yes or no, do you believe a requirement for annual content moderation practices for social media platforms would be beneficial? Yes or no?
Yes.
This transparency bill would also require online platforms to maintain detailed records describing their algorithmic process and review by the Federal Trade Commission in compliance with key privacy.
Gotta take care of that Zen. Dude, I'm getting like fucking destroyed, dude.
Currently maintain records describing their algorithmic processes.
It's that orb.
Congressman, I will need to check and get back to you on what kind of specific records you are talking about.
Over the past few years, alarming information brought to light by whistleblowers have shown that social media companies are intimately aware of the effect their products have on young women, political extremism, and more. Despite this, they withheld those studies or declined to investigate further. In either case, it shows a pattern evasive or negligent behavior that I find concerning and extreme. Mr. Chu, does TikTok conduct its own studies on the effect of its algorithms and content distribution models on mental health or safety? And if so, how and when are those findings made public? And if not, do you believe they are necessary?
Congresswoman, we rely on external third parties and fund their research to help us understand some of these issues. For example, we worked with the Digital Wellness Lab at the Boston Children's Hospital to understand the 60-minute time limit that we put for all our under 18 users. And we are supportive of legislation that provides more funding for research, like, for example, for the NIH.
Okay. TikTok tailors its recommended content based on user activity to encourage people.
She's actually attacking like the heart of the matter right here. Representative Matsui.
To TikTok, given the prevalence of young users and the digestible nature of short-form video, I'm concerned about the app's tendency to exacerbate existing mental health challenges. Mr. Chu, does TikTok have different policies for amplifying content that would be related to depression or dieting versus content like gardening and sports? If yes, describe these policy differences. If no, why not?
That is a good question.
Congressman, thank you for that. This is a great question. The answer is yes. We are trying out some policies together with experts to understand certain contents that are not inherently harmful, like extreme fitness, for example, but shouldn't be seen too much. And these are models that we're building, and we are trying to understand, together with experts, how to best implement them across our platform, particularly for younger users,
okay,
under
so
18. Yeah.
In cases where users have been engaging with potentially harmful content, I believe it's imperative that the app takes steps to moderate that behavior rather than continuing to promote it. I mean, in a sense,
I apologize.
About that.
I wasn't clear. First, anything that is violative and harmful we remove. What I meant to say were content that is not inherently harmful. Like some of the extreme fitness videos about people running 100 miles. It's not inherently harmful, but if we show them too much, the experts are telling us that we should disperse them more and make sure that they're not seen too regularly,
so
especially by younger users.
So you're intentional about that, then? It's something that
All right, so like just based off like what he said, then they have complete control over. I mean, this I think is already well known. They have complete control over everything that's shown right on the platform, right? Obviously. With that being said, then you can either boost or limit any sort of like topic or video that's trending on your platform then. So why are like some videos then, so are you like actually watching carefully what's being boosted and what's not being boosted? So for example, the manosphere stuff, some people would argue that it's harmful. So if it's spreading continuously and the data showing you that it's actually harmful, are you then taking the steps to like reduce it then? And if that's the case then, and if you are doing that stuff, who makes that determination of what's harmful and what's not harmful? And I'll give the Republicans this. Now, you're saying that the Chinese government doesn't have any control over, but has China ever, quote unquote, suggested to you, the Chinese government has ever suggested to you that certain conduct within mainland China can be used or not used? So, for example, with something like this video, I'll give it a video example. Does this video here, would the Chinese government allow this video to go through their sort of like marketplace or their country, or would they not allow it? Would then like our bill here, which would limit what videos could be shown then? See these are sort of the questions. She's actually kind of hitting down that this is about the algorithm. What's boosted, what's not boosted, what is behind your train of thought when you boost the video. You know what I mean? Like these are the things that like I really want to know about.
We are working on it. Yes. Yeah.
You're working on it.
Yes.
Okay. I yield back.
No, keep talking. You're actually getting to the heart of the matter.
Yields back. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Bill Rockus, for 5 years.
Let's do this, man. This is good shit, dude.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
It's dry,
Appreciate
but
it very much. Thanks for holding this hearing. Mr. Chu, your algorithms have prioritized providing harmful content directly to children, like self-harm challenges and even suicide. Just 3 days ago, Italy opened an investigation into the TikTok over user safety concerns after the so-called French scar challenge went viral on your platform.
The Florida man.
I know about the blackout challenge, which others may know as the choking challenge,
Jesus
that encourages children to bring them to the point of unconsciousness, or in some cases, tragically, death. If that isn't enough, I want to share the story of Chase Naska, a 16-year-old boy from New York who tragically ended his life a year ago by stepping in front of a train. I want to thank his parents. Again, they are here. I want to thank his parents for being here today and allowing us to show this. Mr. Chu, your company destroyed their lives. Your company destroyed their lives. I admire their courage to be here and share Chase's story in the hopes that it will prevent this from happening to other families. The content in Chase's For You page was not a window to discovery, as you boldly claimed in your testimony. It wasn't content from a creator that you invited to roam the hill today, or STEM education content that children in China see. Instead, his For You page was sadly a window to discover suicide. It is unacceptable, sir, that even after knowing all these dangers, you still claim TikTok is something grand to behold. I want you to see what Chase would see. And I think if you want, again, would you share this content with your children, with your two children? Would you want them to see this? And again, I want to warn everyone watching that you may find this content disturbing, but we need to watch this, please.
Larry, tip. You got to kill yourself.
Oh, word? Like right now?
And then I'm gonna put a shotgun in my mouth and blow the brains out of the back of my head.
Cool.
Jesus. All right, hold on. So I've never seen this content on like my TikTok timeline. Maybe I've never seen this. Are people, this has to be explained to me, but like the more you use the app, right? I'm just talking about TikTok. The more you use the app is going to filter down into like what you see and like who you follow and like if you post anything, right? Like it builds on like what you're using the app for. So most of my TikTok timeline is like I fucked on a product placement, true, and a lot of food videos. I've never seen stuff like this purposely because I don't look for this stuff. So is the person in question, is this individual they're showing in question who took their own life, were they looking for videos specifically for that? Or so if they were looking for videos, did the algorithm then say, okay, if you're looking for videos within this content sphere, are we now going to feed you those videos too? Is that, because that's always been a question. Like, I'm assuming that the algorithm then specifically builds around the user what the user's looking for from the app in and of itself. Because I've never seen videos like this before. Like on Twitter, like I follow a lot of political people, journalists, culture warriors, pundits, etc. So my timeline is filled with like news articles and like stuff from like political pundits, politicians, etc. that I follow, and anything I don't like, I just mute it or block it, right? So like my Twitter timeline is so streamlined and just so curated for what I want to see. Then is TikTok the same way? Honest to God question, because I just the way these algorithms work, I just don't see like this content not like. This content would have to be shown to you if you're looking for this specific content.
This is a cute story. My brother, who is addicted to painkillers, blew his head off on the State Street Bridge. Bam! Now hold on, it gets better. No letter, no goodbye, nothing. Got a question.
Okay, that was from... That clip that you saw there was from a show called The Bear. I think, yeah, The Bear. I don't know why. I don't understand the context of like that being shown here. The guy's like, explain like what happened to his brother. Like, I think he had like a meltdown like during like one of his like TV cooking shows or something like that. And that's the reason why like he got fired, whatever the case was. You can Google like the bear, but I don't know why that I felt like that's like deceptively clipped in here too. I feel like I'm defending TikTok for some reason, but I'm not. Like I'm trying to like really think, because like I really question the motives of like the Republicans here, like if they actually like give a shit about this, because like there's some real world consequences to like what they're doing about the repeal of like Section 230. Because like if you have a problem with like content moderation now on these platforms, if you repeal Section 230, you do not understand these platforms will clamp down even harder than they are now. And I don't know if you've noticed, these platforms have been clamping down. Like the big platforms, especially Twitch has been clamping down a whole lot more. YouTube has been clamping down a whole lot more too. TikTok's then going to clamp down, obviously, if not say, all right, that's it. And that's it. I don't think they're going to fold up like that because they're too profitable. But then everyone's going to go to these alt platforms too. However, if you're on these alt platforms too, and Section 230, you should be scared too of the owners of these alt platforms too, because you can be held liable for the speech of the users on that platform. So if you're like Rumble, let's just use Rumble for example, and you have all these like right-wing people on there saying all this crazy stuff, and something happens to somebody as a direct result of what's being said on Rumble, you can be sued. Like, I hope people understand that too. You open the floodgates to like multiple lawsuits. So these quote unquote free speech platforms, I'm gonna tell you right now, they're gonna get restricted. They're gonna get strict real quick now because they don't want to get sued. So keep that in mind. That's the reason why, like, I question the motives of, like, especially the Republicans on this, because they're not really getting to the heart of the matter. It's like communist this, communist China this. It's all these stories, but how were these algorithms used? If the issue is the algorithms, maybe you don't have like an individualized algorithm. Maybe you do have to have like this almost global algorithm too, where like you're given like all these different perspectives and whatnot too, and the algorithm can no longer be tailored specifically to you. You get a little bit of what you want, so maybe like 5% of the algorithm is dedicated to you, but the other like 90 or 95% of the algorithm is all these other things too. And then based on like that, the company then can say, all right, we don't want this being shown to people because it's harmful, this is harmful, that's harmful, right? Like that too. Another thing too is, if you people who work for the government, regardless of what government, you should not be using these social media platforms on like your government devices. I'm sorry. That should be a hard and fast rule. Military too, for very obvious reasons. They keep bringing up China and everything. Everybody knows this. This is like an open secret. This guy's never gonna admit that he has to play ball. That ByteDance has to play ball with China. Okay, I'm gonna tell you right now. These companies that are in China, they have to play ball with the Chinese government. Everybody knows it. Everybody knows it. They don't like. A lot of them actually don't like doing it because the Chinese government clamps down on them. But they have to do it. Because if they play ball, they get what they want, right? Why do you think ByteDance is now trying to move away from China? And they actually are too, because it doesn't come to their benefit at the end of the day. Because it goes against what Xi Jinping wants and the Chinese Communist Party wants at the end of the day too. Because they're steering more and more toward nationalism now, because it's not going so great. Slowly but surely, the great dragon there in China is like falling apart. And guess what? Fanatical nationalism and capitalism don't really mesh together. Republicans are slowly starting to see this too with their own party. So we'll see what happens. But back to this.
Mr. Chu, please. Your technology is literally leading to death. Mr. Chu, yes or no? Do you have full responsibility for your algorithms used by TikTok to prioritize content to its users? Yes or no, please?
Congressman, I'll just like to, if respectfully, if you don't mind, I would just like to start by saying it's devastating to hear about the news of, as a father myself, this is
Sir, yes or no? I'll repeat the question. Do you have full responsibility over the algorithms used by TikTok to prioritize content to its users? Yes or no, please?
Congressman, we do take these issues very seriously.
Yes or no?
and we do provide resources for anyone who types in anything that
Sir,
is suicide
yes or
related.
no? I see you're not willing to answer the question or take any responsibility for your parents' companies, the technology, and the harms it creates. It's just very, very sad. Very sad.
It's very sad.
This is why Congress needs to enact a comprehensive privacy and data security law to give Americans more control over their information and to protect our children. We must save our children from big tech companies like yours who continue to abuse and manipulate them for your own gain.
I tend to agree. I don't trust the messenger, though.
Madam Chair.
Gentleman yields back. Chair recognizes the lady from Florida, Ms. Castor, for 5 minutes. Well, thank you, Madam Chair. Colleagues, it is urgent that the Congress pass an online data privacy law that protects the personal privacy of Americans online, and particularly our kids. While this hearing shines a light on TikTok, this hearing also should serve as a call to action for the Congress to act now to protect Americans from surveillance, tracking, personal data gathering, and addictive algorithmic operations that serve up harmful content and has a corrosive effect on our kids' mental and physical well-being. For many years, I've sounded the alarm in this committee of how big tech platforms like TikTok and Facebook and Instagram incessantly surveil, track, gather personal private information, and use it along with data brokers to target and influence our behavior. This is a much broader issue than TikTok in China. There are other malign actors across the world who gather data to use it as an element of social control and influence peddling. And
That's
worse.
true, too.
And as I detailed in this committee last year when we passed our online privacy law, the harms to children are very serious and demand swift action. Big tech platforms profit immensely from keeping children addicted. They do not care about the privacy, safety, and health of our kids. They are the modern-day tobacco and cigarette companies that
It's a good comparison, actually.
resisted and misled Congress. And it took action by the Congress to actually protect our kids and to outlaw smoking by young people. In early 2020, based upon the growing body of evidence to harm to kids online, I introduced the Kids Privacy Act and the Kids Act. And I want to thank all of the researchers, the young people, the parents, the Surgeon General of the United States who have explained the correlation between social media usage and body dissatisfaction, disordered eating habits, anxiety, depression, self-injury, suicide ideation, and cyberbullying. Heck, Frances Haugen, the Facebook whistleblower, was right here and testified to us that Facebook and Instagram conducted research on this topic. They knew and understood the harms, but they continued to elevate profits
Just
over
to hear
the
for you
well-being
guys.
of children. And TikTok does the same. Last Congress, when we passed the ADPPA, the committee incorporated many of these important child online privacy and safety provisions from my bills, but we can make the 118th Congress's version of this bill, of this new law, even more protective of children, and I look forward to working with the chair and the ranking member to make that happen. Mr. Chu, TikTok has incredible
This is like probably like one of the few things
children in the U.S.
that the Democrats and like Republicans can probably like get on board with together.
In 2019, TikTok was hit with the largest civil penalty by the Federal Trade Commission in a children's privacy case. 4 years later, TikTok still has not taken sufficient action to fix the problems. I assume because child users are incredibly profitable to your bottom line. So answer
Listen,
me
kids
this.
use this
TikTok
platform like
allows
quite a bit.
advertisers to specifically target advertising to children
Just taking a
aged
break from
16
gaming. Just gonna
13 to
listen.
17, correct?
Congresswoman, I do want to disagree
Yes
with the
or no?
statement that child abuses are not allowed on our
Just
platform
yes
at all.
or
It's
no?
deplorable
Target-
conduct,
do you
and it's not
target-
allowed on our
do you
platform.
target advertising to young people aged 13 to 17.
We do serve personalized
Okay, thank
advertising
you.
at this point,
And
but the
how
policies
much
are very
money-
safe for them.
How much money does TikTok make selling ads targeted to minors?
Congressman, can I clarify minors in what age?
From just say age 13 to 17.
For the teenage population, I want to clarify that we do have a under 13 experience and zero advertising on that platform. For those
Well, that's a whole other topic.
between 13 and 17, if you don't mind, I'll check into my team and get back to you on those answers.
You know, TikTok could be designed to minimize the harm to kids, but a decision was made to aggressively addict kids in the name of profits. And it's our responsibility, members, to act swiftly to address this. This has gone on for too long. We've dilly-dallied too much. This committee, thankfully, we've taken responsibility and acted, but we have an enormous responsibility to act swiftly and get this bill to the floor of the House and passed into law as soon as possible. Thank you. I yield back my time.
Gentlelady yields back. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Johnson, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Chu, I'm an information technology professional, been doing it for the most of my life. You've been evasive in many of your answers. I'm going to talk to you in some language that maybe you'll better understand, ones and zeros, okay? Let's talk about the Citizen Lab report. This is something your team frequently mentions in hearings as a way to exonerate yourself. For example, in the limitations section, it reads, we could not examine every source code component and test in the apps in every circumstance, which means our methods could not find every security issue, privacy violation, and censorship event. So it's an incomplete assessment. The report notes that TikTok's data collection using third-party trackers was in apparent conflict with the GDPR and that multiple themes were censored by TikTok. What is shocking to me is the shared source code between TikTok in the United States and the CCP-censored Douyin. The Citizen Labs report says that many of the functions and classes were identical and that the differences in behavior between TikTok in the United States and Douyin in China are slight changes in hard-coded values. Incredibly, specific censorship parameters from Douyin are present in TikTok, but just turned off. The authors say that for unknown reasons, the parameter variable itself is preserved. So while Citizen Lab may have been afraid to say the obvious conclusion, Mr. Chu, I am not. TikTok's source code is riddled with backdoors and CCP censorship devices. Here's the truth. In 1 million lines of code, the smallest shift from a 0 to a 1 on just one of thousands of versions of TikTok on the market will unlock explicit CCP censorship and access to American data. Mr. Chu, as CEO of TikTok, why have you not directed your engineers to change this source code?
Congressman, thank you for the question.
Have you directed them to change the source code?
Like what we are offering and
Yes
my
or
fourth
no?
commitment?
Have you directed them to change that source code?
Congressman, if you give me a bit of time to just...
No, I don't. It's a yes or no question. Have you directed your engineers to change that source code?
I'm not sure I understand.
Why are you allowing TikTok to continue to have the capacity for censorship, and yet you claim here that you don't? Let me remind you of something. Do you realize that making false and misleading statements to Congress is a federal crime?
Yes, I do.
Okay. So have you directed your engineers to change that source code?
I am giving third-party access monitoring by experts. And Congressman, you are an expert on this. You could agree with me that no other company
TikTok
does
source
this.
code is the same as Douyin? What percentage?
I can get back to you on the specifics.
Okay, I'd appreciate that. Where was the source code for TikTok developed? Was it developed in China or in the United States?
It's a global collaborative effort. Like a lot of code for a lot of companies.
Was it developed in China? Some of it?
Some of it is.
Okay, advise them.
We're just going back to China every time.
When it's compiled in the compilation process, can bytecode be manipulated? We've talked a lot about source code. What about the byte
I'm not
code,
that familiar
the
with
ones
like
and
Bill
zeros
Johnson's
that
background. I'll
actually
take it for.
execute on the device? Can
To
it be
give you comfort,
manipulated? Yes.
Congressman, to give you comfort, that's why we're giving third-party monitors.
Yes,
As an expert, I think you can agree that very few companies
I've got
offer
the
to do this.
report here by Citizen Lab. I want to read you something from Ron Diebert. Specifically, in your written testimony to Congress, you stated on page 9, Citizen Lab found that there was no overt data transmission by TikTok to the Chinese government and that TikTok did not contact any servers within China. You implied that Citizen Lab exonerated TikTok from any information sharing with China. Well, the director of Citizen Lab saw this and issued a statement correcting the record yesterday. And I'm quoting Ron Diebert, the director of the lab. I am disappointed that TikTok executives continue citing the Citizen Lab's research in their statements to government as somehow exculpatory. I've called them out on this in the past, and it's unfortunate that I have to do it again, unquote. He goes on to say, and I quote, we even speculated about possible mechanisms through which the Chinese government might use unconventional techniques to obtain TikTok user data via pressure on ByteDance, end of quote. Mr. Chu, you sent Congress written testimony citing this lab as a support of your claim that China cannot access user data, U.S. user data. And now this lab has come out to say, we never said that. That's misleading. Mr. Chu, I hope you understand what that is. That's misleading. Mr. Chu, this is yet another instance of TikTok attempting to mislead Americans about what their technology is capable of and who has access to their information. Madam Chair, I'd like to.
Madam Chair, I would like to respond to that very
Ron
quickly,
Diebert and the Citizens Lab into the record.
Without objection.
With that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Chair yields to the gentleman from Maryland. Mr. Sarbanes, 5 minutes.
Thanks very much, Madam Chair. Mr. Chu, I'm going to pick up on a theme we've already covered here, which is the effect that your platform, along with many other social media platforms, by the way, has in terms of mental and behavioral health in this country. I won't speak to what's happening elsewhere in the world, but we've talked about the impact that it's having on children, on teens. We took some action last year in this committee to try to improve access to resources, reauthorize critical programs to address mental health needs, but we need to do even more than that. And we got to address what the big tech companies like TikTok are doing, because those are platforms that expose children, teens to additional risks. The more time that middle and high schoolers spend on social media, the evidence is the more likely they are to experience depression and anxiety. And this is particularly troubling since apparently 16% of American teenagers report that they use TikTok, quote, almost constantly. That's, I think, about 5 million teenagers in this country that are on TikTok all the time. And we know that big tech, including TikTok, uses design features that can manipulate users, including children and teens, to keep them engaged, designed to feed them a never-ending stream of content, keep their attention for hours on end, which includes capitalizing on the desire for others' approval through like features, preying on the fear of missing out through push notifications and so forth. Again, you're part of an industry that's set up to do this. You, in some sense, don't appear to be able to help yourselves in reaching out and finding that new user and then holding on to them. TikTok itself has acknowledged that these features and others, like the endless scroll feature, can have an outsized effect on teens. And we've been discussing today how your app only intensifies that harm by amplifying dangerous content and misinformation. I don't want to be too paternalistic here because we have young people in the audience. We've got TikTok users that are watching this hearing, and I'm sure they have their own ideas.
I'm not so sure about that, buddy.
This technology is being managed by TikTok.
They'll catch the clips or their favorite YouTuber or streamer covering
platforms. They like to access the platforms, and they should be able to do that safely. So it's certainly in their interest, and they can drive this conversation, I think, perfectly well, but it's not a fair fight, is it? I mean, the algorithms are on one side of the screen, the human brain is on the other side of the screen, drowning in these algorithms. in many instances at an age where the brain's not even fully developed yet. So those addictive impulses are being sort of perfected by the technology. And again, it leaves the users sort of helpless in the face of that. Are you looking at ways to redesign core features like the ones I mentioned to be less manipulative, and addictive for users? And can you commit to making some of those modifications here today?
Congressman, thank you. We do want to be leading in terms of safety of our users, particularly for teenagers. We were the first to launch a 60-minute watch limit.
Yeah, let's talk about the 60-minute launch.
And I'm very glad to see people, others in our industry follow. For many of the recommendations, we'll study them very seriously. We actually have a series of features. Like, for example, if you're under 16, you cannot use a direct messaging feature because we want to protect those younger users. If you're under 16, you cannot go viral by default. If you're under 18, you cannot go live. And
let me go back to the 60-minute limit. Because my understanding is that teens can pretty easily bypass the notification to continue using the app if they want to. I mean, let's face it, our teens are smarter than we are by half, and they know how to use the technology, and they can get around these limits if they want to. Are you measuring how many teens continue to exceed the 60 minutes of time on that app?
We understand
how that's working.
We understand those concerns. Our intention is to have the teens and their parents have these conversations about what is the appropriate amount of time for social media. That's why we give the parents what we call family pairing.
Let me ask you this question before I run out of time. If you concluded that putting some reasonable limits in place and trying to find a way to enforce them would lead some percentage of your users to leave TikTok and go somewhere else, is that something that you're prepared to accept?
Yes.
Really? Well, I'd love to get the research on how these limits are being implemented, how they're being bypassed, and the things that you're taking.
I'm going to be right back.
The measures you're taking to address those issues going forward. Please bring that information back to our committee as we move forward.
I'll be happy to.
I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Kentucky, Mr. Guthrie, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair, for yielding. I appreciate the time. Mr. Chu, your terms of service specifically state that TikTok does, and I quote, not allow the depiction, promotion, or trade of drugs or other controlled substances. Despite this content being against your terms of service, and I brought this up with other service providers, but despite this content being against your terms of service, content on your platform related to illicit drugs like fentanyl, drug trafficking, and other illicit activity is pervasive and racks up hundreds of thousands of views. For example, in 2020, the Benadryl challenge resulted in the death of an American teenager. And we heard of another challenge earlier today that brought a death of a teenager. While you were at ByteDance, if you were the CFO for ByteDance, did doing allow related illicit drug trafficking or challenges resulting in death or injury to kids?
Congressman, I represent TikTok here today. I can tell you that TikTok does not allow illegal drugs content on our platform.
Do it in China?
I believe they don't allow this, but I will need to check. I don't run their business. I can tell you TikTok does not allow this.
Because what we're concerned about, and my guess, and it would DUN allow for 41 days a threat against a member of the Chinese Communist Party to stand on their site for 41 days?
Again, I cannot speak for DUN, and I'm sorry, I didn't hear the second part of what you said.
Well, we had a threat against the chairman of our committee that was on your site for 41 days. My guess is that would not be allowed in China.
That content is, if it's violative, I would look into the specifics, and if it violates our guidelines, it will be taken down on TikTok.
Yeah, it surely appears that it does. But the problem is what I'm trying to get at is you seem to be able to prevent this content in China, but so not even taking it down, just prevent it from being posted, and yet it's on your website. So I have a couple of questions about, you said earlier, as soon as you find this information, you take it down. So how quickly does your algorithm detect keywords or content that involve illicit drug trafficking before these posts are self-reported or used by others?
We have about 40,000 people working on this now, together with the machines that we train. I don't think any company in our industry can be perfect at this. This is a real big challenge for our industry, but our goal is to get any violative content, including illegal drugs, down to a very, very small number.
That's the problem. When we have these hearings, we have CEOs of different companies and of your colleagues and competitors, and we always hear apologies and we always hear we want to do better at this, but it just doesn't seem to keep improving. And we see hearing stories of our children and obviously this has been talked about today. So how many posts and accounts have been identified and removed from TikTok due to content posted related to illicit drugs or other controlled substances?
Congressman, we do publish that in a transparency report. I can get my team to get the information to yours.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Also, we understand that the way that people use TikTok or other platforms similar to yours is that they ensure flagged user content isn't permitted to jump from. So my question, so what we've heard is that the instances the users see a drug advertisement and then give a code to go to another site. So my question is, do you work with other platforms to ensure flagged user content isn't permitted to jump from one platform to others?
I will check with my team. I would love to work with our industry to make sure that we stamp out these problems. Violative content should not be allowed on any platforms, in my opinion.
Well, so what's kind of frustrating to all of us here is that we look at what's happening on your sites and others, and particularly that we know, because we've done a research, that you can't have access to illicit drug information of their own Douyin, which is a sister company, as you say, in China. And so it absolutely, if you can prevent it on one and not the other, you obviously have the ability to stop it from moving forward, and yet you don't. Would you like to expand how one of your sister companies can prevent that and you not? I know you don't represent Douyin, but they don't allow it, but it happens on your platform. What's the difference?
First of all, the majority of the content on TikTok is fun, entertaining, informative, and very positive for our users. Like other companies that operate in this country, we have to deal with some bad actors who come and publish some content on illegal drugs.
The bad actors don't seem to be able to access Douyin.
The TikTok U.S. experience should be compared to other U.S. companies because this is a common challenge.
But your parent company has the technology to prevent it because you prevent it in China, but you can't prevent it here. What's the difference? That's why I'm asking.
Oh, Congressman, there is no technology that is perfect in doing this. We have to deal with the reality of the country that we're operating in. And here in the United States, as with other companies, we share this challenge. We are investing a lot to address the challenge, but we are, it's a shared challenge.
You invest a lot to seem to be able to address it in China, but not here.
Again, I think the comparison has been within the single country. We face the same set of challenges here in the U.S.
What's the difference? I'm sorry, I'm out of time, but what's the difference in China and here?
Let me give you an example, Congressman. In my home country, Singapore, there is literally almost no illegal drug content because Singapore has very strict drug laws.
Thank you. My time's expired now. Yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Chair recognizes the gentleman from New York, Mr. Tonko, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm concerned that TikTok's algorithm preys on vulnerable people, including those struggling with addiction, eating disorders, and other mental health conditions. The platform is designed to push content to users that will watch more frequently and for longer periods of time. Unfortunately, for many people suffering from certain mental health disorders, videos that reinforce their fears or negative self-image are more engaging. On top of that, TikTok has received sensitive patient health information and records of browsing activity from multiple telehealth companies like BetterHelp, and Cerebral. People's personal struggles should not be fuel for TikTok's profits. People should be able to seek help to address serious medical concerns without being afraid that their information will be shared with social media companies trying to push more products, services, or content at them. So, Mr. Chu, will TikTok continue to get information from third parties on its users' health, including their mental health, yes or no?
We will continue to work with experts, yes, if that's the question, to identify these issues.
Will you continue to get information from these third parties, including their mental health, yes or no?
Congressman, I'm sorry, I may not understand your question. If your question is if I'm working with them on these issues, the answer is yes.
It's not the question, it's will you continue to get information from these third parties on its users' health?
Get information. We do not get any user health information from third parties, Congressman.
You've talked a lot about user privacy and safety. Will you commit here today to no longer using data about users' health, particularly their mental health, to push them content or sell ads? Yes or no?
We take our users' mental health very seriously.
Yes or no?
As far as I'm aware, we don't do that, Congressman. It's not what the...
So the answer is no, you will no longer use data about users' health. TikTok systematically exploits users' anxieties by pushing alarming and distressing content onto their For You page. For example, in May of 2022, the LA Times found that some pregnant users searching for information about their pregnancies on TikTok were then shown information about miscarriages, stillbirths, and delivery room traumas. Your company knows that distressing content can have the perverse effect of feeding user engagement. And for TikTok, engagement means money. In the course of a week, what percentage of content that a user sees is considered potentially harmful or distressing content?
Congressman, we work with a lot of experts on this. Even before we set the 60-minute time limit for under 18s, if you spend too much time on our platform, you can try it. If you spend too much time, we will actually send you videos to tell you to go out and get some air and get off the platform.
What percentage of content that a user sees is considered potentially harmful?
I will need to follow up with my team and get back to you on that, if that's okay.
Ballpark.
I will need to follow up with my team.
So are teenagers in particular shown more distressing content?
The opposite is true. We actually put in more restrictions to make sure that our teenagers get a better experience.
Are expectant or new parents shown more distressing content?
I know of many parents, including one I met recently, who actually use our platform to find communities, to connect with other parents and learn a lot more. I've heard amazing stories of creators who have difficulties, and
reclaiming my time. Are individuals with eating disorders shown more distressing content?
We do not. We remove all content that glorifies eating disorders, and we have worked with experts to look at certain certain content that may not inherently be harmful, like diet trends, and make sure that we disperse them more throughout our algorithm.
What about those with mental health issues? Are they
This
given more distressing content?
If a user searches, words that expresses mental health issues, we actually redirect them to a safety page. Like, for example, if you, I don't know if I should say this in public, if you search, "I want to die," we will redirect you to a safety page, for example.
So what about those suffering from addiction? Are they given more distressing content?
I'm sorry, Congressman, I missed that question.
Those suffering from addiction, are they given more distressing content?
I missed the first few words. I apologize.
What about those suffering from addiction? Are they given more distressing content?
Those suffering from
addiction.
Addiction. Do you mean drug addiction or?
Yes. Or any order of addiction.
If people search for content and you can try on a variety of subjects, we will actually direct you to a safety page to give you more resources. And a lot of recovering addicts have actually found their communities on TikTok, and it's really helped them, find their voices and the community and the courage to really overcome their addiction. I personally have heard stories of that.
Well, I appreciate your answers, but I was looking for yes or no, and we did not get those. And again, I think the more that they watch this distressing content, the more profit TikTok makes, and that's distressing.
Gentleman yields back. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Michigan, Mr. Wahlberg, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and we're glad that you're here, Mr. Chu. As Chair Rogers and Representative Burgess mentioned this morning, the Wall Street Journal reported that China will firmly oppose any forced sale or divestiture of TikTok. And this is based not on conjecture, but it's based on comments provided by the official spokesperson at the Ministry of Commerce, who said that any TikTok sale or spinoff would amount to a technology export and would have to adhere to Chinese law and approval. This spokesperson was quoted as saying the Chinese, and I quote, "The Chinese government will make decisions according to the law." The Chinese government. Mr. Chu, do you agree with this official? Yes or no?
Congressman, I cannot speak on behalf of a Chinese government official.
Do you agree with that official?
We will need to look at this because Project Texas is designed to move forward here in the United States, and we are not discussing this, so I don't have specifics.
Your company is valued at upwards of $50 billion and has been on the verge of forced sale or ban for 3 years at least, correct? Do you expect this committee to believe you haven't already discussed this scenario with your team? And you should have an answer to this, yes or no, I agree with the Communist Party, or I don't agree with the Communist Party. So, I guess I would say at that point, you disagree with the Communist Party. Explain your discrepancy.
Congressman, for 2 years, we spent $1.5 billion US to build Project Texas. This is after very extensive discussions with relevant folks.
Project Texas is just something expanded for the future. We're talking about now. We're talking about what you're doing now, what your expectations are now, what your relationship is with the Communist Party, which is our major concern of what the impact that will be with a country. Let me rephrase that. With a Communist Party that doesn't care about America and sees us as standing in their way for superpower. That's our concern, and for you to have direct relationship, direct ownership with ByteDance, and to not have a characterization or an agreement or disagreement that you say explicitly with this party policy, it's hard for us to believe what you're saying. Let me move on. Following up on what Mr. Latta asked about data accessed by Chinese engineers. In responding to Mr. Latta, you talked about where American user data would be stored in the future. But the question was about access today, storage in the future versus access today. This is total redirection. This blows up any trust we could desire to develop. So to be clear, Mr. Chu, today, do ByteDance employees in Beijing have access to American data?
Congressman, we have been very open about this. We have relied on global interoperability.
You have access to American data.
Congressman, I'm answering your question if you give me just a bit of time. We rely on global interoperability, and we have employees in China. So yes, the Chinese engineers do have access to global data.
You have access to global data.
We have heard.
Not storage.
No, storage has always been in Virginia and Singapore. The physical service.
You have no access to storage, to American data today.
That's not what I said. I said.
So you do have access to American data, and you have storage of American data.
The American data has always been stored in Virginia and Singapore in the past. And access of this is on an as-required basis by our engineers globally. By engineers for business purposes.
By engineers?
This is a private
ByteDance?
ByteDance.
The Communist Party?
No.
Why? How can you say that?
This is a private business. This is a private business, and is like many other businesses, many other American companies, we rely on the global workforce.
So the global workforce that includes ByteDance, which is connected directly to the Chinese Communist Party,
that is a characterization that we disagree with. Now, in the future...
That's not what we can disagree with. That's a fact.
It's not, unfortunately.
With the CEO of ByteDance and your relationship to them.
Congressman, respectfully, in my opening statement, I said this is a private company. It's owned 60% by global investors. 3 out of the 5 board members on ByteDance are Americans. This is a private business.
And you report directly to ByteDance with the CEO who is a member of the Communist Party. Let me move on. I think we got the answer. Sadly, at this point, I believe my time has expired, so I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Chair recognizes Ms. Clark for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairwoman Rogers. Thank the ranking member, Pallone, for holding today's hearing. Throughout this hearing, I also want to thank our witness for being here to testify on what are very important issues before us today. Throughout this hearing, my colleagues have outlined the potential threat posed by the security of Americans' data by TikTok being affiliated and some would say owned by a Chinese company. Foreign adversaries
Sorry about that, folks. What happened here? Did it end?
And the intentional disinformation about COVID-19 and vaccines. TikTok's community guidelines state that the company will remove content or accounts that involve, quote, misleading information that causes significant harm, unquote. However, since the early stages of the pandemic, TikTok has been used as a platform for people pushing misinformation, disinformation, including by those casting doubt
Sorry about that,
on the
folks.
safety and efficacy of life-saving vaccines. And despite TikTok's pledge to address harmful misinformation, these videos are being viewed millions of times. For example, the Institute for Strategic Dialogue found that a sample of 124 TikTok videos containing vaccine misinformation were viewed 20 million times. And Media Matters found that a sample of 18 videos with COVID-19 misinformation were viewed over 57 million times. Here's another shocking study. The Journal of American Medical Informatics Association found that when searching hashtag, quote, coronavirus on TikTok, almost 30% of the videos that came up contained misinformation. Videos in that sample containing a high level of misinformation were viewed a median of 9.4 million times. Mr. Xu, why are these dangerous videos falling through the cracks of your company's efforts to enforce its own community guidelines and remove harmful misinformation?
Before I answer that, in my response to an earlier question from Representative
you're in my,
Dunn,
Mr. Xu, you're in my time. Answer my question.
I understand, but if I would like to clarify something.
I'm clarified. I have 5 minutes in my time. You're in my time now. Answer my question.
Yes, any dangerous misinformation is we partner with third-party experts to be able to identify and help us with subject domain expertise. And with the expertise that we recognize, we rely on those to develop policies to recognize and remove content that could be.
Your efforts have failed, and they're dangerous. Okay? It's public health risks that you're putting millions of people's lives at risk for not being able to do a better job. And I'm concerned that TikTok's features make it users uniquely vulnerable to the spread of this misinformation. For example, TikTok makes it extremely easy to reuse audio and videos to create content, which allows misinformation to quickly spread through the platform. And TikTok's algorithm to recommend videos means that a user viewing one video containing misinformation can easily result in their quote unquote For You page becoming filled with videos containing similar misinformation. This is a dangerous feedback loop. So is TikTok taking any action to modify these features so that they no longer facilitate the spread of this misinformation or this misinformation feedback loop?
Congressman, again, like I said, any dangerous mis or disinformation, we work with third parties to recognize that, and it's proactively removed from our platform.
Okay,
so it doesn't need to get into those loops at all.
So I can go back and read you the data and the Journal of American Medical Informatics. 30% of videos after searching for hashtag coronavirus had misinformation. almost 1 out of 3, your third party and your company are missing almost 1 out of 3 misinformed videos. So you're telling me what you're doing. I'm telling you the data shows that you are grossly failing at that effort. The other question I have for you is that TikTok is also in Spanish, and Spanish-speaking populations have been specifically targeted to misinformation when it comes to many aspects, especially medical misinformation. And as chair of the Congressional Hispanic Caucus, we reached out to you last Congress on this issue. So what is your intent, or how does your team look like to address Spanish versus English? How many staff do you have focusing on Spanish versus how many staff do you have focusing on English misinformation?
Congressman, I was, like I explained just now, the Spanish-speaking population is very important to our platform. We do have a lot of Spanish-speaking moderators, and we will continue to...
So how many Spanish-speaking staff versus English-speaking staff for misinformation do you have?
I can get back to you on the specifics, but dangerous misinformation is moderated regardless of language.
Not to the degree that it needs to be.
We can continue to work hard.
And when there's misinformation, people base their decisions that oftentimes put them at risk in exposures, and their families at risk. And with the coronavirus, especially prior to the vaccines, the risk was their life. Thank you. Yield back.
Madam Chair, I would like to clarify something. In the follow-up question to Representative Dunn's question just now, I misunderstood the follow-up about ByteDance spying on behalf of the Chinese government. My answer to that question should be a no, because it came very rapidly. I just want to clarify that.
Gentleman's time has expired. Gentleman, or the chair recognizes the gentleman from Idaho, Mr. Fulcher, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Mr. Chu, we've been going a long time here by now, and a lot of questions have been answered, and a lot of them have not been answered. And primary thing I want to do is just share some thoughts of what I've seen, learned today, been exposed to. First of all, I've got to compliment you on having a product that's impressive. It is a very influential tool. It is addictive, and that's what you want users to be exposed to, is something addictive, and it is a data gathering masterpiece. So clearly, it's got the potential to sell products, connected like-minded people with that artificial intelligence capability in a viral fashion, and perhaps spread information quicker, better than anything else that's been developed out there. Now, I'm just going to tell you, I'm not a subscriber, at least a willing subscriber, but probably in that database somewhere is my preferences with colors or foods or who I've spoken to or what I've said or my favorite newspapers. I don't know. But that's available to be sold or given to whomever or whatever. And the whatever is what bothers me. And I'll use myself as an example again. If, for whatever reason, I became a target in this, I became somebody you didn't like, and I know that'd be hard to believe because you gotta like me. But let's say you didn't, or your company didn't, or for whatever reason I became an app target. That artificial intelligence algorithm could be shared or spread selectively to a targeted audience that, with negative information that maybe has been paired up with that knowledge in that app to make me look really, really bad. Or to the converse. Same thing could be done to make me look really, really good. Here's the problem. It's someone else or some artificial intelligence algorithm that has inordinate power to subjectively combine strategic data with strategic audiences to shape whatever thoughts and news they want. And I've equipped it, not even knowing it. And that process could apply to anyone or anything. There's the danger. It could be the President of the United States. It could be their kids. It could be a company. It could be a political party. It could be a news outlet. Anything could be targeted for that selective viral spread of just some information. Mr. Chu, this may be genius, but that doesn't make it fair. It doesn't make it good, and it doesn't make it accountable. I wouldn't want my government to have that ability. I wouldn't want a company or a political party or my friend August here or my mother to have that capability. I certainly don't want that to be accessible to anyone in China. Now, there's no question it's got immense value. And as proof of that, you're here. Because this hasn't been a fun day. I know that. Hasn't been a fun day for us either. Artificial intelligence is difficult to manage once it's on auto cruise control, and it's, as we've talked about, nearly impossible to wall off data. I know the idea, I know a little bit about databases, I know a little bit about corruption of those databases. It's very difficult to wall things off. And unfortunately, there's this thing called human nature where there's some dark components from time to time. There's always a temptation to monetize things or perhaps use some of these tools for nefarious purposes, and they can have absolutely devastating consequences. So, Mr. Chu, I'm going to wrap up my comments and just say that this is so attractive. TikTok poses as a Mr. Rogers neighborhood, but it acts like Big Brother. And that's got to stop. Madam Chair, I yield.
Will the gentleman yield?
Gentleman yields back.
The gentleman yield?
Oh, gentleman yields.
Yield to Mr. Morgan Griffith.
I thank the gentleman for yielding. Mr. Chu, earlier we had submitted into evidence the TikTok ByteDance and their ties to the Chinese Communist Party report that was filed as an exhibit last week with the Senate in Australia. If you have any comment, I'd like to get it on this paragraph out of their summary. Our research confirms beyond any plausible doubt that TikTok is owned by ByteDance. ByteDance is a PRC company, and ByteDance is subject to all the influence, guidance, and de facto control to which the Chinese Communist Party now subjects all PRC technology companies. We show in this report how the CCP and the PRC state agencies together, the party state, have extended their ties into ByteDance to the point that the company can no longer be accurately described as a private enterprise. You keep calling it a private enterprise, but all the countries in the world are saying it's not a private enterprise, it's part of the Chinese Communist Party. What say you, sir, yes or no? Is it part of the Chinese Communist Party, as everybody thinks, or are you still living in some mystical world?
I disagree with many conclusions.
So you're living in the mystical world. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Chair recognizes Ms. Democrat, right? Yeah. The gentlelady from Minnesota, Ms. Craig, for 5 minutes.
Well, thank you so much, Madam Chair, for yielding. Mr. Chu, I'm probably like a lot of parents who are also members of Congress out here. I know a number of us, when you testified earlier today, you mentioned that the over 35 segment was a growing group of potential users. As if over 35 is old, and I realize that my own children think that I'm ancient, our 4 boys, but like a lot of us up here, we understand that there is some potential good, and of course, many of your influencers are doing what they're doing for all the right reasons. But one thing in your testimony you said a lot was safety. But as a mother and as a member of Congress and as someone who's very concerned about drug use in our country, I was surprised that that didn't come up once in your testimony, no real reference to it here today. You know, I've raised my concerns in general about social media platforms serving as an illegal marketplace for drugs in prior big tech hearings, and I plan to continue that focus during today's hearing. Mr. Chu, a March 8th, 2023 article in the Washington Post detailed the fact that TikTok has made little progress in combating the sale of illegal drugs on your platform. In fact, Colorado Attorney General Phil Weiser said that getting drugs on a platform like yours was nearly as convenient as using a phone to order a pizza or call an Uber. That same article mentions that law enforcement agencies have been frustrated by TikTok's lack of competition in the form of data sharing. In my view, TikTok has taken little action in response to this crisis. According to a May 2022 blog post from TikTok, you donated $125,000 or 0.001% of your 22 revenue to an anti-drug effort on your platform in the form of ad credits. You also redirected #drugs, #fentanyl, and other obvious hashtags away from posts selling drugs to a community resources page, as if a teenager looking for drugs is going to look for them at #drugs. Drug dealers have easily worked their way around this, using emojis and slang to communicate that they have drugs for sale. To this day, it is possible for anyone to log into your platform and acquire drugs, and the consequences of that can be fatal. What are you doing to move past these token efforts to prevent teenagers from accessing drugs on your platform? Look, as parents up here today, we may not understand everything about your platform. I'm not a tech guru. Many of us up here may not use exactly the right language, but we know when our kids are at risk, and our kids are at risk on your platform. So what are you going to do to move past these previous token efforts?
Congresswoman, we do take illegal drugs content on our platform very seriously. It violates our guidelines to proactively identify and remove them. And as you pointed out, if anybody searches for any drugs on our platform, we do point them to resources to help them with that. At the same time,
what
we've
resources?
also taken product changes. Like, for
Wait, what
example,
resources do you
we
point
don't
them to?
allow our under 16 users to use direct messaging. And the reason is because, we wanted to, there was a trade-off here. And we believe that, it will protect these younger users better from getting contacts from people trying to push illegal activities. So we will continue to work on it. Again, no company can be perfect at this. We're not saying we are.
Mr. Chu, I, with all due respect, the no company can be perfect line has been used way too much today. I'm going to reclaim my time. Clearly in the 3+ hours you've been before us today, what you're saying about Project Texas just doesn't pass the smell test. My constituents are concerned that TikTok and the Chinese Communist Party are controlling their data and seeing our own vulnerabilities. If you were an American company, we could look at your 10K, we could see who your shareholders are. The answer you provided earlier today, you'd rather not tell us what your compensation is or how it's derived. Well, no American CEO would like to tell us that, but they have to, because they're an American company. So what you're doing down in Texas, it's all well and good, but it is not enough for us to be convinced that our privacy is not at risk. So how can you say that you're protecting American users' privacy with the CCP being so heavily involved with ByteDance? It's not possible. China won't even carry your product. How is it that you can convince us that our privacy is not at risk? And more than that, our kids' privacy is not at risk in this country.
In my opening statement,
thank you, Madam Chair.
Gentlelady's time has expired. We're going to have to continue on. Gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Allen's recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Mr. Chief, for being here today. September 2021, the Wall Street Journal published an article titled "How TikTok Serves Up Sex and Drug Videos to Minors." This article gives a chilling depiction of the types of content that TikTok's algorithm is curating for our children. This article claims that your application served an account that was registered as a 13-year-old, quote, videos about drug use. It referenced.
I'm telling you, this is all going to lead down to like you're going to have to like register like an actual like ID to be able to gain access to social media. I'm telling you, it's leading down to that.
Was also found to have delivered countless videos depicting, quote, pornography and other adult content to the device of an account that was registered as a 13-year-old. Could you please explain to the members of this committee and parents across the country why your company deems it acceptable for such inappropriate content to be prominently featured on a Child's For You page?
A lot of the content that you mentioned, Congressman, are violative of our own policies, and we don't think they're acceptable, and we will remove them when we identify them. We take this very seriously. I mentioned this. This is an industry-wide challenge. We're investing as much as we can. We don't think
it's not wrong about
the
that
majority
too.
of the user's experience on TikTok, but it does happen. Some bad actors try and come in and post some of this content, and we're doing our best to invest as much as we can to remove them.
Well, I would say you're not doing enough. I have 14 grandchildren, Mr. Chu. You personally believe that such content is appropriate for minor children to consume?
A lot of the content that you mentioned, like porn, for example, is not allowed on our platform. So no, I do not think they're acceptable for young people to consume.
Earlier this week, the Wall Street Journal published an article titled, quote, TikTok's Chinese partner has another wildly popular app in the US. This app is called CapCut. Is a video editing tool to help users go viral on TikTok. While for obvious reasons, most of our attention is focused on TikTok and ByteDance, other companies and their applications are also continuing to exploit the privacy of Americans. TikTok, CapCut, Lark, FaceU, all of these apps are also controlled by ByteDance and pose serious privacy concerns. In 2022, it was reported that TopBuzz, an international version of ByteDance's censored Chinese news app, was used to spread pro-China messages to Americans. When it comes to the data privacy of Americans, we must have a clear set of guidelines to ensure Americans' data is protected and not
the same same energy with the
who could pose a threat to our security. I urge my colleagues to continue to work together to pass a national data privacy bill, not just one out of the House Energy and Commerce Committee, but also through the House of this Congress. It is the only systematic way we can address privacy concerns. Unfortunately, I've been given no reason to believe that TikTok does not pose a threat and cannot be trusted to follow our laws when they conflict with the desires of the Chinese Communist Party. Your firewall that you're talking about, if you had a bad actor in your what you call your Texas initiative, could get through that firewall and send any information that they wanted to send anywhere directly to the Chinese Communist Party. Would you deny that?
Congressman, this risk that you talk about exists for every company, bad actors.
I'm talking about TikTok, sir.
In fact, the risk is lower for us because these...
It is a risk, correct?
The personnel will be vetted. So the risk is actually lower than most companies in the industry.
You're not going to get them to like, this is like...
we have to deal with your company. And with that, Madam Chair, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Chair recognizes the gentleman from California, Mr. Peters, for five minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Chu, thanks for being here today. You know, your testimony discusses an effort your company has named Project Texas and the investments your company has made in creating a firewall between the United States user data and entities in China susceptible to influence by China's government. And with your company's recent announcement by CFIUS that CFIUS has instructed TikTok to separate itself from ByteDance or face a ban, TikTok's commitment to retaining this firewall is at a crossroads. So I want to ask you some questions about your company's long-term plans to ensure the safety and security of American data. And this, for me, is the crux of the concern for me about TikTok. First of all, does the Chinese government need to approve Project Texas for TikTok to agree to it?
Congressman, we have designed Project Texas to move forward in the United States. This is something that we have described at length in the written testimony and in my opening statement. The firewall of American data stored on American soil by an American company overseen by American personnel. This is designed to move forward in the United States.
But does the Chinese government need to approve Project Texas for you to agree to it?
We do not believe so.
How is TikTok considering the future
You don't
of Project
believe so?
Texas in the
Dude,
event
that's not a
of
good
sale
answer,
or other
man.
ownership changes? Are there elements of the project Texas that TikTok would change prior to, or?
I cannot speak on this hypothetical or on, on potential, owners who I cannot represent.
Okay, you don't know.
I don't know, yes.
Despite Project Texas's planned positive changes, it does include several broad exceptions that would allow large amounts of U.S. user data to routinely leave the country. I want to know a little bit more about these exceptions so I can understand whether Project Texas can live up to its promise protecting Americans' user data. I understand that under Project Texas, business data and public data will be permitted to regularly leave the United States. Is that correct?
Almost all the data is under the that's not public, is under the definition of protected data. This accepted data that you mentioned, I can get back to your team on this, is really for interoperability purposes, to make sure that the business can still operate and American users are still getting the benefit
Can you tell us
of a global platform.
where the data goes and how it's used by the company?
It will travel outside of the United States, but I can get back to you on the specifics. It's data that it cannot be used to identify users, so it really is data that ensures the interoperability of the platform.
And I understand that. I think we would want to have some understanding of how we would distinguish that by definition, and then also how it would be enforced.
I can get back to you on those specifics.
How is the U.S. data used to promote certain content back in the United States market, for instance?
I'm sorry?
So, you'll have U.S. data feed the. All right. Can you discuss when you discuss where the data goes and how it's used by the company? How and at what points of data transfer does the U.S. data feed the PRC developed algorithm used by TikTok? How would the data that you're talking about?
TikTok is not available in mainland China.
The PRC developed algorithm used by TikTok, how does U.S. data get fed?
Oh my God, dude, stop it.
The algorithm that leads to the U.S. app is in the Oracle Cloud infrastructure and is trained by U.S.
They're just trying to get him with these stupid gotchas, man.
It's not available in mainland China.
He's not gonna like
trust that these
admit.
exceptions for Project Texas won't be abused by China's government or by foreign adversaries.
This is the fourth commitment: transparency, third-party monitors, including the definitions of these exceptions, and we can.
I'm done. They're gonna repeal Section 230, man.
Would be that you want to get back to me in writing, that's fine. But how we would distinguish between the data for interoperability that you suggest needs to be shared with what data wouldn't be shared?
It's again, it's first of all, public
If
data.
anybody's wondering what I'm doing, I'm actually working on a thumbnail right now.
Definition, because public data.
This guy's never gonna admit, man, anything here.
And you want someone in
They're trying to make like this connect. Everyone knows that like China has like a certain level of control over every company that's like in China. By the way, those I've said it before. I'll keep saying it again. These companies don't want to have the Chinese government have this level of control. Why do you think ByteDance is moving over to the U.S.?
What oversight and enforcement we can count on?
Okay, I can get back to you on specifics.
Thank you.
Gentleman yields back.
Get back to you.
Gentleman from Texas, Mr. Pfluger is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Chu, I got to hand it to you. You've actually done something that in the last 3 to 4 years has not happened, except for the exception of maybe Vladimir Putin. You have unified Republicans and Democrats. And if only for a day, we're actually unified because we have serious concerns. Does TikTok support good? I mean, is TikTok a platform for good? Just yes or no?
I believe yes.
Okay. Does TikTok support freedom of speech?
Yes, it's one of the commitments I've given this committee.
Do you personally support the First Amendment?
Congressman, I'm here to talk about
As the CEO of TikTok?
Just say yes.
Here to talk about TikTok.
As the CEO of TikTok, do you support?
TikTok supports freedom of
speech.
Thank you.
Does TikTok support genocide?
Again, Congressman, I'm here to talk about TikTok.
Does TikTok support genocide? Does TikTok?
No.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, but I'm here to talk
I'm reclaiming my time. I'm going to go to a video now, and it's from Enes Kanter Freedom. And I'd like you to see Enes Kanter Freedom, who has spent his entire career post-MBA fighting against human rights violations within the Chinese Communist Party. Go ahead and play this video, which highlights a situation that allegedly shows some human rights violations inside China. Please play.
These motherfuckers don't give a shit about what's going on in China, dude. Come on, let's...
Mr. Chu, this was a video that was posted on TikTok by Enes Kanter Freedom. Are you familiar with this basketball player?
I'm not familiar with the specifics of this, but I can tell you that...
Are you familiar with the player Enes Kanter Freedom?
Congressman, I'm not familiar with this. You just have to open TikTok and just search for this kind of content. It really exists.
I've read the moderation policy. Let me just quote what you've talked about: content moderation. TikTok has a moderation policy, yes?
We do have community guidelines. That
one of the guidelines says material that in the sole judgment of TikTok is objectionable. Is this an example? Banning Enes Kanter Freedom, is that an example of objectionable material inside the Chinese Communist Party in mainland China?
Oh my God, fucking these same like talking points, dude.
1 week after this video.
There's like an important conversation to have. These people are not the ones that are capable of having it too.
If you need a note, go ahead.
The note says he's not banned.
His account was taken off 1 week after.
We can check on the specifics.
We can check. Yeah. So let's get to some other questions. Thank you for the slide. Your privacy policy states that you collect a great array of data: keystroke patterns, app file names and types, sometimes approximate location, GPS location. Are keystroke patterns and rhythms part of TikTok gathering the data that is gathered by TikTok?
If you're talking, Congressman, specifically about keystrokes, keystrokes, we do not engage in keystroke logging to monitor what the users say. Is to identify bots.
Okay.
It's for security purposes, and this is a standard industry practice.
You gather a lot of data, it's safe to say.
We don't believe we gather more than any other social media company.
TikTok gathers a lot of data because your value proposition, as you sat in my office and told me, was to connect people to each other around the world. You told me this in my office. So you gather data on what they like and what they don't like, and then you show them things that they don't know they like, but eventually they may. You told me this.
I think that's, I don't think that's what I said. What I said is that we connect people together, yes. These are interest signals, and that doesn't mean that we collect more data.
Are you aware of any instances of TikTok distributing content from Chinese state media?
I'm sorry?
Are you aware of any instances of TikTok distributing content from Chinese state media on the platform?
We will label them clearly for our users to understand that.
Do you disagree with FBI Director Wray and NSA Director Nakasone when they said that the CCP could have the capability to manipulate data and send it to the United States? Do you disagree with their statement?
Do you guys have the same fucking energy with like Russia and Facebook?
No, I don't disagree with that.
Okay, so it is possible that the CCP, under the auspices of ByteDance, which is your parent company, which you get paid from, has the ability to manipulate content that is being shared with 130 million Americans, yes?
Congressman, I just want to make sure I'm understanding all these questions. I don't disagree with them that there are data risks in general. That's what I meant.
There's a big data risk because
on us specifically.
Are there engineers located inside mainland China that work on TikTok? Not Douyin, but TikTok.
We are not the only company that has that.
Are there engineers inside mainland China currently working on the algorithm for TikTok?
Congressman, like I said,
as you told me in my office,
there are other companies that, as I told you in your office, there are.
By the way, I'm going to reclaim my time. Please rename your project. Texas is not the appropriate name. We stand for freedom and transparency, and we don't want your project. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentlelady from Tennessee is recognized for 5 minutes. Mrs.
This is exactly what this is like turning into.
Mr. Chu, for being here today. Both President Trump and now President Biden have backed forcing TikTok to sell to an American company. However, the Chinese Communist Party has put export controls on algorithms, ByteDance that power TikTok. And of course, this has created a gauntlet of regulatory hurdles in China and the US that prevented the sale of TikTok. Now, as a longtime business owner, I want to tell you, Mr. Chu, that waiting until your hands are forced will only drive down the price of your app. And right now, both your hands are tied. And you're going to have to make a decision about whether you choose freedom from the CCP or you continue to be an agent of the CCP. And I'll tell you why I say it that way. As a former member of Homeland Security, I point blank asked FBI Director Wray, is TikTok a national security threat? And without hesitation, sir, he looked at me and said, yes, Congresswoman, it is. Now, how much data is ByteDance collecting through TikTok that's worth continuing to fight this regulatory gauntlet? Why not take the money and run like any other company would do?
Congresswoman, we built Project Texas in order to safeguard, and we listened to the concerns that have been raised, and we're building something that's unprecedented, that no other company is offering to protect U.S. user interests. And we believe it is rigorous and robust. And we are even offering third-party transparency and monitors to come in to verify this. Frankly, I haven't heard any good reason why this doesn't work. I've heard a lot of rhetoric around this, but I haven't heard a good reason why it doesn't work.
Well,
I look forward to these conversations, by the way, with you.
Absolutely. Well, let me go down this road. When TikTok was unveiled to the public, its business model was solely based on generating revenue.
CEO here's earning his fucking paycheck from fucking TikTok, or ByteDance rather.
TikTok is embarking on becoming a so-called super app. In other words, it's a one-stop shop with everything you do, as Representative Fulcher said. It's reported that TikTok's algorithms are so powerful that owner ByteDance has begun to license it to other companies. TikTok's recommendation engine drives usage on the platform, and this leads to promises of quick exposure and fame that leads to even more people joining. And when you sign up, TikTok starts collecting data about you, your location, your gender, your age, your facial data. The user never gets to the end of the content, and that's by design. And obviously, that makes you a lot of money. Now, I know that the Chinese Communist Party is preventing ByteDance from selling TikTok due to export restrictions on the technology, and this causes me to question, how are you going to power TikTok with your Oracle servers located in the US with that Texas project, with ByteDance technology, if it can't leave China? How's that going to happen? I just want you to explain how it's going to happen.
Congresswoman, the way that we designed this is so that any piece of software that is impactful to the code that enters, that some technical details around this will be reviewed by a third party or a few third-party monitors, just to make sure that we're all comfortable with the code. I want to say this again. I don't know of any other company in my industry who is offering this level of transparency.
Well, why are there two different versions of apps, one in China and one in the United States?
It's just a different business.
Well, I think we all know the reason that the Chinese get a different version.
It's just a different business. You had to come up with a better answer than that, man. Come on. They're not going to get him on to say, like...
When you see 13-year-olds, 16-year-olds,
they're just getting sound bites for, like, re-election at this point.
In our society, it's deceptive and it's destructive comment.
I don't know why I thought this was going to be a little bit more than, like...
And the worst thing is that it's deliberate, sir. And that's not acceptable. And with that, Chairwoman, I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Gentlelady from Iowa, Ms. Miller-Meeks, recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and just like to thank our witness, Mr. Chu. Having been in the hot seat, so to speak, before when I was in State Senate, I know how challenging this can be, and thank you for your demeanor throughout all of this. But certainly, as you can see, in a bipartisan way, we have concerns, and those concerns are valid. And this is a yes or no question. Does TikTok track users' individual keystrokes?
Only for security purposes, for example, detecting bots, but we don't monitor what users say.
So the only purpose that you would monitor keystrokes is
how does that work, though?
Purposes.
I'm actually curious. He says like they only monitor keystrokes for security purposes, though. But if you're monitoring keystrokes to determine whether or not like a user is a bot or not, don't you then necessarily have to monitor like what's being said then? So how's that data not stored, tangentially to one another? That's the thing too. And how do we know like you're not storing it though? That's he said that a couple of times too. But like I just don't see how you can't like how you like don't rectify one or the other. So I can see where like you would monitor the keystrokes. A bot would probably type things out or whatever the case may be for whatever purpose, but versus like a human though. But how can you not monitor what's being said if you're monitoring like each keystroke though? So if I'm searching for like on Overwatch 2 clips, right? How do you not monitor? Are you not just storing that information though? And how does that algorithm work then? Determine whether or not the user's a bot or a person if you're monitoring the keystrokes of a person. It doesn't make any sense to me.
Or Twitter or in the other social media platforms. The concern, however, comes with where the technology is generated and whom it is owned by. And in the case of other companies, it is generated in the US, under US guidelines, under US privacy laws, with certain parameters versus generated through a parent company, ByteDance, which, as we know, is susceptible to the laws of the Chinese Communist Party, which has access to all of that.
God damn, they're all the Republic, like the Chinese Communist Party, the Chinese Communist Party.
That, TikTok has just reinstated Enos Kanter's account recently. So our concern, and the question I have for you is, why would China or the Chinese Communist Party be opposed to a forced sale of TikTok?
I cannot speak on behalf of the Chinese government. I can say that we designed Project Texas to take it forward here in the United States. And again, I believe it offers unprecedented protection for US user data.
Yeah, I think the problem is when there is a lack of transparency, then that leads people to believe that there's something more nefarious and that there is in fact data that is captured, is stored, and poses a risk not only to children in the United States, but also poses a risk to national security. With that, I yield the rest of my time to my colleague, Jay Obernolte.
Thank the gentlelady from Iowa for yielding. Mr. Chu, I'd like to continue our discussion about Project Texas and the technical details about what you're proposing to do. So you are migrating all storage of US user data to the Oracle Cloud infrastructure, and you think that that'll be done by the end of the year, was that right?
Again, I can get back to you on the technical parts of it. The migration today by default, all new US data is stored by default.
Sir, I'm just using what you said in your testimony in your opening here.
It is stored there by default. What I said in my testimony is I'm deleting legacy data that sits in Virginia and Singapore. That's the difference.
When this migration is complete, who will have access to that data?
Right now, a team called TikTok US Data Security, led by American personnel, they have access to that. We have begun this operations already.
Okay, but the app itself has access to the data, correct?
Only through them. Any employees that have the data are
Well, no, what I mean is like if I lose my iPhone and I reinstall the app and I put in my username and password, my app will reconnect to the mothership and download some of that data, my settings.
That's not the way it works. No, that's not the way it works. It will go through the Oracle Cloud infrastructure and that team that looks after this.
Yes, I realize that. So let me ask you this. What would prevent then someone with detailed technical knowledge of the way the app is constructed from creating an almost identical version of the app that could also access that data?
That's what we are giving you third-party monitors and transparency.
Yeah, but they're monitoring the source code for your app. I mean, ByteDance, these engineers have been working on this app for years. What would prevent them from making an app that could also access that data?
Congressman, I think we're going into the area where, what if there's a hacker? What if there's this? This is a common industry problem, as you know.
Well, I mean, it's just, I see my time's expired. It illustrates the point.
Okay.
I'm just skeptical that you're technically
Gentleman's time has expired. Gentlelady's time has expired. Mr. Chu, I recognize that we have run over. I appreciate your time. We have just a few members left and would appreciate the chance for them to get to answer or ask their 5 minutes worth of questions. Gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Griffith, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Mr. Chu, you share legal counsel lawyers with ByteDance, yes or no?
Yes, we do.
And you testified that you prepared extensively with your legal team for this hearing, yes or no?
With my team in DC, including the
Including some of your legal counsel?
Yes.
Right. And did they tell you about the report to the Australian Senate of March 14th that I referenced earlier? Did they tell you that that report was out there, yes or no?
I cannot recall how I found out about the report.
But you know about the report?
I can check
Okay.
and, yeah.
And did they tell you to favorably cite the Citizens Lab in your written testimony today, yes or no?
Congressman, I need to get back to you on specifics.
They helped you with the preparation of your written statement.
That's
didn't
me.
they?
The team prepares, yes.
Yes.
He's on the hot seat,
and
man.
Did they tell you that the director of Citizen Lab says he has called out your company for misrepresenting their report repeatedly and did so as late as yesterday? Did they tell you about that, yes or no?
Congressman, the Citizen Lab is saying they cannot prove a negative, which is what I've been trying to do for the last 4 hours.
All right. But you cited it favorably as saying that it did positive things for you. That being said, let me ask you this. You keep talking about transparency, but you haven't been transparent with us here today. You were asked earlier by Mr. Hudson if you own stock in ByteDance. You said you didn't want to reveal that. Well, we're trying to figure out what the ties are between ByteDance and TikTok. I'm not going to ask you how many shares you own, but do you own shares in ByteDance, sir?
Yes, I do.
All right, there you go. How about in TikTok?
Right now, all employees own shares in one entity.
I expected that. I just don't understand why you didn't tell Mr. Hudson that and were transparent earlier. Instead, you made us drag it out of you. All right. Now, let's talk about the kids. You told several of our folks that there was a 60-minute deadline. You also told us that if you were under the age of 18, you couldn't access the live section, the live option. So I texted my 17-year-old and my 15-year-old, and I basically got scoffs back, when I said, are you all limited to 60 minutes? My older son said, well, there is a notice I get from time to time that says I shouldn't be on more than 60 minutes, but it never has kicked me off. And my younger son said, oh, I'm on as long as I want to be. So I'm just informing you, whoever told you, particularly if it was your legal team, that that's not accurate. That they're on for more than 60 minutes and they can access the live section. I believe it was Mr. Carter that you said they couldn't, under 18, access the live, being on live section. He's done it. So whatever it is you think you're doing, it ain't getting done. Now, let's talk about the law for a minute. You share legal team, but you keep talking about how you got a firewall between you and ByteDance. You can't have an effective firewall under the United States interpretation of such if you're sharing legal counsel, because anything that you say to your legal counsel, they can share internally. If you've got the same lawyers, now maybe you have two different teams of lawyers in the law firm, but that's not what you said to us today. You said you share lawyers. There is no firewall legally. I'm just telling you. So if you want to clean it up and be transparent, you need to do something about that. Wouldn't you agree, yes or no? That you need to do something about that.
Congressman,
You'll look into it. I know. You'll look into it. You've been looking into it all the time. All right, you told Dr. Burgess when asked if your employees, if your employees who were members of the Chinese Communist Party had access to TikTok data from the U.S., you said you didn't know who was a member of the Communist Party. But then to Congressman Wahlberg, you said that the CEO of TikTok was not a member of the Chinese Communist Party. And to Congressman Kelly, you said the founder of TikTok was not a member of the Communist Chinese Party. Sir, either you know who is and isn't a member of the Chinese Communist Party or you don't. Which one is it? I submit that you know, and you just aren't giving us the straight story. Clearly, you know, but you denied that to Dr. Burgess.
I can ask one or two people, but we have no policy to ask all the employees. I can ask one or two people, but who are in.
But it's reasonable to assume that with a significant number of members of the country of China being members of the Chinese Communist Party, logic would tell us, you're a logical man, I assume. Logic would tell us that there are a fair number of your employees who are members of the Chinese Communist Party.
Oh my God.
At least a dozen or
so.
All
right, let's get back to this.
Who have access to this data. Isn't that so?
Again, like I said, I can ask one or two people. We don't have a policy to ask everybody.
I said earlier, you're living in some kind of a cloud world. Because either you know or you don't know. I yield back. Thank you, ma'am.
Gentleman from South Carolina, Chair recognizes for 5 minutes, Mr. Duncan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think what's been revealed today, there's not a degree of separation between ByteDance and TikTok. I'd like to enter in the record Heritage Foundation document, TikTok generation as CCP official.
Sorry about that.
Without objection, so ordered.
And I'd like to yield the balance of my time to Kelly Armstrong from North Dakota.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Chu, the TikTok privacy policy details extensive data collection on users. One line states that we may collect information about you from other publicly available sources. What publicly available data is TikTok collecting and adding to the profiles of users?
It will be publicly available, but I can get back to you on specifics.
Okay, what is the purpose of obtaining even more data on your users?
I can get back
beyond
to you
the
on
data
specifics.
collected from the platform?
We collect data. We want to give our users, by the way, a lot of transparency on what data we collect. We give them choices on the controls of their own privacy settings. And it really is to serve them a better experience. This is the reason why so many people love the app. It's a great experience.
So how does the non-TikTok related data service provider relate to the service provided?
I need to check the specifics and understand the question and get back to you.
Okay. Do you think the average TikTok user knows that you are and understands that TikTok's data collection extends to information outside the use of the app?
We do give transparent information on this, and like I said, I don't believe we collect more information than most of the social media platforms out there.
Well, and the reason I ask this is because I'm going to go back into the corporate structure. You described that TikTok is a subsidiary of ByteDance. Mr. Griffith just said that you guys share the same lawyers. You have stated that your direct report is the CEO of ByteDance.
I don't remember this map.
You also stated that at certain levels, TikTok operates without direct daily control from ByteDance. You have used content moderation as an example for that. TikTok's privacy policy states that you may share user data within your corporate group. Does that corporate group include ByteDance?
If you are talking about that one entity that has the share for Chinese media licensing purposes, I think it's called Beijing Douyin Services. If you're talking about that entity of the government share, the answer is, we have cut off all access of U.S. data sets to that.
So
employees of the entity.
But your user privacy, so your corporate, ByteDance is part of your corporate.
ByteDance is the company. So yeah, you're talking about the other entities within the group.
So you just testified that you firewalled. That statement, so you're saying the TikTok executives that operate independently of ByteDance, does that statement not hold for sharing of access to data?
Well, I was talking about that one entity that has, many of you have raised some concerns. That's the entity that I'm talking about. The entity with the Chinese government's investment that is for the purpose of Chinese internet licensing for the Chinese business.
Let me ask it a different way. What other entities have access to TikTok user data?
But after Project Texas, we're going to move it so that only the TikTok user data security has controlled the access to that data.
Okay, so, and we can bring you back after Project Texas is done, but right now, what other entities have access to TikTok's user data?
That's only by requirement. It's really only by requirement. Certain employees may require some access of data to help build the product. But for U.S. native of Project Texas, and by the end of the year,
if this is your privacy policy today, like I understand what you're telling us, what's potentially going to happen in the future. I have concerns again about CFIUS.
I fucked up with the
private organization, all of that. I'm just saying this is your user agreement today. So
well, hold on, wait up, guys.
Says that you share access with your corporate group. You're telling me what's going to happen whenever Project Texas gets done. I'm asking you today, who has access to
in our user agreement, in our privacy policy, we also added a link so that our users in the U.S. can inform on Project Texas. The link is there.
So the link is there to I understand what you're trying to do moving forward. I have my own concerns about that. But we're sitting here today in a hearing, and your privacy policy is different than your testimony. Your privacy policy specifically says that you can share user data within your corporate group. So are you saying even though your privacy policy says that, you're not doing it?
Like I said, I don't think there's any contradiction. Like I said, Project Texas, when it's done, we firewall off the data. We still have some legacy data in Virginia and Singapore that we started deleting, and will be done by the end of this year.
So at the end of this year, then you won't share it. Does that mean you're sharing it today?
Look, I don't believe so, but there is some big data.
Why haven't you changed your privacy policy? Why haven't you updated it?
We did update it, and we gave our users more information on Project Texas. We did update it.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Texas. Chair recognizes for 5 minutes, Mr. Crenshaw.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Chu, for bringing Republicans and Democrats together. I appreciate that. I want to get right to the critical point of concern. So TikTok is able to collect massive amounts of personal data. That means it could, if it desired, to use this data to influence narratives and your friends, create disinformation campaigns, encourage self-destructive behavior, purposely allow drug cartels to communicate freely and organize human drug trafficking. It is then all social media companies would. Here's the difference. It is only TikTok that is controlled by the partners of the social media companies are not. Do you agree that TikTok is controlled by the CCP?
No.
The barrier is weakened. I thought you'd say that. I disagree, as you thought I might say. Here's why I disagree. Your parent company is ByteDance, right?
That's correct.
It is correct. So, many of the workers who work at ByteDance, they're
Okay.
Communist Party members, right?
I wouldn't know.
Well, I think, for example, the chief editor at ByteDance, Zhang Buping, is the Communist Party secretary, correct?
He works on the Chinese business, not on TikTok.
Right. He works at ByteDance, the parent
He works on the Chinese business.
Right. The parent company of TikTok.
The Chinese business is called Douyin.
Yeah, but it's all associated with ByteDance, right?
So ByteDance owns a number of businesses.
Right.
They are.
You all report to ByteDance. Everybody's part of ByteDance. Okay. And do you know of any other employees that work for ByteDance that are part of the Chinese Communist Party?
Let's be honest too, like
I said,
ByteDance is a large company that has multiple subsidiaries. It's the same thing here in the U.S. too with
members of the CCP, right? I mean, the CCP holds what's called a golden share in ByteDance that allows the CCP to control one board seat in ByteDance. That's publicly.
That's not correct.
Not correct. It's publicly reported. It is good.
You can on our website we have updated it.
Shit.
Share in a subsidiary that is.
I need someone to help me out here.
It has nothing to do with TikTok, and it's for the purposes of content licensing in China.
So there's not an internal CCP committee, which is a regular thing that happens in China. They have a CCP committee internally inside the company.
I run TikTok. I cannot represent the Chinese business.
Talking about ByteDance. No arrangement in ByteDance? So
Again,
here's the main point of concern.
He does own
China's
shares in
2017
ByteDance. He did admit
National
that.
Intelligence Law states very clearly that, quote, any organization or citizen shall support, assist, and cooperate with state intelligence work in accordance with the law and maintain the secrecy of all knowledge of state intelligence work. In other words, ByteDance and also your TikTok employees that live in China, they must cooperate with Chinese intelligence whenever they are called upon. And if they are called upon, that would include you. Mr. Chu, if the CCP tells ByteDance to turn over all data that TikTok has collected inside the U.S., even within Project Texas, they have to do so, according to Chinese law.
Congressman, first, I'm Singaporean. So
That's fine, but there are employees of yours and ByteDance in China.
we understand this concern. In opening statements,
Oh, that's got
security
fucked.
concerns, we didn't try to avoid them or trivialize them. We built something where we take that data and put it out of reach. This is what we did. We put it out of reach.
Out of reach, but they own you.
No, we put it out of reach by ignoring them.
ByteDance owns TikTok. If ByteDance is and the CCP owns ByteDance because the CCP owns everybody. So by law, they can make them do whatever they want, and they say that by law you can't tell anyone about it. So they can make you hand over that data. Is that correct?
Data is stored here in American soil by an American company overseen by American.
We thought that, but we thought TikTok user data has been easily accessed from China when you say there hasn't. Here's the other thing, following back on my colleague's line of questioning, in your own privacy policy, it says you may share information with the so-called corporate group. You might be part of that corporate group.
They're talking about the share of the entity with the share. like I shared with the previous is ByteDance part of the corporate group?
Oh.
ByteDance as a holding company is part of the corporate group. Yes.
Someone's got like a revive.
Your own privacy policy says you have to share data with ByteDance. And if the CCP says,
thank you,
ByteDance, you're going to do what we say, and you can't tell anyone about it because by law, according to that 2017 National Intelligence Law, they have to do it. That's our concern. You just haven't done it yet. But my point is that you might have to. That's where our concern comes from. I mean, over 300 TikTok employees have worked for China's state-run propaganda media. That's just from looking at the LinkedIn profile. Okay, so my last point is this. I want to say this to all the teenagers out there and TikTok influencers who think we're just old and out of touch and don't know what we're talking about. Favorite app. May not care that the data is being accessed now, but it will be one day when you care about it. And here's the real problem. The data comes out. They can choose what you see and how you see it. They can make you believe things that are not true. They can encourage you to engage in behavior that will destroy your life. Even if it is not happening yet, it could in the future. The long-term goal of the Chinese Communist Party is the demise of the American power, and that starts with our youth. At any moment, they could demand that all of TikTok's data be used to design an AI algorithm with the sole purpose of promoting Chinese interests and destroying our society from within. You want to know why Democrats and Republicans have come together on this? That's why we are so concerned. Thank you, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. I remind the members they have 10 business days to submit questions for the record. I ask our witness to respond to the questions promptly. Pursuant to committee rules, I ask unanimous consent to enter the documents from the staff list into the record without objection. So ordered. Members should submit their questions by the close of business on April 6th. Without objection, the committee is adjourned.
And that's it, folks. I mean, most of it, let's be honest with you, it's just them like trying to get some clips to show to. But there's some real like privacy concerns with like what data, how much data they collect, the connections between like ByteDance and the Chinese government, and the data collected by TikTok, then given to ByteDance, and is ByteDance then giving that to the Chinese government so the Chinese government can engage in counterintelligence operations against the U.S. It is known that China and Russia, they do engage in that stuff here in the U.S. The question is whether or not whether or not, the question is whether or not if we do something about this too, what's the extent in which that we do it? We're just gonna let them rabble-rouse for a little bit, but maybe we'll catch like a conversation or anything like that. But this is like a growing concern too. But I don't think that the actors that are involved, especially the Republican Party, are coming in from an honest way too. It's like China. But this isn't just like the TikTok and ByteDance and the Chinese government. It's U.S. companies too. What data are they using? All right. So that's it. I'm kind of wondering now what's gonna happen. Oh, you are fucked, dude. Yo, where's the healing? Where's the healing? Bro, where's the healing at? Who's the two? Where's the healing at, dude? You have one tank. Bro, no offense, like healers now, you have to be like on point, dude. You guys gotta be able to like one-on-one her. I'm sorry. Fuck. Come on, guys. Come on. Steady. You guys are like breaking off like that too. I pushed him off. Why are you guys chasing him?
Why's the payload stopped?
Push, 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 push. They can't. That Somber's coming in that back line, and they're all breaking off instead of like all of them just concentrating on her. And like, there's no call outs. There's no like, oh, there's like she's like back here or something like that too. Don't let her like get into the back. I don't know what to tell you guys, but you have to like make call out. This game requires like a certain level of like cooperation. You guys have to like pump it out. Cause I have a Discord orb on me. Oh. Who's our DPS? We got a Widow and we have a Hans.
Sojourn en route.
God damn, like nobody's like going off fucking. Fuck it, I'll go off hog. What do you want? You want like a fucking.
Only in unity will we find strength. Get to the payload. 10 seconds remaining.
We are running out of time.
Let's move the payload together.
Let the dragon consume you. Into the iris.
Hey Mazzy, why don't you get on mic and like fucking say something to my fucking face, dude? Why don't you fucking step up your game, motherfucker? Stop talking shit in fucking chat.
I learn from my mistakes.
Get on voice, motherfucker. Get on voice. Come on. Get in chat, man. Why don't you get in fucking chat? Get in voice chat. You talking a lot of fucking shit, man, in a quick play match. That's what I fucking thought, you little bitch. Get the fuck out of here, man. Jesus Christ. These motherfuckers need to chill the fuck out. Fuck this shit, dude.
Hitting the ground running.
We got everybody in.
Systems impaired.
Oh. Yeah, this fucking shit sucks. I'm like fucking just like out of it now. Oh, fuck this shit, dude. So fucking just like.
30 seconds remaining.
The fuck out of here with this fucking bullshit. That fucking Mazzy guy like pissed me the fuck off, dude. Getting sick and tired of these fucking guys running their fucking mouth. If you're gonna run your motherfucker, if you're gonna run your fucking mouth, get the fuck out of here. Oh. You know, run your fucking mouth in fucking chat. Get in fucking voice chat. Talk shit then. Get the fuck out of here. Yeah. Bro, get off hog. You're free. Okay, then I switched off a hog because I wasn't fucking getting the hook. Wish we had tank and not a sponge. Either is directed at your ass. Then fucking queue up for tank, motherfucker. If you have a fucking problem. So fucking sick of these fucking people doing a quick play match. Jesus Christ. If you want to play like something like sweaty, go to fucking comp then. Jesus Christ.
My throne is where I say it is. Is this one a scrap or a heist? I wasn't listening.
No unnecessary risks.
We're playing by my rules. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Attack commencing. Capture objective A.
Get the fuck out of here, dude. Playing tank since like fucking day one of OV1.
Let's go get him!
Objective A captured. Over here. Escort the payload. Hey, it's Eagle. I need help.
Bro, then peel off, my guy. Oh, fuck. I completely missed that. Alright, somebody. Oh. Of course.
Got something to kill here!
The payload has reached.
Let the Kitsune guide you! Time for the
Oh. Yeah, maybe we move on to. Oh.
We find strength. Now.
I am strong and new. I require assistance. Favorite part.
heroes never die.
The fuck out of here, man. Dude, that last guy really fucking. It just bothered the shit out of me, too.
Play of the game.
That woke me up though. I kind of needed that though. I'm not gonna lie. I kind of needed that to just like to wake me up because I was like getting like tired. I needed that to like wake me up. Is he? No, this is live. This is.
And mitigate.
And it's a commitment to keep this
Let me
free
ask
from
you
it.
this.
Alright, so that's full event. Let's see. This is, I think it was afterwards, right? House Republicans hold news conference on TikTok ban. So there's a House session right now going on.
MAGA Republicans who want to start a fake culture war targeting some of the most vulnerable kids in America in our kids' classrooms. Shame on you. If you want to support parents, let's fully fund our public schools and sharpen our focus on special education programs. Let's figure out how we recruit and retain talented teachers. Let's get our kids and educators the mental health resources they desperately need. And let's leave the power to decide.
The gentlewoman has yielded 30 seconds.
And let's leave the power to decide what's best for students at the local level. Mr. Speaker, I support parents' rights, but this bill has nothing to do with that. Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to introduce for the record a letter expressing serious concern with this legislation from the National Association of School Psychologists. And I yield.
The gentlewoman's request will be covered by general leave. The gentleman from Virginia reserves. The gentlewoman from North Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Allen.
The gentleman from Georgia is yielded 2 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. And Mr. Speaker, I mean, there's no question that over the past several years, we've seen parents being denied the right to make decisions about their children's education.
That is a complete lie.
I don't quite understand the argument from the other side. The reason I stand before this body today is not because I happen to be in Washington. It's because I'm representing parents in my district who want to know what their children are being taught and what they're required to read. In fact, you know, parents in across this country, certain groups have gone so far as to label the parents domestic terrorists just because they wanted to say in their children's education. That's what we're talking about today, is giving control back to the parents of our children. Folks, this is not the way our education was created, and it's not the way it's supposed to work. Allowing families to have a say in their children's education should not be a controversial subject. I don't get it. Parents have a right to know what is being taught to their children, to give consent for medical evaluation, and to be heard. My goodness, it's in the top 10. Honor thy father and thy mother. Unfortunately, we've seen Washington Democrats and outside groups push to radically reshape our education system by injecting divisive concepts and curriculum into our schools and classrooms, regardless of whether families approve.
Oh my God.
Fulfill our commitment to America by building a future that's built on freedom, for crying out loud. A future where parents' rights are protected and families are given a sense of safety. I'm calling on all my colleagues to join us in support of H.R. 5, the Parent Bill of Rights. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentlewoman from North Carolina is served. The gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Chairman,
The gentleman from Virginia has 29 minutes. The woman from North Carolina has 31 minutes.
Mr. Chairman, I yield 2.5 minutes to the gentlewoman from Florida.
Fuck.
The gentlewoman from Florida is yielded 2.
That was a good like EMP. That is like that was a good EMP too. I fucked up. That was my fault.
Which we should really call the Politics Over Parents Act. As a mom of 3, let me be clear about what this legislation would do. It opens the door to gagging educators, parents, and students, and turns classrooms into archaic tools for a vocal extremist minority. Worse, it undermines what any mother wants for her child, a supportive classroom space that provides a fact-based education and practical life and critical thinking skills. Let's look at the colossal education nightmare unfolding in
Me
my
too.
Florida right
I'm
now.
gonna have to switch off from.
And his stooge Florida lawmakers
Oh, we've been doing all right there.
from discussing their menstrual periods with one another while in school. They are
Honestly.
already banning books.
Her fucking. I just hate her.
Barring certain elements of African Americans' history from being taught in school. Governor DeSantis and his radical allies are also waging a cruel campaign to marginalize Florida's LGBTQ+ community and suppress the history.
Oh fuck.
The Republican revival of the lavender scare includes shutting down businesses and passing a Don't Say Gay law that bans classroom discussions of sexual orientation and gender identity, even in high school. Like a cancer, this hateful law has spread, with Republicans now censoring educators on a wide variety of topics. So it's no surprise my colleagues across the aisle want to export these same dangerous policies across America. Make no mistake, H.R. 5 undermines teachers, and instead of offering students more support, it effectively denies it. The result of this law in Florida has cleared bookshelves and canceled coursework and an AP exam on African American history. As a mother whose children attended public schools, I speak for millions of moms when I say all we want for our children is a safe learning environment that ensures they discover the wider world and not force them to grow to be narrow-minded, ignorant adults. But this legislation just hands a vocal and extreme minority of parents the power to dictate what every American child learns. And to all my business-friendly Republicans, every classroom move to censor and ban leaves our children even less competitive on the global stage. Mark my words. Take it from this mom. We should reject this misguided legislation and instead unite to build classrooms where every child gets the resources and support they need to succeed in the 21st century. And Mr. Chairman, with that, I ask unanimous consent to enter the letter from the first focus campaign for children into the record, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman's request is covered by General Lee. The gentleman from Virginia reserves. The gentlewoman from North Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I yield 2 minutes to the gentlewoman from Oregon, Ms. Chavez-DeRemer.
The gentlewoman from Oregon is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. I rise today as a proud mother of twin daughters. As a parent, I know moms and dads agree that we all want what's best for our children. That's one of the reasons why it's so difficult for us to let our sons and daughters to go on their first day of kindergarten.
Oh shit, they fucking got me.
An enormous amount of trust in our teachers and administrators to do what's best for our children. But at the end of the day, nobody will understand a child's interests and needs more than the people who love them most, their parents. So it's easy to understand why parents want to have the right to know what's going on inside the classroom. It's their responsibility.
I need healing. I need healing. I need healing. My healing's like fucking nerfed right now.
In their child's education. During the committee markup on this bill, I was honored to lead 2 proposals that are now included. One will help parents better understand the priorities of their children's school by bringing much-needed clarity to school budgets. The other sets both parents and teachers up for success by simplifying the curriculum feedback process. My proposals build on 2 of the 5 core principles of the Parents' Bill of Rights. Parents have the right to know what their children are being taught, and parents have the right to see the school's budget.
Holy shit.
I will always fight to protect parental involvement and to put parents first. I'm proud to support the Parents' Bill of Rights. With that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
The gentlewoman from North Carolina reserves. The gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Kentucky, Mr. McCarthy.
The gentleman from Kentucky is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in opposition to H.R. 5, a bill that promotes conflict over clarity, callousness over kindness, and politics over problem solving. I'm speaking today not just as a member of Congress, but as a parent of 3 young children, 2 of whom attend public schools in Louisville, Kentucky, and 1 who will be soon.
Damn.
Parents should be
Yeah.
involved
You guys have to like take care of like their healers, man. You have to like take care of their healers. We're going like I'm not the damage output. I can hold them off too, but like you have to.
No band because of the 5th grade music.
Oh shit! Fuck.
Not involved. The reason the American Library Association opposes this bill is because H.R. 5 clearly opens the door to deprive our kids of fact-based education. And it's part of a larger effort to ban free expression.
God damn, she fucking.
Even Cato thinks it's unconstitutional. Now, like a lot of parents, we had to step in and teach them during the beginning of the pandemic. It wasn't easy. And I can assure you that curriculum should be ultimately determined by experts, not untrained individuals with extremist views. In addition to restricting parents' rights, H.R. 5 hurts some of our most vulnerable kids in the LGBT. According to the Trevor Project, one LGBTQ youth attempts suicide every 45 seconds. 45 seconds. Why? Why are we being more cruel? I believe, not just in politics but in life, we're judged by how we treat those on the margins. So my message to my colleagues is simple. Stop being mean to kids. We can be involved and inclusive. Normally we warn our kids about dealing with bullies in their classes. We shouldn't have to warn them about bullies in adults. Message is simple, and I urge my colleagues to vote against.
Chairman rise. Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Virginia reserves. The gentlewoman from North Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I yield 1.5 minutes to the gentleman from Mississippi, Mr. Guest.
The gentleman from Mississippi is yielded 1.5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, in many places across our great nation, parents are being denied. Being denied a voice in discussions around what they're
Oh, I'm getting like fucking destroyed here.
As Republicans in our commitment to America, we make a promise to establish the rights of parents to protect their children from indoctrination in our classrooms. As a product of the public school system and father of 2 sons who graduated from public school,
dude.
I understand the significant role our schools played in the education of our future leaders. However, far-left ideas have seeped into America's classrooms.
That Ryan can play, man. The Shield.
Education and indoctrination. We cannot allow that to continue. This bill
Sure.
protects the rights of parents. The rights of parents to know what their children are being taught, what their children are hearing in school. The right to see the budgets that the school is spending. The right to protect their children's privacy and the right to keep their children safe.
That shit was good, man.
This bill protects those parents who want to play a role in their child's life and to protect their children from indoctrination in the classroom. I encourage all my colleagues to support this critical and common sense piece of legislation. Thank you.
Dude, their healers, it was just so much output. We had to like really like concentrate.
From Virginia is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I yield 1 minute to the gentlewoman from Virginia, the newest member of the House, Ms. McClellan.
The gentlewoman from Virginia is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise today in strong opposition to H.R. 5. I am the mother of 2 young children who you saw stand with
Be
me
honest with
in
you,
this very
like
chamber 2
DPS, like
weeks
nowadays,
ago.
they just have to concentrate on the back
I
line.
have daily conversations with the parents in my district about their hopes and concerns. And I can assure you, they have a seat at the table in the schoolroom.
God damn, man.
And they are not
fucking
concerned
cruel
with
as shit.
banning books,
Average nose
censoring
skill.
our curriculum, or dictating what bathrooms students use. Parents want increased resources for mental and behavioral health services, inclusive school environments that foster critical thinking and learning, and more funding to repair outdated and crumbling school buildings and address security issues. They want their children to learn a complete and accurate history of our country and our world. And they want the peace of mind that their children are safe. 3 days after my son stood with me on this floor and watched me take the oath of office, One of his classmates shot
Oh,
himself
goddamn, what was that?
accidentally with an unsecured gun, and he died. It was a devastating loss for our community.
If you die, you were yielded an additional 30 seconds.
It was a devastating loss for our community and the community at large. These are the issues that matter to parents as they deal with the fallout of that incident. These are the issues they're talking about, but H.R. 5 does nothing to address these priorities, but will create unnecessary reporting requirements and divert critical resources away from meeting the real needs of our students and families. I urge
Might have to
our
adjust my
colleagues to
camera
vote
again.
no on the Politics Over Parents Act, and I yield back my time.
Gentleman from Virginia reserves. The gentlewoman from North Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Muser.
The gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you. I appreciate the esteemed gentle lady from North Carolina and for allotting me some time here today. I rise in support of H.R. 5, Parents' Bill of Rights. As parents, we put trust in our local schools and teachers and expect our children are receiving appropriate education. In most cases, they do. We have all had good teachers that have positively impacted our lives and our children have. And we're very grateful for that. We'll remember them forever.
Whoa.
In recent years, for varying reasons, there have been well-known instances where the trust between schools and parents has been eroded, in fact broken. Primarily, those issues stem from parents being excluded or having their participation in the education process removed, such as curriculum review being very limited. Everyone agrees that such instances, whether they occur often or infrequently, should not happen. When they do, they're unacceptable. As a father, I know that for mom and dad, there is nothing more precious than their children. Being included in the education process should be a parent's right, especially as taxpayers. Any rational adult, whether parent or educator,
Push me out of that fucking immortality field.
involvement should be. Parents should have the right to be heard and to know what their child is being taught. Parents should have the right to see the school budget. Parents
It's good,
should have
Diva.
the right to be alerted if there are instances of violence or problems in the child's school. Parents are not asking too much. They're simply asking to be involved to help create a strong family, a better education for all. Our responsibility as elected officials is to honor their requests. Guarantee they will be included in the education process and school activities. That is why Republicans, the Republican majority, put forth the Parents' Bill of Rights. And I urge my colleagues to support legislation. And I do agree.
Gentlewoman from North Carolina. Gentleman from Virginia.
Shit, I should have waited till she got off the boost. Nah, I lost it. I lost the super.
To enter into the record a statement from equity-minded education, civil rights, and immigration advocates on H.R. 5 that concludes that we urge Congress to focus on real and meaningful efforts to truly support our students, parents, and teachers, and to stop using parents as a decoy to launch political attacks on our schools. Another 11th way, which concludes protecting our abilities for parents to make the best decisions for their children is a fundamental American value.
She's gonna take me.
Proposal is a serious distraction from what our students really need right now, be learning in an academically challenging and safe environment that engages families and teachers in true partnership to support students.
The gentleman's 2 requests are covered by General Lee.
And I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Lansing.
The gentleman from Ohio is recognized for 2
All
minutes.
right. We really do need to like.
This controversial and highly dangerous bill, H.R. 5. I am a former teacher. My parents are teachers. I've been doing child education advocacy my entire career. And my wife and I are parents of 2 public school children right now. This is our lives. This is what we do day in and day out. So I want to be very clear so that my colleagues understand what rights I have as a parent, which are the same
Like,
rights that all
whoever like, I do need like more.
in America have if their children are in
I know that guy was. I don't know if like he was dead or not. You have to like pump out like more healing.
I have that right, Madam Speaker. I can ask about the book.
You have to like pump out more, man.
Ask about the budget.
Like I could
Of
take.
course, I can get information about the medical condition, information about my children. I have that right now. My colleagues have to know this. And if they didn't, and this is news to them.
Dude, you have to keep pumping it, keep pumping it out.
This new national ban and set of controls will simply lead to our schools, our teachers, and many of our parents
Oh
drowning
my
in
God.
lawsuits. I offered 2 amendments. One was a litigation shield to help protect
DPS has to like take care of the healers, man. That's the only thing. Like they're keeping that diva up the entire time.
The district does not want to be part of this because I believe in local control, as do most of the people in my district.
Push now.
They believe in local control. Let school districts opt out. But it's not about local control. This is about taking a small, teeny ideology and forcing it on the rest of us. And as a parent, I can say on behalf of so many parents, leave us
Did
alone.
nothing, dude.
Leave us alone. We need...
The gentleman's recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
What is that?
We need politicians at the state level, DC politicians with this bill to get out of our lives. Get out of our doctor's offices. Get out of our classrooms. And as a parent, get out of my house. Let me parent my child. Please, I urge my colleagues to vote no on H.R. 5. Thank you, and I yield back.
The gentleman reserves, and the gentlelady from North Carolina is recognized.
That diva like knew what she was doing.
Gentlelady reserves, and the gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I yield 2 minutes to the gentlewoman from Oregon, Ms. Bonamici.
Thank you. Thank you so much for yielding, and thank you, Madam Speaker. Today, the National Parents Union released a new poll that supports an alternative version of H.R. 5 and does not support H.R. 5 in the least. In fact, the majority of people believe that the Bill of Rights should guarantee that students have access to a high-quality, well-rounded education with resources to support their individual needs. They overwhelmingly agree that parents' own personal beliefs should not prevent other students from accessing certain curriculum and materials. The majority encourage teaching topics like women's history, Black history, Native American history, Latino, Latina, and Hispanic history. The majority of parents want Congress to focus on issues like anti-bullying measures in schools and providing students with access to career and technical education and academic tutoring. They rank requiring public schools to provide parents with a list of books and reading materials in the library as the least important priority for Congress compared to other issues. They say that public schools should teach about and discuss concepts like kindness, empathy,
Oh, these guys already fucking started.
and colleagues, 90% say that students should have access to high-quality, well-rounded education. 90% say that students should be protected from any form of discrimination against them at school. 89% say that students should be taught using educational materials that are historically accurate. 80% say students should be taught using educational materials that reflect the diversity of the United States. 83% students should be taught about how government works so they can be prepared to participate.
That sounds about right.
My colleagues, H.R. 5 misses
So-
the mark. Please,
Oh,
vote
shit.
it down.
Did they fucking-
I will be offering a substitute amendment. We have something we can stand for that will really, truly address the needs of students and parents. And Madam
So what happened
Speaker,
here?
I would like to introduce into the
wow.
record a letter from the Council of the Great City Schools in opposition to H.R. 5. And I yield back.
That request will be covered under general leave. The gentlewoman from North Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I recognize myself for such time as I may consume.
Gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you. It's been a pleasure to work on the Parents' Bill of Rights Act. While working on this bill, I've heard from parents groups who've offered their support. I'd like to mention what just a few of them said. The Independent Women's Voice wrote, "The Parents' Bill of Rights Act acknowledges parents' fundamental right to make decisions for their children. Parents do not simply turn children over to government schools with the assumption that the school will make every decision without parental input.
All right.
As parents, we have a right to direct the
Backfill
upbringing,
game.
care, and education of our children. The Concerned Women for America legislative action.
They nerfed the
Committee
shit out of
said,
fucking Junker Queen, man.
Americans have been awakened to the
They should not
troubling
have,
fact that public schools are failing our children.
They had to do something. They
The
gave her like a
lack of
little bit.
educational
Didn't like,
standards
isn't
with the
her
radical
buff
ideologies
just
being
applies to
taught in
her
the
too?
classroom have led more
In
and
reality,
more
like it's not
parents
really an
to
engagement tool.
question the public education system. This act
I like this idea of her
reasserts the
like
proper role
stacking
of
bleeds though.
parents in their children's education.
I got no skins for her.
Finally, Parents Defending Education Action.
Sugar Samurai.
There is an intentional and universal lack of transparency
right,
and
they won't
accountability
even know it happened.
among school districts. Concerning incidents are major and widespread. The Parents' Bill of Rights Act, introduced by Congresswoman Julia Letlow, addresses the primary issues parents have vocalized over the last 2 years: academics, free speech, safety, fairness, and transparency. We hope Congress will be receptive to the Parents' Bill of Rights Act and vindicate parents who have spoken up and yearn for such legislation. After hearing statements like this, it should be clear that this bill gives parents what they want. Polling shows that overwhelming majorities of parents want more control over what their children are taught. According to survey results, 72% of Americans support curriculum transparency. Additionally, 67% believe that parents should be able to opt their children out of curriculum they believe
Everybody else, I was like, they were all like trying to go like behind them. I don't know what they were doing.
Want to have influence over what is taught in K-12 classrooms. Thank you, Madam Chair, and I reserve.
Reserves, and the gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
So we'll do like one more. She's probably like not the best.
4 minutes for the gentlewoman from Connecticut, former Teacher of the Year, Ms. Hayes.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you. I rise in strong opposition to H.R. 5, the Politics Over Parents Act. One of the most dangerous provisions of this bill is the banning of books. Across our nation, books that illustrate our rich history and our diversity are being pulled from library shelves. According to Penn America's Index of School Book Bans, of the 2,500 books banned last year, 41% of these books explicitly address LGBTQ and 40% contain prominent characters of color. My colleagues across the aisle say that nothing in this legislation will ban books or censor libraries. If this is true, I invite them to support my amendment, which ensures this legislation will not go into effect until the Comptroller General of the United States can confirm that the bill will not lead to censorship or banning books for children or affect learning outcomes for students. Throughout history, the voices of women, persons of color, and members of the LGBTQ community have been suppressed. Their voices, experiences, and stories have been labeled controversial, over-sexual, and even un-American. As a teacher, you do not get to pick the parts of history you deem worthy to teach.
Shit.
When I was a teacher, I told the entire story, honestly, the good and the bad, and gave students the tools that they needed to participate in their communities in a conscientious and productive way. I'll tell you a personal
Yeah, they're just
story.
cracking it on too.
My son is currently reading To Kill a Mockingbird, one of the books on this banned book list. In his initial
That's fucking
observation
absurd.
of this book, he said, "Mom, they use the N-word a lot. I mean, a lot. And I don't like it." But it opened the door to broader conversations between me and my son about segregation, Jim Crow laws, and led to him asking some very difficult questions of me. But in his final observation of Harper Lee's novel, he said, "But yet and still, Atticus Finch defended Tom Robinson." Through this complex story, his takeaway was not hateful, hurtful, or angry. It was that even then, good people existed. That's what books do. That's how kids
Like, you guys have to. He's just taking you off the point. Yeah. He's just moving you off the point. That's all he's doing. Did they buff Reinhardt in like a patch or something? I'm just not aware. I have to look at like past like.
I ask unanimous consent to add the text of this amendment to the record.
You could just look at this. Look at this. I'm telling you.
And with that, I yield back.
Look at the damage.
That will be covered.
I was pumping out more damage than like both the damaged characters.
And the gentlewoman from
This is just quick play. What happens, man? This is randos.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I'm going to yield myself 15 seconds. I'm going to say again and again and again and again, this bill does not do anything to ban books. And my understanding is the book To Kill a Mockingbird was banned by a liberal school board in California. So don't blame us for what liberals did. I now yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from New York, Mr. Williams.
Thank you, Madam
The
Chairman.
gentleman is recognized.
Thank you. Let's lay out the fundamental rights of parents. That's what we're discussing here today. Number one, every parent should be given
This is getting
a
like,
choice
it's actually getting pretty
and a
serious. A lot of
voice
schools here too.
on
It's
how their
mostly private
child
schools
receives an
that are
education.
doing this.
Number
This is
two,
well.
school curriculum should not be used to politically indoctrinate our children. And number three, parents deserve options. They deserve a choice
Fuck it.
on how their how their child receives an education. In my family, my wife and I made a personal decision to homeschool our children. Every parent should be
Good for you.
free to make
I'm glad that you're able to afford that.
So what are Bill of Rights? What are the pillars of this bill? Well, parents deserve the right to know what's being taught in school and to see the reading material. It's very simple. Parents deserve to be heard. Parents deserve the right to see where the taxpayer dollars are going, how they're spent, how they're being used. It's a fundamental principle of good governance.
There'll be consequences for that.
Parents have the right to protect their children, to protect their children's privacy. And parents absolutely should be updated and informed in the instances of violence that seem to be increasing in our schools, many of which go unreported. I'm very honored to be a member of the House Education Workforce and to support this bill, to support parents, support parents' rights, and particularly that our children get the best possible education. This is a significant step forward.
And the gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Madam Chair, I yield myself 6 seconds and you consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Madam Chair, I want to get back to something that was said a little earlier because it's a little disturbing the way this legislation on notice of rights, that people have rights to information about their child. You have a right to notice before a person speaks to their child at a class.
The thing is, I have like 90.
Sponsored event. If you have a field trip,
Yeah, fuck it. We gotta like figure out Reinhardt anyway.
right to notice before anybody at the museum can speak to your child. But under some section L, it says you have a right to know if a school employee or contractor acts to change any minor child's gender markers, pronoun to preferred name. That means any child, any teacher addresses any child. Everybody has a right to know that. If they change the minor child's gender markers, pronouns, and preferred name. I just think that's concerning.
I can't like do anything if like, what is this, 4 and 5? Look at this shit. Look at this.
Gentleman reserves, and the gentlewoman from North Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
That's it.
I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from California, Mr. Kiley, a member of the committee.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Dude, I do not understand like these. I don't understand like these pools. I can immediately tell like the difference in in like skill level.
Tax-paying parents in this district have no place to send their kids to school. Sadly,
Like, look at
they have
this.
to get used to it. This dysfunctional district and its union have lurched from one strike, one shutdown to the next.
I can immediately tell.
And
It's
seized
good
on
team comp too.
COVID-19 as a golden opportunity to close schools indefinitely. Kids in LA were without in-person instruction longer than anywhere in the country, a year and
That was a good
for most students.
wrecking ball too.
High schools resumed,
It did exactly
students
what
walked into
wrecking
a
ball needs to do.
Kafka-esque
Just go in and
Zoom
out, go
room
in and out, go
where
in
there
and
were a
out.
few students and a teacher there instructing
It's
from a laptop sitting
just
on a
that
desk
character's like too
in a
high skill for
classroom.
me too. Like Reinhardt too. I just like I just don't understand Reinhardt. Like you have to like go in with Reinhardt now too to get the double fire strikes. You come in.
Even when it was raining.
That's why I like Roadhog. Roadhog is like so good, man. People like complain about him. It's because like the people using him aren't good with them.
Mandate that the California courts had to intervene and strike down. And by the way, this was a failing school district even before COVID, on the brink of bankruptcy, with students testing several years behind grade level. The hundreds of thousands of parents in this school district have been subjected to one abuse after another, and their experience is shared by many parents across the country who have lost the right to control their child's education at the hands of a corrupt educational establishment driven less by student success than by special interests.
What corrupt
and social
educational
agendas.
establishment? Your fucking corrupt
Today's parent
is with like
bill
private
rates
schools, man.
desperately needed course correction, shifting the paradigm of public education in this country back towards one that is student-centered and parent-directed.
Parents don't know shit. I'm sorry. When it comes down to education, bro, their kids would be fucking more. Parents nowadays have like no idea.
The gentleman's
right
time
now
has expired.
are those who have the resources or the wherewithal
I
to
yield the
find another
gentleman
option
an
for their
additional
students.
30 seconds.
Thank
The
you,
gentleman
Madam
is
Chair.
recognized.
The only parents in Los Angeles whose kids are not at home right now are those who have the resources for private school or the time and wherewithal to seek out a charter school or limited inter-district transfer options. My amendment will enable more parents to do the same, providing a clear path to find a school that better serves their child. This will not only increase the educational outcomes of particular students, but induce the sort of systemic change that we need to benefit all students. Thank you, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields, and the gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I yield myself in time as I consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
And ask unanimous consent that a list of groups that either oppose or express concerns about H.R. 5, over 225 different organizations, be inserted in the record.
That will be covered by general leave.
Okay, I yield back. Okay, reserved.
The gentleman reserved, and the gentlewoman from North Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I will respond to a comment
Fuck.
my colleague on the other side of the aisle mentioned.
I should have waited. Damn. You get fooled with that bubble, man.
Rule debate clarifies the intent of the language the ranking member was reading.
You got somebody's got to take care of that sniper in the back. She was getting me.
Responsibility is to the parent.
I would get yeeted immediately.
Not
1, 2.
the child. And with that, I reserve.
And reserves, and the gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
I yield myself the time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
In that case, Madam Chair, the individual child will be identified and will be essentially outed, and that's worse than normalized language. Reserve the balance.
Oh fuck! I got
Reserves,
stuck.
and the gentlewoman from North Carolina is recognized.
No,
Madam
it's not.
Chair, I'd like to ask if the gentleman is prepared to close.
Let's shove it in there.
Yes, I'm prepared to close.
Only in unity.
Then we'll
You got pushed back.
prepared to, and I'll yield to the gentleman.
The gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I yield myself the balance of the time.
The gentleman is recognized.
Madam Chair, despite our colleagues' claims, the Politics Over Parents Act will only further politicize our children's classrooms while doing nothing to meaningfully improve partnerships.
Hey Looper, you got something to say to me? Get in voice chat.
Educators. And it will lead to censoring books. Last night at the Rules Committee, a significant amount of time was taken to identify books that ought to be banned and And although the bill does not technically directly censor books, the reporting requirements will allow national groups to find books all over the country.
Yeah, that's what I fucking thought.
And they could threaten each of those schools, if wherever they find the book, they can threaten lawsuits unless the book is actually banned. House Democrats tried several times to ensure that this legislation would actually address real challenges facing students, parents, and educators and increase parental involvement. For example, Democrats offered amendments to prevent this bill from banning books or censoring the curriculum. Or in committee, we offered 25 amendments to actually improve student success, such as improving access to teacher training, fully funded parent engagement center, ensure students have access to mental health resources, among others. Fortunately, they were struck down. Democrats are dedicated to improving parental engagement and ensuring that every child receives a well-funded and accurate education, but this legislation does nothing to achieve that goal, but only advance an extreme education agenda at the expense of students and parents. So I urge my colleagues to oppose
Don't be fucking like talking shit when you're not like doing anything either. Fucking somebody fucking handle that fucking.
From North Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I yield myself the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you. Madam Chair, we've heard a lot about what this bill is going to do in the future, and it's all back from the other side. What's been particularly disturbing to me here today is a comment that truly misrepresents what is in the legislation before us. That scares the public, and that's not what we should be about. This bill is not going to cause people to be mean to school children. It does not attempt to hurt anyone. It's not going to ban books. Our colleagues say on one hand that the list of all books are already available out there to parents. And then they say this bill is going to force those lists to be put out, and that will cause the banning of books. We've heard that books have been banned, and in the Rules Committee last night, books that they said had been banned inappropriately, those assertions were refuted. So it has been truly troubling in our committee markup, in the Rules Committee last night, and today to hear the terrible misrepresentations about this bill. As my colleagues and I have said, this Parents' Bill of Rights is to help parents be more involved with their children's education as they should be. I'm urging my colleagues to support the Parents' Bill of Rights Act.
Shit.
By doing so, we'll send a strong message.
What was it? Somebody switch over to? Yeah, I got hacked.
Child's education and must be respected. For too long, parents have been kept at a distance in schools and classrooms. Teachers' unions and education bureaucrats made significant efforts to conceal what was truly being taught in classrooms. But what came out of COVID was parents saw what was being taught and they didn't like it. For years, students were falling behind in critical subject areas, such as mathematics and reading.
The fuck out of here,
but
dude.
prolonged school closures hastened the deterioration of learning. Now, the Parents' Bill of Rights Act will foster
We can probably hold it. Just watch for anybody like this coming.
and close the gap between families and educators. And that's what this bill is about. setting up true partnerships between family and educators. We respect educators.
Shit. Hold off, we're right there. Ah, that was the one thing I was afraid of.
Being taught in the classroom. We want transparency. We want accountability. To recover lost learning and promote safe learning environment, parents must be involved in the classroom. Parents are the best advocates for the best interest of their child, and teachers are an important part of enhancing the well-being of students.
That was a good stand though at the end.
Will not continue to misrepresent.
Damn, I'm playing like fucking.
But will work
Yep.
with us.
That was a good stand at the end.
Of America's children. That's what we're about on our side of the aisle. Not to hurt, not to be mean, but to support. And again, I encourage my colleagues across the aisle to do what's best for students.
Hey Carter, if you got a fucking problem, man, why don't you start playing tank too? Bro, shut the fuck up, man. Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. You're talking a lot of fucking shit, dude. Get the fuck out of here.
For amendment under the 5-minute rule. In lieu of the amendment in the nature of a substitute recommended by the Committee on Education and the Workforce, printed in the bill, it shall be in order to consider as an original bill for the purpose of amendment under the 5-minute rule, an amendment in the nature of a substitute consisting of the text of rules, committee print 118-2.
The fuck out of here, these dumb motherfuckers, man.
The nature of a substitute shall be considered as read. No amendment to that amendment in the nature of a substitute shall be in order except those printed in House Report 118-12. Each such amendment may be offered only in the order printed in the report by the member designated in the report, shall be considered as read, shall be debatable for the time specified in the report, equally divided and controlled by the proponent and an opponent, shall not be subject to amendment, and shall not be subject to a demand for division of the question. It is now in order to consider amendment number 1, printed in House Report 118-12.
It's not noise, it's music.
Very well. You're making too much.
For what
Yeah,
purpose
fuck it.
does the
Don't even
gentleman
care.
from Nebraska seek recognition?
I have an amendment on the floor.
You gotta like talk a lot of shit in this game, man.
Amendment
Get the fuck
number
out of
1,
here.
printed in House Report number 118-12, offered by Mr. Bacon.
I gotta take a look. I wonder if I forget like when Arissa ults, if you get like
The
fucking
gentleman from Nebraska, Mr. Bacon, and a member opposed.
if you get
each will
additional
control
armor on
5
the
minutes.
ult.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Nebraska.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise to offer an amendment to H.R. 5 to support students, parents, and school personnel. My amendment would simply add that local education agencies provide to parents the number of school counselors employed at their child's school, so that parents have a better idea about their child's education and safety during the school day. As we all know, school counselors play an important role not only in the academic and career development of our students, but they address the emotional challenges that are a critical component of safety in our schools. The simple provision gives parents the full knowledge and transparency needed to decide if their children need additional resources outside of the academic environment. This can assist our educators in making sure our children are best prepared for school and learning. I urge my colleagues to support this amendment, which has the support from both sides of the aisle.
Oh, they all peeled off.
A happy and healthy student empowers our educators to provide the best possible education, and parents deserve to be empowered to get the best help their children, so their children can achieve that. With that, I yield back the remainder of my time.
Yield back or reserve?
I yield, but I reserve. Thank you.
The gentleman reserves, and
Oh,
for
shit.
what purpose does the
Hold
gentleman
on.
from Virginia be recognized?
Madam Chair, I rise in opposition to the amendment.
Recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you. Madam Chair, as with most of the unlike bill, this is another unfunded mandate placed on our schools, requiring them to issue yet another report as a condition of receiving much-needed Title I funds. The majority would prefer to impose additional burdens to already understaffed schools rather than do what they were trained to do, and that is teach and work with parents. I would agree with the gentleman's comments about the need for counselors. He's absolutely right. We need more counselors. However, this amendment does not increase the number of counselors. Just reports the number you got. Doesn't improve student mental health. And so for those reasons, since it doesn't improve mental health or increase the number of counselors,
Oh shit! I'm like fucking.
and reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves, and the gentleman from Nebraska is recognized.
Fuck.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This
What was that?
doesn't increase the number of counselors, but it allows the parents to know if the number of counselors are adequate or not. This is very important for our parents to have, and this is being requested by teachers and parents. I've received this request from teachers and parents to have this added to the bill because they said will make the bill better. So I reserve back.
Reserves, and the gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Yeah.
The gentleman yields, and the gentleman from Nebraska is recognized.
I'll just close by saying I would appreciate the support of both sides of the aisle on this bill and the support from teachers and parents.
Oh fuck.
To have this added with that,
The gentleman from Nebraska yields. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Nebraska. Those in favor say aye.
Don't expect it back.
Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment is agreed to.
Where? Oh shit! She fucking got me with the Kamehameha. God damn, man.
Now, in order to consider amendment number 2, printed in House Report
What the mercy heal.
118-12, for what purpose does the gentlewoman from North Carolina seek recognition?
Madam Chair, I rise in support of my amendment.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 2, printed in House Report number 118-12, offered by Ms. Fox, North Carolina.
Pursuant to House Resolution 241, the gentlewoman from North Carolina, Ms. Fox, and a member opposed each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from North Carolina.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you. It's been a pleasure to support the Parents' Bill of Rights Act. I'm especially proud of the work that our committee has put into crafting this bill. Our committee worked late into the night and early morning and considered dozens of amendments. Nearly 20 were adopted to make the bill even better. I'm proud that we've reported to the bill, to the floor, a common sense bill that is broad support and aligns with what the vast majority of Americans want. The amendments were
Alright,
passed
so you
only
don't get.
three marks.
I think they took that off in a patch, right? Shit, I wasn't really paying attention.
Protecting parents' rights and making sure that schools can never cut parents out of their children's education decisions. This manager's amendment makes a few
Was it the Anna's like fucking there like by herself?
to make sure that the amendments we passed during the committee markup will be implemented correctly.
Oh fuck.
In addition, the manager's amendment adds language to the First Amendment sent to Congress included in the underlying bill. The new language affirms the fundamental rights of parents to direct the
that's like-
education of their children and encourages courts to use the strict scrutiny standard in evaluating cases related to parental rights. Schools should always be accountable to parents, and the parents should always know what their children are being taught and what their children are being exposed to. The Parents' Bill of Rights Act protects those fundamental rights. I urge my colleagues to vote in favor of both this amendment and the underlying bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman reserves, and the gentleman from Virginia. For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
Madam Chair, I rise in opposition to the amendment.
The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you. Madam Speaker, this is another effort to turn classrooms into the
Fuck,
epicenter of
dude.
a culture war, the Politics of the Parents Act.
Yeah, we're basically just like all like on the Hanzo and like they're fucking Genji's doing work though.
Scare parents into thinking the schools do not have their best interests at heart. Parents and children benefit when their parents and teachers work together, but the Politics Over Parents Act does not take any meaningful steps to increase that parental cooperation. The bill would create necessary and burdensome reporting requirements on schools. It would divert essential resources and personnel from their jobs, meeting the family's real needs, into reporting and everything else in the bill.
Oh, literally, was a fucking Carver guy on the other team.
The underlying bill distracts from what our public schools really need, and similarly, the manager's amendment does nothing to provide the families and the families with real parental engagement, as some of the amendments would have done that were rejected. So the bill, for example, gives a so-called federal right of action to address the school board. Well, we know that many school boards in recent years needed police protection to conduct their meetings because of credible threats of violence. But these are elected officials. They don't need a federal law to instruct them to be polite. The voters can take
I need to figure out the timing on like Zarya's like bubble. I think it's like what, like 2 to 3 seconds, like
now,
per
one
bubble.
Thing that is a little concerning is that I had an amendment
No, it's like
to allow
what,
this right
bubble.
to take place with reasonable limitations.
Hold
Um, if 100 people show up at a school board meeting,
Shift 1,
does the school board
2.
have to listen to each and every one?
So 1.5 seconds for the bubbles up,
speak,
and it's what,
without any limitation?
2 seconds
And
for the
each
bubble.
one has a federal right of
1,
action where they can
2,
bring a
3. Okay, so 1.5, maybe 2 seconds. This is like a full like 3 seconds.
without limitation.
Anyone want drinks? There are
Okay.
If they
God
heard
damn. All right.
10 or 15 or 20 people on one side of the argument, on one side of a debate, and nobody on the other side, do they have to listen to the other 80? I don't know. That's what the bill suggests. But that's no. I don't know any jurisdiction where you don't have the right to address the school board in a reasonable way. And that's what this bill does. That's what the manager's amendment does. And so I would ask members to defeat the manager's amendment and the bill.
The gentleman yields, and the gentlewoman from North Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I yield myself the balance of my time. The gentleman from Virginia, I think will remember that I believe it was the Loudoun County School where the father of the child.
Oh shit! I'm definitely gonna need fucking like healing. I'm out. Fuck. I was behind that car. Well, the car is behind me. Yep, right there.
Young boy dressed as a girl.
And she got me too.
To another school.
Give them help.
And the parents never notified that this had happened. And when the father stood up at the school board
Was that one of our
meeting
DPS?
to bring
Yep.
this issue up, he was not allowed to speak. Furthermore, he was arrested. He was wrestled to the ground and arrested. So again, we hear from our colleagues two different scenarios. One, well, already parents have the right to address their school board. Yes, that's in our First Amendment. We have a right to petition our elected officials for grievances. However, that's not happening as we have seen in certain places. And whether or not
Shit.
there is
I'm down like a fucking bubble. Hold on.
I would hope that people would be reasonable about that, but we're not dictating that. That will be dealt with, and as the gentleman says,
God damn. Where is everybody else?
are elected, and it'll be up to them.
So they all just, I thought they're all like behind me.
In that respect, and if they don't
But they
do it
all-
correctly, then my assumption is that there would be
It's kind of hard when like everybody fucking leaves the game. When the DPS leave the game, they're not happy with like something.
I urge you to adopt.
Fucking DPS are such like fucking little bitches, dude.
With this legislation, we have an opportunity to make a stand for the rights of parents. And I hope all my colleagues on both sides of the aisle will vote with what they say they believe, which is that parents have rights and that we want to have the best education to children. So join us in this effort, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman yields. The question is...
Yeah, nobody's like fucking alive like long enough to fucking...
Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no.
Shit. I didn't fucking...
In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. It is now in order to consider amendment number 3, printed in House Report 118-12. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Colorado seek recognition? Madam Chair, I have an amendment of the day. The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 3, printed in House Report number 118-12, offered by Mrs. Bobert of Colorado.
Pursuant to House Resolution 241, the gentlewoman from Colorado, Ms. Bobert, and a member opposed each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Colorado.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This amendment is simple and straightforward. My amendment simply requires notification to parents if their child's school operates, sponsors, or facilitates athletic programs or activities to permit a person whose biological sex is male to participate in an athletic program or activity that is designated for a biological female. Madam Chair, women's sports are under attack. Both policies backed by far left agreements that demand male participation in female sports are completely delusional and contradict science. This allows men who identify as women to undermine legitimate women's accomplishments. American women and girls deserve to compete against biological women in sports. Opportunities for athletic scholarships and their rightful places on the winner's podium without their fear of being sidelined and beat out by a biological male. This was on complete display when William Thomas, a biological man who previously competed in men's swimming, stole Emma Wyatt first place trophy at the 2022 NCAA Division I Women's 500-yard freestyle finals. As a competitor in men's swimming in 2018 through 19, Mr. Thomas ranked 445th in the 200-yard freestyle and 65th in the 500-yard freestyle. After deciding to compete against women, this mediocre male athlete, Mr. Thomas, ranked 5th in the 200-yard freestyle and won the 500-yard freestyle. Mr. Thomas stole Emma's championship
Jesus Christ,
trophy
look at those
and
fucking
took
assists,
former
dude.
Olympic swimmer Reka Georgie's spot in the 2022
That fucking,
Division I swim meet.
their tank was good too, man.
I led a couple dozen members in introducing a resolution honoring Emma Wyatt as the rightful winner of the 2022 NCAA Division I Women's 500-yard freestyle race. I am also a co-sponsor of Rep. Stubbe's bill, H.R. 734, the Protection of Women and Girls in Sports Act of 2023. I refuse to allow our children and grandchildren to be groomed by big corporations, schools, and politicians, and to think it's okay for men to compete in
Oh shit, we're like in the middle of this.
Again, my
fucking
amendment
thing.
simply requires notification to parents if their child's school allows males to participate in female-designated sports. I would hope that we could all come to agree that parents have the right to know this before it occurs. I urge my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to support my amendment. And with that, Madam Chair, I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Colorado reserves. For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
This is not going to work.
In opposition to the amendment.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you. Madam Chair, all school systems are members of athletic leagues. They're dealing with this controversy. They don't need a federal law to apply all over the country in higher education.
The party of
NCAA
like
is dealing with
small government wants like government.
we don't need a federal law to tell local school divisions what to do in all cases. Local school divisions are dealing with this. This is
Fucked up.
controversial. And I think we would do well just to let them work this out. I reserve the balance of my time.
That was not the gentleman reserves, and the gentlewoman from Colorado is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to say, we have so many people who see the idiocy in men pretending to be women and stealing opportunities from females. These girls practice their whole lives, sacrifice their bodies to injuries in sports at times, and strains, only to be outpaced by a male, a biological male. And I think that it's very common sense for parents to
Oh, from behind too. Damn.
there is federal funding going to our public schools.
God damn, this is rough, man.
That we have some sort of nexus with that. If we're going to see this extremism take place in our public schools, to
Forget how much dependent you are on everybody else. They came in, they just separated everybody.
from them. I mean, other than this very simple common sense amendment, I'm more in favor of abolishing the federal Department of Education and getting the federal government completely out of public schools. But we're not there right now, and we do fund public schools. And there is a mess going on there, and our children are hurting and suffering because of it. So, again, I urge my colleagues
Move everything to private schools, move everything up.
common sense amendment. Madam Chair, yield.
The gentlewoman from Colorado yields, and the gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Did the gentlelady yield back her time?
She did. She yielded the remainder of her time.
Thank you. Madam Chair, as I said, the NCAA is working on this. And I just assume, rather than disparage trans youth, let them work it out. I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. The question is on the amendment.
This is probably like the second time I've actually been on this map.
Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to.
I will say,
It is
we
now
just got-
in order to consider amendment number 4 printed in House Report 118-12. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Colorado seek recognition?
Madam Chair, I have an amendment at step.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 4, printed in House Report number 118-12, offered by Mrs. Bobert of Colorado.
Pursuant to House Resolution 241, the gentlewoman from Colorado, Ms. Bobert, and a member opposed each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Colorado.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise in favor of my amendment, which will require schools to notify parents if they allow biological males to use restrooms or changing rooms designated for biological females. Throughout our state today, my colleagues on the other side of the aisle continue to mischaracterize this bill as extreme.
wait, I saw the
harp on the same talking point,
so it's block punch,
saying
block
that
punch,
this bill
block punch,
is
block
trying
punch.
to ban books, censor curriculums, and punish teachers. I would like any child pornographic books to be banned, but that's not exactly what we're
How do you
talking about
define
here in
that
this
then?
amendment.
What child? Do you see like the language they use? Child pornographic books.
Public K-12 schools promote critical race theory, teaching our
Oh my god.
their country, and to hate their fellow classmates because of the color of their skin. They have radical gender ideology and even drag shows to impressionable young children. Now that is what is extreme. Even a school in my home state of Colorado has
Shit, there's nothing like I can do with this, man. I'm sorry. Well, look at this.
from the child's parents.
It's just
Speaking as a mother of 4
moves
boys,
so extremely fast.
enough is enough. I don't send my boys to school
Yeah.
to receive
They're gonna take this.
from the woke mob or be sexualized by groomers. And if they are,
Hey, what was it? Lucio
I sure as
boosted
heck
them,
want to know about it, and I
speed
have the
boosted them
right
over there,
to speak up.
and they
And
just
so do
took
these
it.
parents. So let me set the record straight. House Republicans want parents to be involved in their child's education. We want to take control back as parents of our children's education, rather than leaving it to partisan politicians or unelected bureaucrats. We don't want to send the FBI after them as domestic terrorists. We want to foster an
I feel like
active
I'm getting
learning
dumber
environment,
listening to her.
Not shut schools down and enforce outdated
Jesus Christ.
and
She lost by
unnecessary
like
mask and
a
vaccine
tiny
mandates on
margin
our
too.
children.
Like,
We
what
want
was it,
children
Adam
to
Frisch?
feel safe at
Was a
school
Democratic
and not pave
challenger?
the way
Yeah.
for school
He nearly won that
administrative
seat.
staff to hide
He
a
could
sexual
probably take the
assault
seat from her,
parents like we
to be
saw in
honest with
Loudoun
you.
County.
He could probably take the seat from
About
her.
30 miles from here, a 9th grade girl was sexually assaulted by a man wearing a skirt in the women's restroom at school. This
What was-
male was allowed to follow the victim into the restroom because of Loudoun County Public Schools inclusive
I think I know the
transgender
incident you're talking about. The
bathroom policies.
person in question wasn't trans at all. It was just like a kid who was like mentally ill, who had like a history of like issues too, and I for whatever reason was wearing like a dress to like the school that day. But like this was like a failure of like the school system of like recognizing and helping like this kid out, or at least like separating him out from like his fellow classmates, so like the incident in question wouldn't happen.
Was found guilty of 2
Like,
counts of
this has been used like time and time again too, in like anti-trans legislation, anti-trans like rhetoric too. So it's like it's
He
just
was also charged with the sexual assault of another student that occurred months later at a different Loudoun
Alright.
County school.
Shit, I haven't played this map
The
in like
left
forever.
ideology is far more delusional, and it is dangerous. These inclusive policies take away
Oh,
sexual predators
fuck.
to use the left's definition of
God
gender
damn, what did they do? What happened to the Sombra? Yeah, I tried to duck out.
This is just one example of many biological males.
I
using
gotta
bathrooms
tell you,
to
if you
assault women
if you know how to use
and
wrecking
children.
ball,
My amendment would grant parents the right to know.
Carrico's back. That Sombra's going in hard. Don't go in, Sombra. Don't go in.
To share vulnerable spaces with potential predators. I urge my colleagues to support my amendment with that. Madam Chair,
Shit, I fucking missed that hook too. Oh, bro, they just like fucking.
The gentleman is recognized for five.
Oh yeah.
Madam Chair, I don't think we need a federal law to have schools tell students which bathroom to use.
Yeah.
In Loudoun County, that situation is under investigation, including criminal charges. I think it's time we stop disparaging trans youth.
And yield. The gentlewoman from Colorado is recognized. Madam Chair, I yield. The gentlewoman yields. You're all good. The questions on the amendment offered by the gentlewoman from Colorado. Those
And then
in
like
favor say
the
aye.
Ann is like back. The Ann is like on the side there, I guess, pocket healing to Sombra.
In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed on.
And then like somebody just like quit too.
It is now in order to consider amendment number 5, printed in House Report 118-12. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Oregon seek recognition?
I have a substitute amendment to offer.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 5, printed in House Report number 118-12, offered by Ms. Bonamici of Oregon.
Pursuant to House Resolution 241, the gentlewoman from Oregon, Ms. Bonamici, and a member opposed each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Oregon.
That was actually a good boost.
Colleagues on both sides of the aisle to support my amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 5. My amendment in the nature of a substitute is a common sense piece of legislation that makes tangible investments in parents.
Okay, so
And enhances the ability of school districts to involve all families, not just the privileged few. By adopting this amendment in the nature of a substitute, we will invest in evidence-based, full-service community parental involvement and student success. We will direct more investments toward the Department of Education's statewide Family Engagement Centers program, so states can share best practices on parental engagement and school districts can receive the support and training they need to increase parental participation and involvement. And college, when I was a very involved parent, I talked to parents who wanted to come to school. They wanted to participate. They were working extra shifts. They didn't speak English. They didn't have transportation. Let's break down those barriers. And importantly, we'll prohibit the banning of books and curriculum in our public schools and restore the ability of students to receive historically accurate, well-rounded education. Madam Chair and colleagues, I've worked on this substitute with the input of stakeholders who are in our public schools each and every day, who are parents themselves, and who represent diverse communities and red and blue states across our nation. I'm proud to introduce this amendment in the nature of a substitute for consideration on the House floor because, unlike the bill it seeks to amend,
God damn, he is getting...
our nation and embodies the approach we should be taking to make lasting improvements to public education. An inclusive, collaborative, evidence-based approach. So on behalf of all students and parents, I encourage all of my colleagues to vote for this amendment and solemnly reject H.R. 5, a bill that should be named the Politics Over Parents.
Thank you.
And Madam Chair, before I yield back or reserve the balance of my time, I want to thank the staff on the Education Committee for all of their help with this amendment in the nature of a substitute, and also my own staff in my office, the Chief Chair Committee and Dr. Alfonso Garcia, both of whom have spent time as classroom teachers. I want to acknowledge the work of the staff as well. And I reserve the balance of my time. The gentlewoman reserves.
Oh, shit.
Purpose does the gentlewoman from North Carolina seek recognition?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise
What's my, Damn, he got me with that fucking...
Gentlewoman is recognized
God
for 5
damn,
minutes.
that's so quick.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I yield myself such time. While I appreciate the substitute put forward by the Congresswoman, the Democratic proposal is wholly inadequate and will do little to solve the problem that parents face. Instead, the Democrats' amendment resorts to its tired, old Democrat strategy. Spend more money, hire more people, and hope for the most. Madam Chair, parents need more than that. They don't need massive new amounts of taxpayer spending at the federal level controlled by the when our country is already
They're gonna take it.
in debt. Nor do parents need schools to hire massive numbers of new administrators. What parents need is for their rights to be protected. The Democrat substitute does nothing to ensure that parents are the ultimate decision makers in their child's education. Of course, that shouldn't be a surprise. There's been a push to silence parents around the country. Powerful teachers unions, several school boards, Democrat politicians, and the Biden Justice Department have all voiced opposition to the rights of parents to have a say in their child's education. This kind of rhetoric and political posturing have real-world consequences for parents. For example, in 2021, Rhode Island mother of two, Nicole Solis, talked to an elementary school principal in South Kingston, Rhode Island, about what was being taught in school. After persistent stonewalling, the school district directed her to file a public records request. She did, and the local teachers union filed a lawsuit against her. This kind of treatment is outrageous. The Solis was subjected to endless stonewalling, public humiliation, and an interminable and costly life. No parent can have to go through that. The Democrat substitute will do nothing to ensure that stories like this never happen again. But the parents bill of rights will. Our bill will ensure that parents can never be sued for wanting to know their child's curriculum. Secretary of Education Miguel Cardona recently published an op-ed about the Democrat vision for parent empowerment. In his vision, parents should be satisfied when the federal government spends taxpayer dollars on top-down solutions. By contrast, Republicans want an authentic give and take between parents and the education system about what students learn, how they are taught, and how they should be protected. That's why I'm proud to stand behind our bill. I urge my colleagues
yeah, I saw it. Yeah, just report them.
And in favor of the Parents' Bill of Rights, I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman reserves and the gentlewoman.
That's because the fucking.
Thank you, Madam
What
Chair.
was it? That was the wrecking ball in your fucking.
Again, I want to reiterate that every single Democrat
whatchamacallit,
on our side
your
of the
bastion
aisle,
was
we
like carrying
absolutely
that
support
tight, and that
parental
Lucio was good
involvement
too.
and parental engagement, and we talked about that in the debate on the bill, and talk about cost.
No,
it's my
he,
understanding that the so-called Parents'
he
Bill of
kinda, like,
Rights
stood
doesn't have
there.
any additional funding with all of the extra obligations that are put on our schools and our districts and our teachers. And there is no effort to silence parents. We want parents to be involved peacefully and peacefully state
I didn't even like notice like the Reaper. It was just like those three.
And I know the ranking member Scott talked about how Democrats tried to put an amendment in to put some reasonableness in there. If you have 200 parents show up at a school board meeting and each one of them wants to speak for 2 hours, that is not reasonable. So we absolutely support parental involvement. We want to do that. We want to provide that evidence-based engagement. And again, make the relationship collaborative, not adversarial. And
Going
that's
on
why
attack.
I encourage colleagues to support this collaborative, evidence-based approach to involve all parents in education, and I reserve.
I don't know if.
The gentlewoman
I
reserves
got.
and the gentlewoman
It's a
from North
backfill.
Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I want to say again that the approach our colleagues want to take is to spend more money. Ms. Solis, that I mentioned earlier, Mr. Smith, who was mentioned earlier, and others, they certainly did not have the right to peacefully for their keyboards and get responses. So that is not going to happen under the Democrat amendment. We also are not mean. And
A couple of
again,
trades there.
do not ban books.
That's our. Okay.
Condone
Fuck, I already forgot her name.
So we think again that the substitute
It's a good hook, though.
presents the
I was worried about that
perfect
fucking
picture of
hook.
Republicans and Democrats' approaches to parent engagement. Democrats believe protecting parents' rights means spending more taxpayer dollars to impose a top-down vision. Republicans believe in giving parents real power to secure the best education possible for their children. And with that, I will reserve, as I believe I have the right to do.
The gentlewoman reserves and the gentlewoman from Oregon is recognized. The gentlewoman yields and the gentlewoman from North Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to say again, our bill is meant to give parents their God-given rights to be involved with their children's education and to seek the best education possible. We do not want anyone to be treated unfairly. We want everyone to be treated fairly. We do not ban books. I urge the public to read this bill. It's fairly short, about 30 pages, to make sure where the truth lies in terms of this legislation.
Shit. I literally just got my ult.
The amendment that has been offered in the nature of the substitute, I urge a no vote on the amendment and a yes vote on H.R. 5, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman yields and the gentlewoman, the question on the amendment offered by the gentlewoman from Oregon, those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no.
Oh, we got taken out,
In the
but.
opinion of the chair, the noes have it. The amendment is not agreed to.
I request a recorded vote.
Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentlewoman from Oregon will be postponed. It is now in order to consider amendment number 6, printed in House Report 118-12. For what purpose does the gentleman from Arizona seek recognition?
I thought those guys were like behind me.
Madam Speaker, I have an amendment at the desk.
Shit. I should have just
Clerk will
ulted.
designate the amendment.
Amendment number 6, printed in House Report number 118-12, offered by Mr. Crane of Arizona.
Pursuant to House Resolution 241, the gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Crane, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Arizona.
Parliamentary inquiry. Could you restate the amendment, please?
The gentleman will state his inquiry.
Could you restate the amendment? Could we add
Amendment number 6.
Yeah, somebody's lost in the sauce a little bit.
Gentleman from Arizona is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I think it's pretty sad that we even have to offer this bill and that I have to offer this amendment. But I think the American populace and public realizes and is
Let's get some
completely
right-hard
outraged
action in.
with what's going on in this country, how they don't feel like they have a voice anymore, how they don't feel like they're being recognized, their rights to be parents and have authority over their own children. And it's also very disgusting, quite frankly, what's been going on in our kids' schools and parents across this country, Democrats, Republicans, Independents.
Did they tune? Did they even his health and his armor?
So my amendment adds a private right of action for parents to hold schools accountable for not honoring the rights set forth in Title I and Title II of this bill. It seeks to strengthen enforcement mechanisms within the Parents' Bill of Rights. My amendment, if passed, would ensure parents can sue if school districts force teachers or students to accommodate critical race theory curriculum, compel students to observe obscene or sexual material without parental consent, use pronoun changes without parental consent, violate student privacy without parental consent,
Let me tell you something right now.
or neglect to report sexual assault or harassment on school property. The bill, as it's currently written, puts the protection of parental rights in the hands of the Department of Education.
All right, I need to.
It is not enough for Congress to leave enforcement of Department of Education bureaucrats or wait for the corrupt Department of Justice to file a lawsuit on parents' behalf. I don't trust the Biden administration to go after woke school administrators that force dangerous ideologies on innocent children. Parents should have the opportunity to sue these schools. For far too long, the public school system has undermined parental involvement in education decisions. If we want to truly empower parents' rights, we should give parents
I thought they were all behind. I'm sorry, I can't play. I'm sorry, I can't play Reinhardt. This is like too fucking. This is like too much.
1 minute to the gentleman, Bob Good from Virginia.
He just like that type of character just. He's so foreign to me. That guy, he is just so foreign to me.
In support of this amendment, which I think would truly empower parents. Adding a private
Oh, she's fucking dead. Shit. So both. Okay.
in the hands of parents, not Department of Education bureaucrats. For too long, the public school system has undermined parental involvement in education decisions, and parents have been helpless to hold them accountable. The union-driven COVID policies in our schools served as a wake-up call for many parents, and school boards across the country have tried to stop them from raising their voices in protest. A private right of action would make a meaningful change in the balance of power so parents can rightfully have a say in what their children are being taught. This amendment wouldn't unleash lawsuits against schools. The private right of action could only be used if the school is not forthcoming with the common sense provisions of this bill. If the school shares curriculum, teaching materials, and their budget openly, then there's no problem. If the school notifies parents about actions from a school administrator to change a child's pronouns, then there's no standing under this bill. There's also a limit that the private right of action must be filed within 30 days of the violation. Parental rights precede government. Our government was created to protect our God-given rights. When government is working to subvert
Oh my
those
god,
rights,
stop
it's the
fucking
right of
yelling,
the
dude.
people.
What?
New guardrails in place to secure our precious liberties. Guaranteeing a private right of action will ensure public schools are held accountable to the important tenets of this bill, and I urge support for the amendment. And I yield back.
Oh, are you fucking serious right now? Dude, I'm getting like fucking.
Does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
Madam Chair, I rise in opposition to the amendment.
The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Madam Chair, I just think the amendment speaks for itself. 100 parents show up at a school board meeting and each demand to be heard for as long as they want to speak.
She's gonna fucking
This bill will give
no.
private right of action in federal courts to enforce their right to speak to the school board. Now, my local school board limits people to 3 minutes. I think that's a reasonable limitation. But when the amendment to allow reasonable limitations was defeated, you have the bill that everybody has a right, each and every one of the 100 people that show up, no matter how repetitive or how irrelevant I just think people need to know what's in the amendment and judge it for themselves. People have said that some parents have been arrested by the police for showing up at the school board. And let me tell you, that can only happen if the police believe that a crime has been committed. I yield back.
Yield. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Arizona. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to.
Die in the Senate.
Pursuant to
So what do
Clause
they
6 of
got?
Rule 18, further
They're gonna have like
proceedings on
essentially
the
2
amendment
snipers.
offered by the gentleman from Arizona
Dude,
will
take
be
down that
postponed.
fucking.
It is now in order to consider amendment number 7 printed in House Report 118-12. For what purpose does the gentleman from Ohio seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I have an amendment at the bill.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 7, printed in House Report number 118-12, offered by Mr. Davidson of Ohio.
Under House Resolution 241, the gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Davidson, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Ohio.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. To yield myself for the time as I may consume. This amendment requires any public school receiving federal funds under Title I and Title II of the Elementary and Secondary Education Act with an open enrollment period, both for students living inside and outside the school district. Parents have a right to decide where their child goes to school, and this amendment grants parents this important right to choose the best education.
They all just
for their
like backed
child,
off.
no
They
matter
all
the
just
district.
backed off.
It's important to know this applies to only federal funds. Some might argue, well, local schools have different tax jurisdictions. This is only for the federal funds. School choice is critical to not only the parent, but also to the student, who deserves a safe, high-quality education, not indoctrination. We must provide families with freedom to choose. It is the parent's duty to make the best choice for their children. And choice is the ultimate enforcement
Just gonna
mechanism
stay with
for this
Rogues
parent's
between
bill of rights.
Orissa and Rogue. Those are the two that I know for like sure. Dude, I just do not understand Reinhardt and like in this game. I've seen some people they just know how to play Reinhardt and I just don't get them. I just do not understand Reinhardt.
The approval rate of applications and how long the enrollment period will be valid. Again, giving parents the power and ability to make the most informed decision. Under this amendment, schools must give every student that applies via the open enrollment process, quote, a full and fair consideration. An important detail to ensure that every student receives the opportunity to exceed. Open enrollment and the increase in educational freedom is imperative to the success of our youth. It's a parental right, and it's in the best interest of every student to be granted this opportunity. This amendment provides every single parent with the power to choose. I urge support for my amendment.
Finish up this smoothie. Damn, I had a lot of fucking fiber today.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
Madam Chair, I rise in opposition to the
It's not
amendment.
my job to get you back alive.
The gentleman is
Stay
recognized.
close to me.
Thank you.
And we might
Madam Chair, I
manage it
think
anyway.
I would prefer that we fix all of the schools so that all students are provided with an opportunity of a high-quality education in a safe and healthy environment. But all this amendment does is gives people the right to scurry around and try to find the best schools. Those that are best at identifying the best schools may end up there, but frankly, all this is going to do is cause confusion, because when word gets around as to which are the best schools, everybody will want to go to that school. Then what? Majority's offered an amendment committee to let parents know that if they can work the system, they may get their child into a good school, but all the rest end up in a school that is dilapidated,
Oh, fuck.
or otherwise undesirable. We need to work to include all of the schools, not just figure out a scheme where some can figure out how to get their child into a good school and never keep everyone else
dude.
behind. So I would oppose the amendment and yield back the balance of my time.
What was it?
Gentleman yields. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Ohio. Those in favor say aye.
Bro, why are you gonna
Those
quit the game
opposed
like
say
that
no.
after like the first
In
fucking
the opinion of
after
the
the first
chair,
fucking
ayes have it.
battle?
The amendment is the gentlewoman
We
from
do need
Ohio.
someone to like
Pursuant
take
to
care
Clause
of
6
that.
Rule 18, further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Ohio will be postponed. It is now in order to consider amendment
Okay.
House Report 118-12. For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Madam Chair, I seek to recognize or be honored and recognize the House.
Oh shh.
Does the gentleman have an amendment?
Oh lady, you are fucked.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 8, printed in House Report number 118-12, offered by Mayor Fitzpatrick of Pennsylvania.
Robot secure. Repeat.
Pursuant to
Robot
House
secure.
Resolution 241, the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Fitzpatrick, and a member opposed each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Pennsylvania.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I rise today in favor of my amendment designated as Amendment 8 to H.R. 5, the Parents' Bill of Rights. We have the responsibility to be mindful of the costs and implications of this bill on our schools, parents, and communities. My amendment would require the GAO report on the impact of this legislation, provide peace of mind to taxpayers, educators, and families alike. Our priority must be to set our children up for success. That means giving parents the transparency and voice they deserve in their child's education. It also means making the federal government answerable to the potential costs of this bill on state and local educational agencies and individual schools throughout our nation. We have made a commitment to our constituents to demand more accountability from their government and use of their taxpayer dollars, as well as to safeguard a better future for the
They
next
take it back, or
generation
did we
of
take it back?
My amendment will guarantee that we keep that promise. With that, I urge the amendment's adoption, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. For what purpose does the gentleman
Oh
from Virginia
fuck. They just
To claim the title
they
of
both
opposition, although
fucking
I'm not opposed.
they both fucking died.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized.
They took
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I support the amendment because the GAO report will actually expose the legislation for what it is. It's a waste of money. It will provide no meaningful rights, and it will adversely affect the education of the children. So I support the amendment, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields, and the gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized. The gentleman yields. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Pennsylvania. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it.
I ask for a recorded vote.
Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Pennsylvania will be postponed.
Oh my god. Oh fuck. What? Dude, where yo, where's everybody else? Dude, how am I like the only person? Is like nobody like playing the point? It's like nobody. It's like nobody playing the point. It's like nobody playing the robot. I'm like the only person on the robot.
All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. Accordingly, the committee rises.
Oh my God!
The whole House on the State of the Union.
It's like nobody like playing. Nobody's playing like the robot.
HR 5 directs me to report that it has come to no resolution thereon.
The chair of the Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union reports that the committee has had under consideration H.R. 5 and has come to no resolution thereon.
Shit, I didn't mean to fucking.
Pursuant to Section 4
Hey,
of the House Resolution
play the robot, man.
199, the unfinished business is the further consideration of the veto message of the President on House Joint Resolution 30. The clerk will read the title of the joint
You know the biggest problem with the.
Joint resolution providing for congressional disapproval under Chapter 8 of Title 5 of the United States Code of the rules submitted by the Department of Labor relating to prudence and loyalty and selecting plan investments and exercising shareholder rights.
The question is, will the House on reconsideration pass the joint resolution, the objections of the President to the contrary notwithstanding? The gentlewoman from North Carolina, Ms. Fox, is recognized for 1 hour.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise in support of overriding President Biden.
Oh my God.
Resolution nullifying the Biden administration's attempt to politicize the retirement savings of Americans. This is deja vu for the American people. With his veto, the president once again insists on undermining the financial security of the very people who elected him. Republicans will stand with American workers and retirees in protecting their savings. ESG investing puts the future of millions of Americans in jeopardy when they are already facing economic hardship and inflation brought on by this administration's reckless spending.
So 2, 3 down.
HJ Res 30 would make it, quote,
No, this is like.
illegal to consider risk factors. But that statement is blatantly false and misleading. The Trump rule, which H.J. Res 30 would reinstate, explicitly states, quote, nothing in the final rule
God damn. I wish that chain like.
A fiduciary from appropriately considering any material risk with respect to an investment, end quote.
I'm like.
Last year,
There's only like no one's like else is like really playing the robot. Like the.
published a rule encouraging retirement plan fiduciaries
Guys, what are you doing? Like help me like play the robot.
when making investment decisions.
I don't have him like unlocked.
With his veto. Now, thanks to Democrats, workers can be placed into ESG investment vehicles by default.
Oh my God.
If a fiduciary finds that 2 investments are equal, the fiduciary is allowed to use collateral ESG factors to break the tie without justifying or documenting that decision. This is especially concerning since ESG investments often underperform and are riskier than other investment strategies. The left is using ESG investment criteria as a political tool
Whoa.
to push companies into accepting leftist policies.
Oh fuck me, man.
The left is using ESG investment to push non-compliant companies out of the marketplace. Congress debated a bipartisan conclusion to overturn the Biden rule. Now the administration persists through executive fiat. Americans invest to secure their future, not to fund the Green New Deal or leftist pet projects. That's why I supported the resolution to nullify the Biden administration.
Oh, fuck. I'm fucked. Jesus Christ, dude.
Petty politics and vote.
They just kept like separating. This game is like now, I'm beginning to see like where the game is at right now. It's just like movement.
I yield the customary 30 minutes to the gentleman from Virginia, the ranking member of the Committee on Education and the Workforce, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentlewoman reserves. Gentleman from Virginia.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the gentlelady for yielding. Madam Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I rise in opposition to the House Republican majority's effort to override President Biden's veto message on President Biden's veto of H.J. Res. 30. This resolution sought to nullify a popular and sensible rule that enabled retirement plan managers to make fully informed investment decisions. I commend the President for his veto. Workers should be able to invest their retirement savings in a way that reflects their values, such as combating climate change, without sacrificing investment returns. That's why the Biden-Harris administration issued a rule to clarify that retirement plan managers may consider the economic effect of climate change and other environmental, social, and governance factors, or ESG factors, when they make investment decisions for participants in retirement plans. Simply put, this rule is not an ESG mandate. It just allows the.
I think after this, I gotta download the Diablo 4 beta. I think they open up like the new classes, like Necromancer. I think it's this weekend too. You can pre-download it now.
They must still prioritize the interests of retirement plan participants and cannot sacrifice investment returns to pursue ESG goals. But today's debate is not a referendum on the administration's rule or even ESG in general. We had that debate last month. The debate is about one thing. First, it's about arithmetic. As my colleagues know, overriding the president's veto requires support of 2/3 or 290 members of the House. H.J. Res. 30 passed the House with 216.
Don't get me wrong, all this is incredibly dry.
So anyone who can count,
but it's good to like understand like what's going on though. Like you should know. If you think this is dry.
And everyone should be asking why we're going through the motion. The second debate is the window into the Republican majority's agenda. Unfortunately, they would rather spend precious time on the floor doing that.
Trying to get a good angle. Fuck.
While we're considering the veto override, we should have been considering ensuring women receive equal pay for equal work, ending workplace discrimination, strengthening workers' ability to join a union and negotiate for better working conditions, help people balance work and family by providing paid sick leave, family and medical leave, or raising the minimum wage. House Democrats and the Biden administration are focused on these priorities and remain committed to lowering costs for our constituents, creating better paying jobs, and making our communities safer. Madam Chair, before I reserve the balance of my time, I ask unanimous consent to enter into the record President Biden's veto message in H.J. Res. 30. It says, in part, there's extensive evidence showing that environmental, social, and governance factors
There's somebody like
have a material impact on markets, industries, and businesses. The Republican-led resolution would force retirement managers to ignore these relevant risk factors, disregarding the principles of free markets and jeopardizing the life savings of working families and retirees. In fact, this resolution would prevent retirement plan fiduciaries from taking into account factors such as the physical risk of climate change and poor corporate governance that could affect investment returns. Ask unanimous consent that the veto message and complete veto message be entered into the record.
Without objection.
Speaker, I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. Gentlelady from North Carolina.
Madam Speaker, thank you. I am prepared to close if the gentleman from Virginia is prepared to close.
Gentlewoman reserves.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Gentleman from Virginia.
I yield myself the balance of the time.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you. Today we've heard a lot about ESG and other topics, but nobody made a convincing case for votes to override the president's veto.
No!
That's because the convincing case cannot be made. The Republican majority may think it's a futile attempt to override the president's veto is an appropriate use of the House time and resources, but we disagree. The first quarter of this year is nearly over, and there's no such Republican majority. And there's so much the Republican majority has failed to do to improve the lives of Americans. In contrast, under Democratic leadership from the last Congress, House made significant progress to deliver for the American people. We took action to create millions of jobs, reduce unemployment to near record lows, to save workers' pensions, to deliver historic funding for education, to improve child nutrition, and to bring the number of uninsured Americans
I was hoping like the widow was gonna take him out before he got me, but it's all right.
There's a long way to go. However, at the very least, we should agree that we can't afford to waste time on futile efforts that we know won't go anywhere. So I urge my colleagues to quickly join me in rejecting the veto override, and I yield back the balance of my time.
I'm going to yield to the gentlewoman from North Carolina.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I obviously disagree with my colleague on the other side of the aisle that a compelling argument to override the veto has not been made. I believe that we have offered a compelling argument, and I believe there are 2 points of view on what my colleague said about the successes of what our colleagues on the other side of the aisle have done for the last 2 years. We have the highest debt that we've ever had in this country. We are staggering under an inflation rate that is historic. So we obviously don't think what we've inherited from the last few years of total Democrat dominance in this country is positive. But I think we can make a small attempt to make some changes here by overriding the president's
Push, 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 push.
To vote yes to protect workers and retirees.
Dude, I'm like doing fucking work. What are you talking about?
The gentlewoman yields. Without objection, the previous question is ordered. The question is, will the House on reconsideration pass the joint resolution, the objections of the President to the contrary notwithstanding? Under the Constitution, the vote must be by the yeas and nays. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 15-minute vote.
Fuck, man. I'm looking for like... And now... I'm wondering now if...
Only in unity will we find strength.
He got booped off. We need like fucking...
I will not die. Thank you.
Oh, dude, I need fucking... fuck.
The House proved their
Dude, I need healing, dude.
party lines, so is successful.
She doesn't have self-healing. She can put up some shields, but
An override of the president's veto.
bro, what are you talking about? Bro, I need like fucking help, man. Dude, push the payload. Push the payload. It's just, she's just standing there like fucking taking my head off. Oh my god. Jesus. Push the payload.
Play of the game.
Push the payload. Push the payload. Shit. Yeah, it's like there's so many like movement abilities now in this game. If you can, what's the level of cooperation like? This is not gonna get. Dude, this is like getting 30 wins. Getting 30 wins, like just playing tank. I don't know if that's possible.
Traveling to New Queens. Prepare for battle. Select your hero.
So I saw that. So she does get armor. Does the armor only last on?
Only in unity
So you get.
we find strength.
Did they nerf? Oh, let me ask. I didn't look at any patch notes. It's been a while too.
Objective unlocks in 30 seconds. Enemy in sight.
Oh, fuck, dude. God damn, with the boost. With the mercy boost, too. It's a good mercy boost. I got fucking melted.
Allies need me.
Any picks? Oh, shit. No, 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 no. Disengage, disengage, disengage.
That's not good. Stop them!
Thank you.
We need to regain the lead.
Come to me!
Because they have no tank. Alright, 2 down.
Pushes the barricade.
Enemy in sight. Your team is
Just a little further and we'll
Oh, shit. Yes. What do you think I'm trying to do here? Yes, I understand. Bro, the fucking Bastion was behind you guys. Oh shit. Fuck. Traded. He was like fucking hitting me too. Oh my god, she would have got me too. She would have got me.
I will never rest.
Push, 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 push. Take the payload. Oh,
Pushing the barricade.
fuck.
Reevaluating. Re-engaging.
Where's the fucking barricade?
Don't let them push. You did not scare the cure. Round of healing. You're a big guy, aren't you?
I return stronger for something more. Enemy in sight.
I thought I had healing behind me. So she backed off. Yeah. Who's like behind you?
Hey, it's Keiko.
You let them out.
Dude, I need...
My task is not yet finished. destination. Defeat.
Fuck me, dude. Just like bad plays all around. Well, is this over? Or did it like time out? Okay. Just watching like Congress like meander and like vote now. It's gonna be a backfill game. Damn, man, this is rough, dude. Getting like trying to get 30 wins just to unlock one guy. Defend. I actually do like his Overwatch 2 skin a little bit more. I like the Mohawk. The Mohawk works very well. Even like the nose running through the mask.
Quick on our feet, hard to defeat. Hi.
Mission readiness protocols engaged. I'm good to go.
They'll call it a tracer-thon. Yeah.
Having those in need is its own reward.
Is you on my team, Arch?
Hiya. Hiya.
Hello.
Bro, like this like fucking like chat speak is like fucking crazy.
3, 2, 1. Attackers incoming.
Oh, fuck. He was like perfect. Oh, fuck me, dude. Fuck me, dude. Oh, there's Anthony DeVolder. Oh no, that was a. I wouldn't even like waste that. Oh damn. Yeah, somebody switch to Sojourn. Fuck me, dude. Sorry, that was my fault. The whole team is good. Fuck. There's no healing. Dude, they're like pushing hard, man. Oh, shh. I got like 86% on that.
Under my protection.
God damn. Yeah. Once he got out of that, once he took that first point, that fucking, he started like fucking going off. Well. What was the team cut? I forgot. That Kiriko is like fucking goated too. She is like very powerful. The teleport, the brief invincibility, the healing, the long distance Q9 that can get critical hits. Well, that's on the other team, right? Vintage.
So, how'd you call those heists? And?
Was there supposed to be another step?
I keep forgetting, like, I have this thing on. There's like meandering around. Oh. Fuck. Fuck, I'm getting like fucking trashed here. God damn, I got dumpster there. I was getting hit from both sides. Okay, they actually... Oh, that actually probably saved my life. Oh my god! Oh my god! I got the sleep dart. Sleep dart it, ulted sleep dart, and then fucking. Yeah, back off, back off, back off. I'm about to fucking die. Oh. Well. We need like fucking hit scan. Yeah. If you can take out that, he's not too. Yeah, my fucking. Alright. I do want to try out like Ramatra. and like see what happens. But I need to unlock them first. Let's try on this point. We can put a little bit more pressure. She can rush the point too. She can push people off if you can hit that javelin. How long is that javelin? 6 seconds? I don't know if there's gonna be any heavy switching.
Of the president is sustained and the joint resolution is rejected. The veto message and the joint resolution are referred to the Committee on Education and Workforce. The clerk will notify the Senate of the action of the House. Pursuant to House Resolution 241 and Rule 18, the chair declares the House is in the Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union for further consideration of H.R. 5. Will the gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. Murphy, kindly take the chair?
Shit.
The whole on the State of the Union for further consideration of H.R. 5, which the clerk...
I'm getting like distracted by this.
Amendment number 5, printed in House Report number 118-12, covered by Ms. Bonabici of Oregon.
Yeah, this is like fucking bad.
When the Committee of the Whole rose earlier today, a request for a recorded vote on Amendment number 8, printed House Report 118-12, was offered by the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Fitzpatrick, had been postponed. Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, proceedings will now resume on those amendments on which further proceedings were postponed, in the following order.
Which means...
Number 5 by Ms. Bonamici of Oregon. Number 6 by Mr. Train of Arizona.
I mean, I'm wondering if we just let him take it.
And number 8 by Mr. Fitzpatrick of Pennsylvania.
Well,
The chair will reduce to 2 minutes the minimum time for any electronic vote in this series.
first one was competitive, this second one. You really have to like take that. I'm trying to figure out like what happened on the second point.
Offered by the gentlewoman from Oregon, Ms. Bonamici, on which further proceedings were postponed, and on which the noes were prevailed by voice vote. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 5, printed in House Report number 118-12, offered by Ms. Bonamici of Oregon.
A recorded vote has been requested. Those in support of the request for a recorded vote will rise and be counted.
I can see with Ramatra, right? So he basically like closed off the zone with like whatever like that vortex thing he has too, because that was doing like tick damage. So then Ramatra drop it like in that center there, because the minute I saw that thing try to move out, but like then I got DPS down. So I think it does something else to you too. That's the only thing.
A series of votes on 4 amendments to the Republicans' Parental Oversight of Schools bill. The measure would amend the 1965 Elementary and Secondary Education Act to, among other things, require schools to post the school curriculum and give parents a list of books and other reading material available in the school library. It would also clarify a parent's right to address school boards and be informed about violent activity in the schools. Members now voting on a Democrat amendment that would kill the bill and offer a substitute amendment. Again, these are 2-minute votes.
Only in unity.
Well, the Democratic amendment's gonna fail. Well, no, with the one Republican saying yes.
It's very tender and
There's the robot. Oh, yeah. Dude, just like back off, man. Don't even bother. I had like nobody else was up there with me. That's why I completely backed off. This is gonna like take a while, right? Getting like 35 wins. That's kind of crazy to me. That's like in like a. So both the DPS left. We have like no. Okay, new DPS. Thank you.
Redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 6, printed in House Report number 118-12, offered by Mr. Crane of Arizona.
A recorded vote has been requested. Those who support the request for a recorded vote will rise to be counted. A sufficient number having arisen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic vote. This will be a 2-minute vote.
Vote now on amendment and a private right of action for parents to hold schools accountable for not honoring the rights set forth in Title I and Title II.
Oh, fuck. Try to push him off. Get like both. I got like 57% on my ult. Oh. they all got killed, right? Yeah. Shit. So I think you can get up to like 0.5%, like play it safe. Like from there. So you get an initial. Good pick on that Mercy. Oh, fuck. I thought I got him.
On this vote, the yeas were 61, the nays were 365. The amendment is not agreed to. The unfinished business is the request for a recorded vote on Amendment 7.
Dude. Oh. He got us
The
both.
gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Davidson, on which proceedings were postponed, on which the ayes prevailed by voice vote. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 7, printed in House Report number 118-12, offered by Mr. Davidson of Ohio.
A recorded vote has been requested. Those in support of the request of a recorded vote will rise and be counted. A sufficient number having arisen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will report their votes by electronic device. This will be a 2-minute vote.
Two more amendments to the Parents' Bill of Rights bill. This is a vote on amendment to prohibit federal funds going to a local educational agency unless an open enrollment period is held.
Does like rally not work? So does it just give you like initial armor, but it doesn't regen armor anymore? If you're still in the rally? Oh fuck. She was gonna get me anyway. Both the heels got targeted too. Yeah, that sounds about right.
Step right.
This is a request for a recorded
God
vote
damn.
on amendment number 8, printed in House Report 11812, offered by the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Fitzpatrick, on which further proceedings were postponed and on which the ayes prevailed by voice vote. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 8, printed in House Report number 118-12, offered by Mr. Fitzpatrick of Pennsylvania.
A recorded vote has been requested. Those in support of the recorded vote will rise and be counted. A sufficient number having arisen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 2-minute vote.
And this final amendment vote would require the Comptroller General of the United States to provide Congress with a report on the cost of this bill and analyze its impact on protecting parents' rights in education. Debate on more amendments to the bill is expected to continue after this vote.
I'm kind of going on a roll with Arissa, so we'll go ahead and keep going here. That's true. There has not been any movement so far on any indictment.
As long as there is free will, I fear there will be evil.
Nope.
Denying free will is also quite a puzzle, isn't it?
So we have, so they got an Arissa Sojourn, Arissa Sojourn. Dude, got like no healing. I got like no healing. What? She has no self-heal, dude. Bro, I'm like getting like no I'm getting like no heal whatsoever. Dude, DPS! DPS!
The yeas are 386 to 39. The amendment is agreed to.
Oh, we're getting some more debate now.
Reevaluating.
Fuck. Yo, ping, ping, ping. Ping. Use your ping.
Please take conversations off the floor.
Fuck. Okay, that enemy Orisa has it.
Please take conversations off the floor.
Dude, could I get, like, some fucking healing here? Dude, you guys have to, like, pump out, like, healing, dude. Like, I don't like understand this. Like, I understand, like, the healers now have more DPS abilities, but like, but you still have.
People, please take your conversations off the floor. It is now in order to consider amendment number 9 in House Report 11812. For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Bro, me and the Moira, there you go, should not be like getting like the most kills in this.
Ladies and gentlemen, the House will be in order. The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 9, printed in House Report number 118-12, covered by Mr. Garbarino of New York.
Resolution 241, the gentleman from New York, Mr. Garbarino, and a member opposed will each control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from New York.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume. Every parent has the inherent right and responsibility to decide what is best for their child, how to raise them, how to care for them, and what information to expose them to or to protect them from. My amendment protects the ability of parents to participate in the education of their own child by reaffirming parental choice and ensuring that
Dude,
children are not subject
help me! Oh my God, play the point, man. Play the point.
this amendment, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Recognize the gentleman from Virginia.
Play the point. We can win this game, dude. They're not like doing like too much.
Mr. Chairman, I ask unanimous consent to claim time in opposition, although I'm not opposed.
Gentleman's recognized.
Mr. Chairman, this amendment exposes the problem with the underlying bill. You should not be able to ban other parents' children. In fact, this amendment exposes the bill as actually doing exactly that. That's why this amendment is appropriate and hopefully be adopted.
Ooh.
Gentleman from New York is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate the gentleman's words and the support of this. I also appreciate the chairwoman's support of this amendment, and I yield back.
Use the ping system. Jesus Christ.
Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Question before the House is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from New York.
Use the ping
Those in favor
system.
say aye. Those opposed say no.
That fucking Sombra, man, just keep getting in the back line. This is the problem. Like, nobody was like making call-outs. I hate the fact that like nobody uses like the ping system in this game. Just ping.
It is now in order to consider the amendment number 10 printed in House Report 111-12.
Use the ping
Does the gentleman
system.
from Tennessee seek recognition?
I don't really care.
Mr. Chair,
Just use the tools available in the game.
I have an amendment at the desk.
Clerk will designate.
Amendment number 10, printed in House Report number 118-12, offered by Mr. Green of Tennessee.
Pursuant to House Resolution 241, the gentleman from Tennessee, Dr. Green, and a member opposed will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Tennessee.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Our nation's critical infrastructure and cybersecurity is increasingly under attack by malicious actors who seek to extort and do harm to the American people. Hospitals, financial institutions, utilities, and government agencies are all popular targets. But cyber attacks are now targeting the next generation of Americans, K through 12 students. While the total number of cyber attacks on K through 12 schools is unknown, recent reports have indicated that ransomware attacks on K through 12 schools increased between 2020 to 2022. Local and state officials report that loss of learning following a cyber attack can range from 3 days to 3 weeks, and recovery time could take anywhere from 2 to 9 months. Officials also reported monetary losses to school districts ranging from $50,000 to $1 million due to expenses from a cyber incident. Cyber attacks often result in the disclosure and theft of students' personal information. In a 2020 report, the GAO found that such information compromised included students' grades, their social security numbers, and medical information. In December 2021, a vendor for Chicago Public Schools was a victim of a ransomware attack in which more than 500,000 students and staff members' personal information was disclosed.
Oh my God.
Data included the student's name, schools, dates of birth, gender, school identification numbers,
Shit.
state student identification numbers.
She got me with the Nate too. That Nate is so fucking powerful, man.
One study found that between 2018 and 2021, roughly 3 million students were impacted by ransomware attacks. Parents who entrust their students' information to public institutions have the right to know when that information is compromised. We must do the work to ensure these attacks are not successful and that malicious actors are brought to justice. Parents need to know when their students' personal information has been compromised so that they can now take the necessary steps to protect them. Transparency is essential in protecting the privacy of students. We need schools that are both transparent and accountable to parents. Parents should be stonewalled when asking for information about their child's
Holy
personal
shit,
records.
dude.
The FBI should focus on investigating these cyber instances and informing parents on the irreparable harm done to their children's
Fucking melted me.
cybersecurity, rather than monitoring their parents' free speech and shutting down parent involvement. I urge my colleagues to put parents before politics and support this amendment. Mr. Chair, I yield.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia rise?
Mr. Chairman, I ask you to consent to claim the time of my position, although I'm not opposed.
Gentleman is recognized.
Oh, got me with the sleep dog.
I have some concern with some of the terms in the amendment, like what constitutes a major cyber attack, or who determines whether an attack has been made, or notice required so that you may have compromised information, and exactly what's concerned there. But generally speaking, if information is exposed during a cyber attack, people expect to be notified so that they can take appropriate action to protect themselves. The school should be no exception, so I support the amendment. I yield back.
Call for a vote.
Excuse me, the gentleman from Tennessee is now recognized. Question on and for the House is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Tennessee, Dr. Green. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to.
Oh, fuck.
For what purpose does the gentleman for Virginia rise?
Those frames are dropping. He got me.
Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, further proceedings on the amendment offered from the gentleman from Virginia, from Tennessee, will be postponed. The chair understands that amendment number 11 will not be offered.
Oh, fuck. Why not fucking...
now in order to consider amendment number 12, printed in House Report 118-12. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Chair, I have Amendment 12 at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 12, printed in House
Two,
Report
one.
118-12, offered by Ms. Jacobs of California.
Pursuant to House Resolution 241, the gentlewoman from California, Ms. Jacobs, the member opposed will control.
Fucking got me.
The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from California.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise today to fight for kids, parents, and guardians and educators in San Diego and across the country. All parents and guardians want for their kids is for them to grow up safe, healthy, and happy, and have the tools to confidently and successfully go out into the world. So, obviously, they should be involved in their kids' education and shaping their minds. But HR 5 is not the solution. I think we can all agree that educators can be some of the most influential people in our community.
Fuck me, dude.
To inspire lifelong learning, they can help foster creativity and curiosity and teach children new information and perspectives. But HR 5 fails to value educators. It fails to acknowledge or even address that teachers
Jesus
are
Christ,
overworked
look at the
and underpaid,
fucking
fueling the burnout
Reinhardt.
that's created a nationwide teacher shortage that was exponentially worsened by the pandemic.
I just don't understand like Reinhardt. That's the only thing. I really do want to like.
Just yesterday, there was a shooting at a Denver high school. And by failing to act on gun violence in schools, we're allowing an entire generation to grow up with so much trauma. Trauma of school shooting drills.
I just don't understand Reinhardt. Really, I should be paying attention to this. This is like way more important than this, but
save your life. And yet, HR 5 doesn't even
I think the biggest issue I have with Reinhardt is it's just like when to engage and when to disengage with the shield.
To a notification when violence at a school occurs.
Like I feel like the shield is like, but it's not. It's like a snap thing, snap, in out, in out, in out, and you need to be like in the front line consistently, like hitting people with your hammer.
Administrators, disciplinary measures that eradicate the cradle to prison pipeline, and more importantly, gun control measures to ensure that our youth are safe from school shootings. We need parents and guardians to be involved in the classroom because too often it's all on teachers to make up for emotional support, learning, and care in the classroom that should also be provided at home. But HR 5 doesn't give all parents and guardians the tools for constructive involvement and unfairly empowers a very narrow set to dictate what all students learn about. It will open the door to book bans and censorship to control what students learn and read about, neglecting important parts of history like the civil rights movement and learning about people's identities. It would also mandate schools to out LGBTQ+ students to their parents, violating students' privacy and potentially exposing them to harm in the process. And while I'm thankful that the Rules Committee supported 2 of my amendments, it's shameful that they rejected my amendment to ensure that teaching about the Holocaust and anti-Semitism in schools should be taught with the acknowledgement that those actions were immoral. Amid skyrocketing anti-Semitic rhetoric, especially from some of my colleagues,
I'm not gonna lie, I'm still a little salty about like that one game when that Reaper, I don't know if that guy was like throwing or whatever, that one Reaper, they still won. But like, what was it? That it was a wrecking ball and that Bastion were like holding it down hard, man.
The Holocaust and the lingering hate that still exists today. And in the height of irony, this bill even includes a sense of Congress that all public elementary and secondary schools should have opportunities to learn the history of the Holocaust and anti-Semitism. But that means very little if we're unwilling to mandate how wrong and immoral those actions were. This bill is a disservice to our kids, parents, and guardians, teachers, and to our future. By not providing kids the tools to be engaged, thoughtful citizens, so we should take the opportunity to improve this bill. My amendment eliminates the at-no-cost unfunded mandate embedded within the bill that would require schools that are already underfunded and under-resourced to be burdened with printing out professional development and curriculum materials at zero cost. I agree that parents should have access to school curriculums, most of which are already published online. However, if my colleagues believe parents should have this right so strongly, then they should provide additional funding for school systems to be able to comply. We want all parents and guardians to be involved in the classroom. This is a simple, common-sense solution that removes the potentially costly barrier for school systems that are already
Damn, there's still a lot of visual clutter in this game, man.
colleagues to support my amendment to remove the no-cost provisions in HR 5 to bring all parents and guardians to the table for their kids' learning. Parents and guardians should be active participants in kids' education, but that doesn't mean we should lose sight of school safety, ending discrimination, supporting teachers, and ensuring a well-rounded curriculum that prepares kids for the future. Thank you. I reserve the balance of my time.
Oh, I'm like gonna get destroyed right now. Oh yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise to claim time in opposition to the amendment.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized.
Was it 4 kills from the fucking Reaper there? Did the Reaper get into the back line?
Mr. Chair, parents have a fundamental right to know what their children are being taught, and it should not depend on how rich or poor they are. The amendment under consideration
I agree.
strikes the phrase, quote, at no cost, end quote, from the clause stating that parents have the right to review and make copies of curricula. In other words, this amendment would allow schools to charge parents for copies of what their children are being taught. On principle, that's a terrible idea. Republicans believe that every parent, no matter how much money they have, should be free to know what their child is being taught. This amendment is also terrible policy. Under the provision, schools could charge every parent exorbitant amounts for
Oh, you got so fucking lucky, Mercy.
for parents to access the curriculum of their children.
Dude.
Schools can use cost as a weapon.
That Sojourn is like coming around the back. She's on the far left side. Look out.
Nicole Solis, who became concerned that her child's school was teaching radical leftist ideology. She asked for the school's curriculum, but was consistently stonewalled and told to file public records request. She did, and the school hit her with a $75,000 bill. That kind of conduct is outrageous.
Yeah, my fucking healing's like negated. Hold on.
$75,000 to learn what their child is being taught. Just the threat of this kind of bill has a chilling effect on other parents. That's why it's essential we defeat this amendment. Parents should be able to see the child's curriculum without worrying the school will slam them with an exorbitant bill. I urge my colleagues to vote against this amendment in favor of the underlying bill and reserve the balance amendment.
Gentlewoman reserved. California is recognized.
Thank you. Well, I completely agree that parents should have access to curriculum and know what their kids are learning. Schools publish curriculum online already. Most of the information that they would need is already publicly available. And frankly, if we want to make sure that parents are able to access this with no cost, we shouldn't be burdening the parents, and we also shouldn't be burdening the already overburdened school districts. We should be funding it. This right now is an unfunded mandate, which I urge my colleagues to not support. I yield back.
Fuck.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I yield myself the balance of my time. Again, we should defeat this amendment that would encourage schools to throw up roadblocks.
Oh my God.
We should defeat this amendment that would make money a barrier to parental engagement. We should defeat this amendment and support the underlying bill. I yield back the balance of my time.
Fuck.
The question is on the amendment offered by the gentlewoman from California. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. Opinion of the chair, the noes have it. The amendment is not agreed to. It is now in order to consider amendment number 13 printed in House at 11812. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Chair, I have Amendment 13 at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment. Pursuant to House Resolution 241, the gentlewoman from California, Ms. Jacobs, and a member opposed, each will control 5. Mr. Chair recognizes the gentlewoman from California.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We all know that our educators and school districts are overburdened and overworked.
Oh, fuck me, man. It's just...
HR 5 worsens these systemic problems. My amendment will remove an unnecessary and burdensome provision permitting parents and guardians to review professional development materials for educators. This would impact educator and school districts already limited time and resources without any positive gain for parents, guardians, and students.
Damn, she is like putting me to sleep consistently. I'm gonna fucking die.
Available to educators.
The thing is, I just don't know.
That we can ensure that educators' time is directed at enriching our kids' education and not fulfilling onerous requirements. Thank you. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman from the great state of North Carolina. For what purpose, I'm sorry, does the gentlewoman from North Carolina arise?
I rise to claim time and opposition to the amendment, Mr. Chair.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you. I yield myself to the time as I make the speech. We all know that impacting good teachers can be motivating, challenging, and life-changing for young students. We all want to have good teachers. I've spent my career in education and I've met countless teachers over the years who care deeply about students and want to do the right thing. Unfortunately, too many in the education bureaucracy are working against teachers with professional development materials who seek to push radical ideologies meant to be passed on to students. Furthermore, there are numerous professional development groups who want to supply teachers these talking points. That's why it's essential we know exactly what teachers themselves are being taught, what kind of professional development they're receiving, who's providing it. We Republicans believe that parents have a fundamental right to know these things. Parents need to know who's teaching the teachers, and taxpayers have a right to know what kind of professional development they're paying for. Frankly, opposition to giving parents access to this information and these materials is evidence for the need of this bill. What is it that proponents of this amendment are trying to find? During the Rules Committee hearing, one of the Democrat members even recognized that reviewing professional development materials is a fundamental right. He told me, I agree with you. These are really important vital rights every parent in the country ought to have. And I would think the best place to start would be to ask the local school board and make sure that the right to review any professional development material is secured. End quote. I agree with the Democrat congressman. Reviewing professional development material is a vital right of every parent. His mistake, however, is to think that every local school board will voluntarily allow such. No, we do not. That's why we need the Parents' Bill of Rights. I urge my colleagues to vote against this amendment and in favor of the underlying bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentlewoman reserved. Gentleman from California.
I agree that parents deserve to see some professional development. That's why I want the majority to define professional development so we can make sure that parents that we're actually doing what we intend to do. But the bill is written and it includes specialized instructional support personnel such as speech language pathologists and audiologists who have specific continuing education requirements that are sometimes accessed through continuing education courses that have copyright restrictions that limit use and distribution of materials and content. So my amendment would ensure that all teachers and specialized instructional support personnel are able to access the professional development courses they need to maintain their skills and even their licenses and their certifications, which this bill as written would get in the way of. I yield back.
Well, gentlewoman yield. Gentlewoman from North Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield myself the balance of my time. This amendment seeks to remove information about the education children are receiving from parents. We should defeat this amendment and support the underlying bill. And I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentlewoman yield. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentlewoman from California. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. Continuing chair, the noes have it. Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentlewoman from California will be postponed.
You are adept at endings.
It is now in order to consider amendment number 14, printed in House Report 11812. For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Mr. Chair, I have amendment number
Jesus.
14 at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 14, printed in House Report number 118-12, offered by Mr.
Really?
Lawler of New York.
That was a good switch,
House
man.
Resolution 241.
So, okay, a good counter to Ryan with Diva.
Member opposed
Diva?
will each control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from New York.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise today to offer an amendment to H.R. 5, the Parents' Bill of Rights. In my district and in districts across the country, our education system is a balance of public schools,
Yeah,
private
17th
schools,
district,
charter
right?
schools,
Newly elected.
parochial schools,
He's not going to
vocational
keep the
schools,
seat.
and home schools.
See what
My
happens.
amendment would make clear this bill only applies to schools that take funds from the Department of Education and would ensure
I think we're
that
doing
non-public
Overwatch right now.
schools are able to determine their own curriculum, not have curriculum imposed on them by local school boards and states that disregard that right. In New York, for instance, this is of greatest
So
concern.
nearly
As the
7
current
hours of
governor and the
playing.
administration have
7
attempted to
hours of
impose
playing.
severe restrictions
Got
on
10
private schools, including
Oh my
Catholic
God.
schools and
Yeah, it's just like a little
and
bit
school
at a time,
districts
man.
across the state. A key provision of this new state
25
regulation
more wins.
was
Oh my
actually
God.
thrown out in court today.
They're just like, hey man,
Parents
just
choose
buy the
to
battle
send their
pass.
children
Just
to the
buy
school
it.
they feel best fits their needs and beliefs. It is not the role of any
And then you
government
gotta do
to
the
dictate
same
to
thing with
parents and
Carico.
children what they should believe or practice, and in my district, that certainly is a concern held by many parents. I have parents contact my office every day with concerns about their children's education.
All the classic heroes
and the
got
state
unlocked,
trying to
too.
force itself into the relationship between educators and students. I am hopeful that my colleagues will join me in supporting this amendment, which protects non-public schools from being forced to adopt questionable practices forced on them by school boards and states. I yield back my time.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia arise?
Mr. Chairman, I rise in opposition to the amendment.
Without objection, gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chairman, in the first part of the bill says nothing is actually construed to impose any requirements on non-public elementary and secondary schools. I'm unaware of anything the bill does to impose requirements on non-public elementary or secondary schools, so it seems to me to be unnecessary. The second is a sense of Congress. It says local agencies do not have the authority to exercise any direction, supervision, or control over curriculum or program instruction of non-public elementary and secondary schools. And again, I'm unaware of local school boards' authority to exercise such
where's
supervision,
the
direction, or control. So that seems also to
So
be
what we'll do
unnecessary.
is-
So I'm not sure what the amendment speaks to that's relevant, so I would oppose the amendment. And I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields. Question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from New York. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is not agreed, is agreed to. Excuse me. The ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. Apologies. It is now in order to consider the amendment number 15 printed in House Report 11812. For what purpose does the gentleman from Kentucky seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 15, printed in House Report number 118-12, offered by Mr. Massey of Kentucky.
Pursuant to House Resolution 241, the gentleman from Kentucky, Mr. Massey, and a member opposed will each control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Kentucky.
Mr. Chair, my amendment is quite simple. It expresses the sense of Congress that the Department of Education and the Secretary of Education should no longer have any authority to administer any program related to elementary or secondary education in the United States. Some people may confuse the purpose of my amendment, and let me be clear, it is to strengthen public education in the United States. I'm a product of public education. K through 12, I attended public schools, as did my wife and all of our children. We're proud of our schools in this country, but it's time to turn in the grade card for the Department of Education. They've been at it for 40 years, and they get an F. Education has not improved, but spending has doubled per pupil. It's time to return the
I wonder
power
why that
back
is.
to the states and back to the people and back to the school boards and to allow them to make these decisions locally. At this time, I'd like to yield 2 minutes to my friend.
I think we're really
Josh
gonna have
McKean
like
from
one.
Oklahoma.
We're gonna have like a sexless generation, and two, we're gonna have a generation of like really fucking dumb people.
September 24th, 1981, in his address to the nation on the Program for Economic Recovery, President Ronald Reagan made the following comment, quote, "As a third step, we propose to dismantle 2 cabinet departments, energy and education. Both secretaries are wholly in accord with this. Some of the activities in both of these departments will, of course, be continued either independently or in other areas of government. There's only one way to shrink the size and cost of big government, and that's by eliminating agencies that are not needed and are getting in the way of the solution. ... By eliminating the Department of Education less than 2 years after it was created, we can not only reduce the budget, but ensure that local needs and preferences, rather than the wishes of Washington, determine the education of our children." Ronald Reagan. The Federal Department of Education was created in 1979. Many people can't even remember a time when it was not a creation. But there was such a time. 200 years our nation flourished and had rigorous education absent the Federal Department of Education. I too am a product of public education. But I contend if we want to empower parents, end the hypersexualized woke culture that's invading our classrooms, we need to give school board members and parents the ability to determine the education of their children and empower them by returning to the brilliance of our founding fathers, the 18 enumerated powers that list those things that the federal government should do. Education is not mentioned. That's why Thomas Jefferson made the comment, in order for the federal government to be involved in education, you have to have a constitutional amendment. We need to follow the advice of our founding fathers, put this back in the hands of our state, and they can determine what is happening in the classroom. That is the success for our children, for this country. And I yield.
Time. Gentleman from Kentucky reserves. For what purpose, Mr. Scott?
Mr. Chairman, I rise in opposition to the amendment.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, whenever we encounter an attempt to dismantle the Department of Education, it's clear that we're undermining public education, and yet even the founders of our great nation were committed to education. Moreover, without a federal role in education, when states were left to their own devices, we lacked a common set of standards for high-quality education, high-quality teachers, and high expectation for student outcomes, and many students were left behind, such as racial minorities, low income, those with disabilities, those with English as a second language. The federal role in education assures a level playing field for all of our students, and especially provides funding to help the most needy students. Moreover, the federal role of education is still trying to live up to the promise of Brown v. Board of Education, the 1954 decision.
Damn.
In that decision, the Supreme Court said that the education is a right which must be made available to all on equal terms, and further that racially segregated so-called separate
3 years.
equal
Have fun, lady.
education was inherently unequal. The GAO just recently, as starting in 2016, found that public schools, unfortunately, are still segregated. As a matter of fact, more segregated now than any time since the late 1960s.
God damn.
July 2022 found that more than 1 in 3 K through 12 students attend essentially racially segregated schools. So we still have work to do in that area. We still
This
have
must have
work
been
to do
earlier
to promise
today.
to fulfill the promise
This
of the Individuals with
was-
Disabilities Education Act.
Yeah, this had to be
We're
early in the
not,
morning, because we were like, what,
that
at 7
promise.
o'clock my
So
time?
We still have a lot of work to do on the federal level. There is a federal role for education. The Department of Education is working on that, fulfilling that
This is
responsibility.
interesting.
And for these reasons, I oppose the amendment.
I really want to know if the military and other security services are going to do what they say they're going to do. It's not going to be like a coup or anything like that. They're just going to, I think it's going to be like they're all going to resign.
As my colleague from Oklahoma pointed out, Congress lacks the constitutional authority to create what amounts to a national school board of unelected, unaccountable bureaucrats. How many are there? 4,000 bureaucrats in Washington, D.C. My colleague on the other side of the aisle said that basically every school would like to have more money. How could we do
that without raising taxes. Quit wasting it in Washington, D.C. on 4,000 bureaucrats who cost us about $100,000 apiece. These bureaucrats make more than the teachers, yet they don't teach a single class. They don't write books. They don't help with that.
I would have to see like the WAPO, or the Wall Street, the Wall Street Journal article saying that too.
Red tape that local schools have to
I
deal
think
with, and only
generally,
about 10% of the funding. It's time
I think
to change
generally
that
people know
equation.
that he's probably in debt. I can't imagine him trying to like garner. The subscriptions are not going to pay people. Why would you pay for something that you had free? Too. Also, like the benefits aren't that great, unless you're a content creator.
How many more kids would get a better education? I suspect
But if
a
you've
lot
been on the
more kids would
platform
get
and
a
you
better
have
education. This
and
was
you
a
have an
re-election
audience.
ploy
Like let's use like XQC for example. If XQC, people are gonna already following his Twitter account. Same thing with Sign, big content creator. If you're up and coming content creator, doesn't necessarily mean you're gonna get. Are you necessarily gonna be at the top of everyone's algorithm? But when they have to follow you though, or do you just like get pushed up in that category? But are you gonna like supersede someone like a Hassan, XQC, Shroud, like Asmongold? I wouldn't think so.
We support the rights of parents.
What would stop people? Let's say you are being pushed up, and I'm seeing you in like in the gaming. Like I follow a lot of gaming people. I'm seeing you more often. What's stopping me from just muting you or blocking you because you're taking up my feed, and I don't want to see. And I don't want to see you.
Who won the presidential election and who became Secretary of Education? It's too important.
Don't worry. I'm talking over Massey, but he rarely ever says anything good.
The teachers and the parents. With that, I urge adoption of this and the underlying bill, and I yield back.
Gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, this is not a complicated amendment. Just ask whether you want a Department of Education. I think we should have a Department of Education, and therefore ask for a no vote on this amendment. I yield back the balance of my time.
The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Kentucky. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Kentucky will be postponed.
Oh my God! Please don't. Really? Come on. Listen, if you want to spend money on this, go ahead. Not my cup of tea, though. It's gonna be a regular show. It's gonna be a regular old show.
Printed in House Report 118-12. For what purpose does the gentleman from Georgia seek recognition?
I have an amendment at the desk, and I rise to offer an amendment to H.R. 5.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 16, printed in House Report number 118-12, offered by Mr. McCormick of Georgia.
Pursuant to House Resolution 241, the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. McCormick, I should say Dr. McCormick, and member opposed will each control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Georgia, Dr. McCormick.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm here today to discuss my amendment to H.R. 5, the Parents' Bill of Rights Act. I speak to all of you as a father of 7, an educator for 4 years, both in public and private schools, and a youth minister for over 20 years. It is important to note that as we discuss this legislation, we are not guaranteed just local control in our Constitution, but we're also
transgender women, person in women's sports, going that briefing for this.
Inalienable individual rights, even when inconvenient to the local government, because the ultimate minority we need to protect is the individual. For Amendment 16, it clarifies the H.R. 5's language to ensure parents have the guaranteed opportunity to address their school boards regarding any violation of the parental
Isn't this
rights.
the other?
This right is implied within the bill, but deserves stronger language. As we have seen too frequently across the country, including 2 counties within my district, concerns moms and dads have been silenced, thrown out, and threatened when standing up for their children. This is simply unacceptable. Amendment number 16 serves as a form of accountability. We must ensure parents should be able to provide school boards with feedback to make necessary changes when the rights of the parents or the children are infringed upon. With that, I reserve the balance of my time.
Wait, what?
Virginia, for what purpose?
Mr. Chairman, I rise in opposition to the amendment.
Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, parents already have the right to address their local school board, and it should be done, unfortunately, within reason, but the reasonable amendment was rejected in committee. But you don't need a federal law to instruct school board members who are elected to be polite to the public.
So that's not even implemented yet.
This bill grants a federal right of action to each and
So
every person who shows up at a school board, no matter how
why would you buy it then?
extreme, irrelevant,
Okay.
or
Why would you want to
repetitive
post
that person
longer
may
videos when you can do
be.
for free on YouTube?
This amendment
On
is
Twitter.
unnecessary because it doesn't
You
do
can
anything to
post the
underlying
shorter,
bill.
like a
The
shorter
underlying bill
clip of a
gives you that
longer video.
so-called
Like, let's say you're a
right.
video
We've
essayist,
heard
right?
that some
Like,
parents have been arrested.
I was watching
Again,
Noah
I'll
Sampson
say
videos,
again, as
like
I've
Noah,
said before,
and like,
they're
you can
arrested
basically just
because
create
the
like an
police believe
ad
they're
for your like
committing a
30-minute
crime.
video,
I
post it on
reserve the
Twitter,
balance of my time.
and then say, hey, check out my
Gentleman,
YouTube,
Dr.
so you get the
the gentleman
benefit of
from
people
Georgia, Dr.
following you on Twitter, but then
you.
you put the link to your YouTube, so they come to YouTube, they like the video probably, they give it a like and they subscribe.
Some parents should be heard.
And you're not paying anyone, you're not paying Twitter, you're not paying YouTube anything.
That's not what we're talking about.
Like, why would you pay for it?
Parents who are arrested for doing
Just to
violence
post longer
things,
video.
and that's a very rare exception. We keep on
With Twitter
using
blue
these rare
labs?
exceptions to make a
Is it
rule.
worth it though to like
Clearly, we do need
get like those new, like what new features though are you like going to be rolling out though? The longer, like this hasn't been implemented yet from what I'm reading here. Then this hasn't been implemented
to
yet.
step up and take action. I think it's simply
You can
untrue
edit-
to say that we already have laws that cover this and you already have access to your school boards when clearly just in my district alone,
4,000 characters. You want to create a tweet? 4,000
that's what we're
characters.
fighting over right
Twitter's
now,
like a
is
short
parent's
form
right
blog.
to address a school board when
Why
the
would you
school
wanna
board
create
says
a
no.
longer tweet?
I don't want to listen to you. And that's what we're arguing about right now. If it wasn't happening, I wouldn't be standing in front of you right now. And in fact, I probably wouldn't have been elected because this is one of the main things parents want is their rights back for them and their children. And with that,
What rights did
I
a
reserve
parent
the remainder
lose?
of my time.
You have a
Gentleman
right, you
reserves
want
the
to look
gentleman
at
from
every single book that comes your way, like A Kill a Mockingbird.
How much time I have remaining?
Bro, almost every parent like
4 minutes
that's
remaining.
alive today has like read that book in high school or even before high school. I just don't understand this. Like, what rights did you lose? Like in this too.
Gentlelady's right.
If you want to review all the material, I
Thank
got
you,
no
Mr.
problem with that.
Speaker.
I think
I
that's
rise
within your
today
right.
to speak
That you
on
can
the
say it too.
amendment
But
and
like
in strong
your
opposition to HR
your
5.
kids are gonna grow up like
Today, I spoke
maladjusted
with
to the
teachers,
world, and they're
principals, and
gonna
superintendents who
not
have
be able
all
to adjust
gone
to
to
anything too
school
if they can't
to
like
learn
learn
how
like
to
some simple
educate,
things
manage,
that there are
and
gay people,
supervise
that there are
the
trans
education
people,
of our
that there
young
are
people,
there
and they
was
oppose
I mean,
this
there is
bill
racism in this country,
and
but
the
you know there's a
usurping
group of
of
people in
their
this country
expertise
talking about black
in their
people
field
that used to be
and
owned
their
as like
ability
chattel
to
in this
teach.
country. Like these are things that like that should not like
that we
shock
have
you.
now
If you don't
decided
want
that we
like your
don't
kids to learn it,
trust our
homeschool.
teachers.
Just straight up homeschool.
to say the
And I
title
gotta
of
tell
this
you, I met a
bill
lot of
is a
homeschool
lie.
kids.
It is a Trojan
They
horse
are
when it comes to what's best
they're not
to
that
educating
when
our
they get put out
children.
into the world and they
And
got
it
work
is
in the
really
world.
about the
Ooh, they are
evisceration
some
of public
special fucking
education.
people, man.
I'm a parent. I know what's best
They
for
they
my
have a
child,
hard
but
time
that
dealing
doesn't
with the
mean I
world,
know
man.
what's best for your child. And this bill would
You
take
want them
the
to live and work in this
participation of
small
parents
town in the middle of
out
Iowa, you go
decision-making
right ahead, dude.
process and truly
Let's see how
create
long like the
anarchy
jobs last there, because the
in
jobs are
our
not
education
there.
system. You know, earlier today, I was in
The
a
party
committee
that's all
hearing
about small
listening to
government wants to
Republicans talk about
impose
China. And this is
government
what I
on
heard them
everybody. I
say.
find that hilarious.
They said, shame on
The
China.
Republican Party is supposed to be
China
the
is
party of small
bashing
government,
access to
but they seem to
education,
want
stifling
things that
access to
the
free
only
thought,
government
and banning
they seem to
access
want things that the federal
information.
government have
The
unprecedented power
hypocrisy
over controlling
that in
you.
banishing and talking
And they
about
talk about it's like,
bashing
oh, we're
China
giving you
and
back your right.
bashing
You
China.
always had your rights.
This bill actually does exactly
There-
what they say.
Schooling has been left to like at the state and county and local level for years and years and years. How you educate in New York is ever how you educate in Florida, Texas, and California too. That's part of the that's part of the problem too. Why there's such like varying educational gaps in this country
So
too.
if you support mob rule, then you support H.R. 5. If you support autocracy, then you support H.R. 5. But the
But
Americans
I can see this
that I
now
know, the
where like
constituents in my
you're gonna have like
district
people like in
support
not even like in all of New York,
And that is
but
not
like in like
HR
more
5.
rural counties in New York,
Democracy is
you're gonna
about
have
everyone
kids like
having a
who've
voice.
never read any of these
Democracy is
texts,
about
who
silencing
were
people.
maladjusted,
No one
who
is
don't know anything
suggesting
about
that
anything
parents
because it was never
can't and
introduced to them,
shouldn't
and like
be
let alone in
involved
high
in the
school
education
or or even
their
at
children.
like in
And
like
the
elementary
activities
school,
that are going
and
on
then when
in
they get out in the
schools,
real world, they're like,
absolutely.
what, gay people, trans people, there's people like that too, and it's gonna be such a culture shock. They're gonna have a hard adult life. They're gonna have a hard adult life. I've seen it before. It is not good. It's just, it's a ladder system. You teach it, a
So I
tiny
am here
bit
to
here.
defend
You don't
our
go into
education
deep. You don't
system
go
and ensure
in
that
that
our
deep,
students
and
and
then
our teachers
every
go
grade.
to school
It's a layer.
unencumbered
You
by
layer it on.
political
It's just like an
agendas
onion, and that's
so
it.
that they
And once you
can
start in the
live
high
and
school,
learn
you can start getting a little bit more
freely about who
complex,
they are
complex,
and the
complex.
history of this
You know, that's when you start
country
really
and
getting into the
world.
complexities of
Thank
things.
you, and I yield back.
I'm telling you.
Gentleman
Telling
from
you,
Georgia,
they
Dr.
want to.
McCormick is
Republicans want to
recognized.
homeschool all your kids too. God bless you if you can do that. If you want to do that, you go right ahead. But like, that's not the vast majority of people in this country. They do not have the time, the energy, or the money to be able to do that.
I take offense in thinking that teachers and school systems are the only one that could say so. I take offense.
No one is
that
saying that though.
just giving the
But
opportunity for a
but
parent
in our
to give
system,
feedback
you
to
trust
a
the
school
school,
board
you trust the teachers, and you
is
trust the
something
system
other than
to
the most
teach your kids
representative
what they need to
sort of
know, not only to get to college,
government
but
that we
just like
have.
the basic
The First
education,
Amendment
so they can like live and
allows us to
survive out in this
speak
world,
openly against our
and they can
government,
become like
against our elected
well-adjusted
officials,
adults.
and to express our opinions
No one's
freely.
like, I
And
hate this
that's
like
what
talking
my
about the
amendment's
Republicans
about.
like
There couldn't
have,
be any more
where they're like,
constitutional
hey,
amendment. There couldn't be
we're
any
gonna push the
more
parents out.
freedom.
Don't get me wrong. People on my side of the aisle aren't like
democratic
saying it,
process.
aren't
There
like
couldn't
putting
be
it in a way
more
where
representative
they're saying
thing
that
for your
exactly.
child
But like there are a
than
lot of
you.
Republicans that
I'm
take over this
inclined, you
talking
as a-
point, and
as
it's
a
like the
woman,
silliest
as
things.
a mother, me as a father, all of us. This isn't just for Democrats or Republicans. This is for every parent to be able to speak freely to their representative body of governance, to their schools. And that's what this amendment
They
is about.
can, but they can't intimidate the
With that,
teachers
I yield.
afterwards too. They can't
Gentleman
threaten
yields.
like teachers or like those
Gentleman from
representatives
Virginia
either,
is
which they have
recognized.
done during those school board meetings.
Gentleman yields. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Georgia. Those in favor say aye. Those
And the
opposed
fact
say
of the
nay.
matter is, this is the
The ayes
God's
have it.
honest
In the
truth.
opinion of the
Sometimes
chair,
kids
the amendment
cannot
is
talk to their
agreed to.
parents. They just have a hard time doing it, and they need like a third party or like a neutral party to be able to talk to, because like they can't talk to their parents for whatever reason. Like they're feeling
It
that
is
they're
now in order to
trans,
consider
that they
amendment
think
number
that they're
17
gay.
printed
They
in House
can't for
Report
whatever reason.
118-12.
And sometimes it's because
For what
they hear their
purposes
parents
does the
talk
gentleman
about
from
like these
Georgia
issues, and they're like,
seek
I don't know if I
I
like.
have an amendment at the desk.
I don't feel comfortable talking to my
realize
parents about this because I think they're going to feel a certain
HR
way about it.
5
So you
with
need like
amendment
a
number 17.
quote unquote neutral third party to talk
designate
to.
the amendment.
That's why
Amendment number
you have
17,
teachers there where you
House
can.
Report number
I'm assuming they can
118-12,
trust and like
offered
talk
by
to, and they
Mr.
can
McCormick of
lead,
Georgia.
give them the proper information
Pursuant to the
to help
resolution,
them.
I'm sorry,
But like
pursuant to House Resolution 241, the gentleman from
the
Georgia,
whole
Dr.
thing is like
McCormick,
fucking backwards.
and a member
This is all
opposed
going to
each
blow
will
up in their
have 5
faces
minutes
too.
to control.
I'm going
The
to
chair
tell you right now.
recognizes the
In these
gentleman
southern
from Georgia.
states, I've
Thank
seen
you,
it before.
Chair.
It
My
is.
amendment 17
It's
is
going
a
to
simple
fall
addition to
apart.
HR 5 that states that parents have the right to be informed of any non-curriculum based initiatives or events, and parents have the right to opt in their child to such events, excluding birthday celebrations and federal holidays.
What?
Examples of these events that my amendment seeks to address include National French Week, Firefighter Appreciation Day, Democracy Day, or any other politically motivated or controversial extracurricular activities. Some of these activities are great. However, it's important that parents aren't simply aware of the activities their children are participating in, but we also want to give parents the ability to be proactive in their child's education and especially their extracurricular activities. This is their right. This amendment has nothing to do with technical careers or college prep. It only applies to initiative and events outside of the curriculum.
So
The American
basically, an
Psychological
anti-woke bill without
Association
using
has
the actual
confirmed
word
that
woke.
common
I don't understand.
sense
What do you mean, like
already tells us, which
non-curriculum
is that parental
activities?
involvement
Like activities that are like
in
not
education
with.
is vital.
How would like something?
Students with parents who
Why
are
would a school
involved have
sponsor
higher
like a
chance to get better
non-curriculum
grades
activity?
and
You mean
test
like something that
scores,
like
have better
doesn't
school
directly
attendance,
lead to like
and even
learning?
better social outcomes. With that, I reserve the remainder of my time.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Virginia.
He would have to
what
define
for
like
what purpose?
non-curriculum activity. I don't
Mr.
understand.
Chairman, I'd rise in opposition to the amendment.
The gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I'm having a little trouble understanding the amendment, but as I understand it, a student couldn't participate in a non-curriculum-based activity, event, or initiative unless the parents have affirmatively opted in. Otherwise, the students would be prevented from participation in that event. If that's my understanding, if the parents don't get the paperwork in, the students can't participate in the event. I reserve the balance of my time.
Reserves. The gentleman from Georgia. Dr. McCormick is recognized.
I think that's an excellent point. What do we require opt-in for right now? Right now, for free and reduced lunches, you have to opt in. For a field trip, you have to opt in. For lots of activities, you have to opt in. Things that are good for the children.
On those first 2 points too, there's a reason why you opt into those things too.
I want to go to this.
For like the free lunches, I frankly don't think you should be able to opt in. Like I think they dealt with that in Minnesota too. All kids get that now in like Minnesota, or at least up to a certain grade level too. Field trips, it's for like it's like for safety reasons too.
Nothing to do with academics. This could be used in positive ways or negative ways, depending on how you view your children's
Give an example.
education.
What do you mean doesn't have to do with academics? Are you talking about like, I don't know, like a National Trans Celebration Day? Like Pride Day? Like shit like that? This is like, it skews. This is just like anything considered like fucking woke, whatever like that shit is.
Schools have to get consent from parents one event at a time. The language is drafted so that a school can determine how to best inform and receive a parent's consent, and it can be done for the entire year all at once. That's up to the school. But once again, it empowers parents to have control of things that are outside of academics, which we already have a precedent for. And with that, I reserve the rest of my time.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman.
Bullshit, dude.
I yield myself 1 minute.
Ask him like the hard question. What does he mean by non-curricular activities? What does he mean? It's not academics. Are you talking about sports?
Celebration on Halloween with a costume parade.
You already have that.
Valentine's Day with a class party. If the parents didn't get the paperwork in time, the children can't participate.
Oh, I hate this. He's not like addressing like the actual point. So it's basically a broad stroke. So like basically parent would have to have complete say-so. So what if you have a classroom then where it's like 50-50, right? 10 kids are in the classroom.
George is recognized.
5 of the
Clearly,
parents.
I'm not talking about recess. Let's not get crazy about what kind of things we're claiming right now. I'm talking about
Like half the parents are saying no to like, let's say use that congressman's example, the Valentine's Day party. The other half saying we're fine with that too. What happens? It's a stalemate then. So then half those kids whose parents say no, they're like, you can't be in the party. Okay, you leave.
Greatly from going down to the power station for a field trip, but you already have to opt them in. You're doing that already. I'm talking about things that have nothing to do with academics. This has to do with empowering parents. Just
For example, I want an example. What does he mean by that?
What your children are exposed to. That
i.e.,
is what parental rights are all
I'm
about.
telling you, anything LGBTQ. So let's talk about Harvey Milk. We're gonna spend this week because it's the anniversary of his assassination, or anniversary of his death. Let's go ahead and talk about it too. Kid comes home, says, "Yeah, we're talking about Harvey Milk." Parent Google, I'm completely against gay people. I don't want my kid to know about Harvey Milk. So in doing that entire lesson plan,
To determine how
he says it's not
schools
academic,
handle recess
but Harvey Milk's a part of American history, though,
holiday
right?
parties,
But if you're learning,
Halloween or Valentine's Day parties, we need a federal law to tell them how to handle it. I don't think so. I hope we'd oppose the amendment.
he is not talking about. He's not talking about that, though. This is frustrating. He's not talking about that. He's talking about issues involving the LGBTQ plus people. He's saying that without saying that too. It's the woke stuff. It's basically, it's like an anti-woke
The
amendment.
gentleman from Virginia has the only time. He yields. Yeah, gentleman yields. Okay, so you're done. Okay. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Georgia.
Ask him to describe a non-curriculum activity. Explain that to you. Sports, you already have to opt in for safety reasons.
On that, I request a recorded vote.
Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18.
This is like so silly, man.
The amendment offered by the gentleman from Virginia the gentleman from Georgia will be postponed.
So the page doesn't exist anymore.
It is now in order to consider amendment number 18, printed in House Report 118-12. For what purpose does the gentleman from Ohio seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I'm not gonna lie to you. This was actually like a good answer by him too.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 18, printed in House Report number 118-12, offered by Mr. Miller of Ohio.
Pursuant to House Resolution 241, the gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Miller, and a member opposed, each control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Miller.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I believe that kids do better in school and better in life when their parents are involved in their educations. Parents have a right to know what their children are being taught. They have a right to be heard by
They
teachers,
do have a
by
right to be taught, and they're being told like what I don't know what like curriculum is like hiding this information. This is such bullshit.
Their children's privacy and to keep them safe, and they have a right to know how schools are spending their tax dollars. But these rights
Then
are being
go to those
threatened
meetings.
because some people believe that the government knows better than parents about what their kids
Nobody's
need to
saying
succeed.
that. Nobody's
They may
saying
be
that.
comfortable with bureaucracies standing between students and parents, but I'm not. For these reasons and others, I'm proud to be a co-sponsor of the Parents' Bill of Rights to enshrine these principles into law. I thank Chairwoman Fox and Congresswoman Letlow for
This
their
is true.
leadership in bringing this important
The same
legislation
issue
forward.
then. This is
Today,
what
I'm
like people were
offering an
bringing up
amendment
too.
to
This is the same
further
issue I was like
strengthen
bringing
this
up
bill.
like when
My amendment is simple.
when the TikTok
It
CEO
includes
was talking
language to
too.
ensure that the
Facebook and all these
rights
other companies
defined
do the
in
exact
Parents'
same
Bill
thing
of
too.
Rights extend to families of students who choose to pursue career and technical education. One of the great challenges facing our
Bring the
economy is
same
meeting
energy
the
with, like,
needs of a
Facebook and
changing
Russia,
labor
my
market in
friends.
the United States. Specifically, we must address the skills gap. CTE achieves this goal. In my home state of Ohio, 54% of jobs require skills training. During the 2020-2021 school year, Ohio had over 127,000 secondary CTE participants. In the class of 21, we earned over 59,000 industry-recognized credentials while graduating high school. These are among the hardest working students that you'll find.
I'm not gonna lie, I laughed when he said that too.
And these students matter just as much
Or
as
some
those who go to
Singapore.
college.
I was
My
like,
amendment ensures that families of CTE students are
yeah,
protected by
I'm
the
not a big
law in the
fan
same way
of
that
like Dan
students
Crenshaw
on the
though, but he makes a
traditional
good point though.
route are I vote in support of this amendment.
All right,
and it
ByteDance
sends the message
owns
that career and
ByteDance
technical
owns.
education is
Break
not
it down
only
even
good for
further than that.
students,
ByteDance
great
owns
for
TikTok.
students.
That's undisputed,
Great
right?
for
Yeah, that's
business,
undisputed.
and it's great for our
So
communities.
ByteDance
I urge our colleagues to vote
currently
yes on that,
is
and thank you.
one
I
of its
reserve
main
my time,
offices
Mr.
is based in China,
reserves.
correct?
For
So
what
if that's the
purpose
case,
does that
then
gentleman
is
from Virginia
ByteDance
seek
subject
recognition?
Mr.
to
Chairman,
Chinese law?
rise in opposition to the amendment.
If ByteDance is subject to
Mr.
Chinese
Speaker,
law, then
this
if they go
amendment
through the
act-
actual, let's say they go through like the court system, whatever, like however that works. If the Chinese government goes through that system and legally gets a warrant, or whatever, what the equivalent is in China, and says, well, you are not required under Chinese law to give us that data for like national security reasons or whatever. Does ByteDance now, as the owners of TikTok,
career and technical education
have to
and
give
the
that user
career
data now
day,
to China?
you got to identify all the speakers
That's how the question.
that
That's how
come
the
into
question
career
should have
day,
been
so the
asked.
parents,
Under
if you can
Chinese
get
law,
that
can the
list,
Chinese government request ByteDance to give them that data?
all of them would have to be notified.
And
It would,
and would you then
limit
have
the
to,
use of employers
as TikTok,
speakers
then
because they have to
acquiesce
know
to
exactly
ByteDance, which then
one
has
is
to
gonna show up.
acquiesce to the Chinese government?
And that would
Or
limit
would
the
you
student's
like
ability to learn the
refuse
high-wage
to do
in-demand
so?
jobs available at a career day.
That's how the question,
But
because the
basically,
question
this
came
just
off as, oh,
makes
China,
sure
China,
that
China,
the
China,
career
China.
and technical
But
education is part of
the
the
question
bill.
really should have been
And
asked
insofar it's a
that
bad
way.
bill, I would hope the
Under
amendment
Chinese
would be
law,
rejected.
could
I
ByteDance,
reserve
could the
the
Chinese
balance of my
require ByteDance require you, TikTok, to give ByteDance the data so that they would have to then give it over to the Chinese government under Chinese law for whatever reason? Could they legally ask them under Chinese law, or because you like U.S. data, or would they have to go to or rather would they have to go to a U.S. court to request that user data?
Some of our colleagues on the other side
That's
of the
what
aisle
that's
don't
an
like
interesting
our
question
union
too, right? Because they have our data. So I wonder, would you have to go to a U.S. court, or would you have to go to a Chinese court to do so?
That is what
That's
I'm hearing.
interesting.
I am disturbed by the fact that we cannot support the silent majority within this country, the backbone of our nation in technical education throughout this country. It really is tough for me to swallow right now, but I'm glad that the American people can see this for what it is, and I reserve my time. Mr.
I agree
Chair.
too. I was getting frustrated with the questions. There's like some good there's like some good issues to talk about too, but it's just like them just like posturing and talking about China. That's not like the core of the issue though. The core of the issue is like the user data. How does the algorithm work? Do you guys have complete control of the algorithm? Can you
may not be able to have
like
a
highlight
career day unless you
something,
can
like
get all the
lower the
speakers
visibility
lined
of
up
something
well in
too?
advance
What goes through that process with the
and
algorithm?
notify all tell the parents.
Are you willing to make that algorithm
in
public?
advance who they're gonna
Tell us
be?
how
And
the
if
at least tell us how
you've
the
got a
algorithm
family
works.
firm wanting to participate, you
And
gotta figure out which
if
one of
requested by the
guys can
Chinese
show
government,
up
would
so
you have to
notify
acquiesce under
parents
Chinese
the
law to
right
give
one.
them like user
This
data
adds
if
just too
requested and
much
gone through the
confusion
judicial
to where you may
process
not
there in
even be
China
able
as
to have a
well?
career day.
Or would you
And
say
so
no?
to
Or would you have to go
suggest
there?
that
I mean, there's some good
I'm not
questions
in
there, but like
favor
it's just
of,
it was a waste, man.
Career and technical education is ridiculous.
I feel like I need to watch this
want a
Gwyneth Paltrow
reasonable,
trial now too.
Program, and you have to allow for the participation of people to come in and speak, talk about the high wage in-demand
Digital
jobs
fentanyl.
that are
I know she
available,
did. I was. It was so transparent
and
what they were
forcing the
doing.
school to outline each and every speaker and know each and every person that's going to show up at a career day before the career day in time to notify
The whole thing is so
parents
silly.
absurd.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
We know this. We know
you,
they
Mr. Chair.
have.
I yield back.
We have.
Gentleman
They
from
have our
Ohio
data. This is not
yields.
like
Gentleman
unknown to
from
people.
Virginia
People know
yields.
that.
The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Ohio. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to.
Oh my God.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from North Carolina seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I move the committee do now rise.
The question is on the motion that the committee rise. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say no.
I agree
The
with
ayes
this
have
tweet.
it. The motion is adopted. Accordingly, the committee rises.
Personally, I actually really don't have any issue with like limiting like young people's access to social media. Frankly, I just don't think like young people are like ready to handle social media the way it is now. It's like fucking nuts, dude.
Mr. Speaker, the Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union, having had under consideration H.R. 5, directs me to report that it has come to no resolution thereon.
The chair of the Committee of the Whole House
Might just like
on the
step
State
away
of
for
the
a second.
Of the Union reports that the committee has had under consideration H.R. 5 and has come to no resolution thereon. thereon.
Make sure if you're following a journalist, just make sure, man. Just make sure, like, you just double check. I imagine there's going to be a lot of people.
For what purpose does the gentle lady from North Carolina seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous materials on the veto message on H.J. Res. 30.
Without objection, so ordered.
The entire gym.
The chair will now entertain requests for 1-minute speeches. For what purpose does the gentleman from Georgia seek recognition?
Ask unanimous
Okay.
to address the House for 1 minute to revise and extend my remarks.
So ordered.
All right, give
Without
this a
objection.
like, Ian.
Thank you.
Mr.
Gentlemen-
Speaker, I rise today to recognize and honor my good friend, Dr. William Clark, on his birthday. Bill is a resident of Waycross,
I don't think it's the
Georgia,
entire
where he
gym.
practices as an ophthalmologist at the Clark Eye Clinic.
Well, that's
He followed in
he's
his
looking
father's
swole, man. All
footsteps,
relevant.
returning to Southeast Georgia after graduating from the Medical College of Georgia at Augusta University. He has since been one of the most highly sought-after ophthalmologists in the entire state. Bill is more than just a physician. He is a leader in our community, in our district. He has served as the chair of the Okefenokee Swamp Park Board of Trustees, chair of the Waycross-Ware County Industrial Development Authority, chair of the Waycross Convention and Visitors Bureau, and executive committee member of the Georgia
Okay.
Chamber of Commerce. Dr. Clark's impact on ophthalmology in the 1st District will be felt for generations to come. I won't embarrass Dr. Clark and mention his age, but I will say he is much older than I am. Happy birthday, Bill. Thank you for all you do for our district. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields. For what purpose does the
They
gentleman
just
from
might too. I
Tennessee
wonder if it's
seek recognition?
it begins with like TikTok, or if it begins with TikTok, or
Objection. Oh,
they're gonna repeal all
without
Section
objection,
230,
the
which would be
gentleman
fucking.
from Tennessee is recognized.
You're gonna see a major crackdown.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to honor firefighter Les Gibbs
All right,
on his
let me take a
retirement.
quick break,
Les
guys.
is
I'll be
one of
right
the best
back. I'll
friends
leave
I
the
have
video
in the
running
world,
now.
Mr. Speaker. When I was a single man, I'd always enjoy going honky-tonking with Les because he didn't drink and neither did I. And I knew I wasn't going to have to do anything because when we go to the Cotton Eye Joe, the ladies would be tripping over me and pushing me out of the way to get in line to dance with Les. Les has always been a good friend to me, and my parents loved him too. When I'd ask him to go eat pizza with me, he'd always ask, "Are Charlie and Joyce going?" It was always clear to me that they ranked a little bit higher than me on his list, and that was okay because I had very cool parents. He loved them right up into the end, and he was the man who actually carried my mama out of the nursing home when she died. You could always count on his motorcycle to run, and you could always count on mine to break down. When I got a new bike, which was actually a new bike for me, but old to anybody else, he'd say, "Oh, I got a new rope," because he knew he was going to have to pull it, and that was a true statement. I was there on the day he was sworn in as a firefighter in the city of Knoxville, and I wish I could be in Tennessee instead of Washington when he retires. I'm hoping that my beautiful wife, Kelly, and daughter, Isabel, will be there. They love Lester because he's always been good to me and my folks and the community around him. I can't thank him enough for that. He's been a great friend to me, and he's been a better firefighter, and he's been a great friend to hundreds, if not thousands, of other people. And I wish him nothing but good times in retirement. Thank you for everything, Lester, and you've done for me and my family, brother. You're very much loved.
Gentlelady from Ohio is recognized. Oh, I'm sorry. For what purpose does the gentlelady from Ohio seek recognition? Without objection, the gentlelady from Ohio is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to congratulate the Archbishop Hoban boys basketball team from Ohio's 13th Congressional District in the city of Akron for winning the Division I boys basketball championship for the year 2023. On Saturday, the Archbishop Hoban Knights defeated Pickerington Central 53-47 in the Division I championship, marking the team's first title in 34 years. This was Archbishop Hoban's first appearance at the state championship since they last won the title in 1989. These student athletes have made the entire Akron community proud and continue to display their excellence, determination, and work ethic both on the court and in the classroom. I also want to congratulate head coach TK Griffith, who has led the Hoban boys basketball program for 30 years, as well as the staff, trainers, parents, cheerleaders, and everyone that helped carry these student athletes over the finish line. They are, in fact, the reason why Ohio 13 is the birthplace of champions. Congratulations one more time to Ohio's 13 champion of the week, the Fearless Knights, for bringing the Division I home trophy back home to Akron. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman from New York is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, my colleagues on the other side of the aisle are begging for a compromise, asking for our trust. We trusted that our children would be safeguarded from lewd content such as this book. I can't quote a page nor show a page from this book because it's against decorum for this body. Why is this appropriate in our schools? Here's the reality. We used to trust our educators. We trusted that our educators respected the boundaries of the home. We trusted that they would leave the rearing of our children to the parents. We trusted that the curriculum was not formulated by bureaucrats and that classrooms would not be transformed into indoctrination camps. We trusted that our school boards would respect children's parents and not rear to them as domestic terrorists when they voice their concerns. But we were let down. The Parents' Bill of Rights will put the power back in the hands of parents and provide them with the information they need to ensure their children receive the best education. Parents have a right to know what their children are taught. Parents have a right to see the school budget and spending. Parents have the right to keep their children safe. And with that, I yield back.
So that's done. Just start reading this? Yeah. Just that first part. Okay. Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 9th, 2023, the gentlewoman from Wisconsin, Ms. Moore, is recognized for 60 minutes as the designee of the Minority Leader.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. I am so delighted to be joined this evening by women members of the Democratic Women's Caucus. The chairwoman, Lois Frankel, is here with us this evening, and vice chairs, Ayanna Pressley and Vice Chair Kathy Manning, and other members of the Democratic Women's Caucus, Ms. Sydney, Representative Sydney Kamlager-Dove is here with us this evening, as well as Representative Amelia Sykes. We are from Ohio. We are celebrating Women's History Month. And what we thought we would do today is to talk about many of the women who have come to Congress and have made history and have made a big difference in this very male-oriented institution. We just want to call your attention to this chart. And it starts here at about 1917, quite frankly, when Jeanette Rankin was the first woman elected to Congress. 1917, all the way back from 1789, he finally elected a woman in 1917. She served 1 year, not even one term, because she voted against the war. And where we are today. So clearly within 1 hour, Mr. Speaker, we don't have a chance to talk about all of these women. But I think that the women that we have chosen to speak about are women who found that they had the same profound challenges in this institution. They were highly educated, very intelligent, and yet they faced tremendous hurdles, but they overcame them and made a big difference in our institution. We're going to talk about Bella Abzug from New York tonight. We're going to talk about now Senator Tammy Baldwin from Wisconsin, who was a member of this body. We're going to talk about Patsy Mink, and now Secretary Marcia Fudge from Ohio, who was Representative Fudge. We're going to talk about Shirley Chisholm. And we may mention a thing or two about Nancy Pelosi from California, who is our Speaker Emerita. Barbara Jordan, Lucille Roybal Allard, Stephanie Tubbs Jones, Senator Mazie Hirono, who was a member of this body before she went over to the Senate, Pat Schroeder, who just recently passed, Geraldine Ferraro, and we're going to talk about now Secretary Deb Haaland, who's a former House member, as the first Native American cabinet secretary, but also one of two first Native Americans to be elected to this body, along with Representative Sharice Davids. We're going to talk about the first Muslim women to join our body, Representative Rashida Tlaib and Representative Ilhan Omar. I would love now to yield to the chairwoman of the Democratic Women's Caucus, and I will yield to her, Mr. Speaker, as much time as she might consume.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. Thank you to my great colleague from Wisconsin, Gwen Moore, for yielding and for organizing this session tonight. And happy to be with all my colleagues that are here tonight also. So I am very, very proud to be a congresswoman in one of the most diverse Congresses ever in our history. It is the most diverse. We now have 94 Democratic women, and we even have quite a few Republican women, which is great. And listen, I'm here as a mother and a grandmother as we celebrate Women's History Month. It's a time to reflect on the historic gains women have made and reclaim our efforts as we march to equity. And this is a time when we pay tribute, sister, I'll call you sister, yes. I feel like you're my sister, to the strong, fearless, and selfless women who paved the way for us all. You know, when I think about it, just about every one of us here was first at something. But we know we're not going to be last. We're first, but not last. And in that regard, I'm going to do a couple of shout outs. I want to shout out to our Vice President Kamala Harris, the first Vice President of the United States, who of course graced our Senate. And I want to shout out to the first woman of color ever elected to this Congress, Patsy Mink, who was the first Asian American and also the author of Title IX, which has meant so much for women to advance in education. And I'm going to also do a shout out to someone who was one of my very good friends, who I miss already as she retired last year, and that's Lucille Roybal Allard, a very proud California member, first Mexican-American woman to be in Congress. But, you know, it's not really their ethnic identity that I think about. I just remember, because I got to serve with Lucille Roybal Allard, her grit, her determination, the first woman, what we call cardinal, in charge of a woman of color in charge of Appropriations Committee, and a lot of battles as chair of the Homeland Security Subcommittee. And I know I just want to tell you what she left with. She left a quote: "One thing I hope is that the people that I have represented over the years know that I've worked hard as I possibly could on their behalf, and that I served them honorably, and that hopefully I made a positive difference in their life." And I will tell you this, Lucille Roybal Allard, if you're listening to this, you made a positive difference in many, many people's life. And now, Madam Chair, tonight, or Mr. Speaker, if I can, let me talk about someone who's a personal hero of mine. I should say heroine. Bella Abzug. And what a trailblazer. We know her for her hats. She always wore a hat. And she is a giant of the women's rights movement whose shoulders we all stand on today. Battling Bella, as she was affectionately known. She was on the front line of every issue of her time. She was born to Russian immigrants in the Bronx, and even as a young girl working in her father's butcher shop, she knew she wanted to be a lawyer. She went to Hunter College, where she was on the student council, and then set her sights on Harvard. But the school had other thoughts. They ultimately rejected her because of her gender. But Columbia University was much more astute, and she earned her law degree there, became a lawyer at a time when very, very few women were practicing law. She defended black clients in the South. She dedicated her time to fighting labor rights, tenants' rights, and civil liberties. She worked with the ACLU and the Civil Rights of Congress. She marched for equal rights, for feminism, environmentalism, and the LGBTQ plus community. She organized the Women's Strike for Peace in the 1960s. She brought together tens of thousands of women across America to protest nuclear testing and the Vietnam War. And in 1970, Decades into her career, she was elected to the Congress where she served until 1976. And in these halls, she introduced bills to remove troops from Vietnam. She fought for the Equal Rights Amendment, access to abortion care, funding for child care, and gay rights. And she led the charge to make it illegal for credit companies to discriminate against applicants based on the basis of sex, race, religion, and marital status or age. Believe it or not, sister, there was a time that women couldn't even get credit in their own name. And then outside of Congress, Bella founded the National Women's Political Caucus with other feminist icons, Betty Friedan, Shirley Chisholm, and Gloria Steinem. Bella Abzug was a true force to be reckoned with, a passionate and compassionate leader who wore many hats, literally and figuratively, and fiercely stood up for her values regardless of political consequences. She once said of herself, sister, I think her description probably describes a lot of the women in this room tonight. She said, "I've been described as a tough and noisy woman, a prize fighter, a man-hater, you name it. They call me Battling Bella, mother of courage. There are those who say I'm impatient, impetuous, uppity, rude, profane, brash, and overbearing. Or whether I'm any of these things or of them, you can decide for yourself. But whatever I am, and this
We literally just like walked away and came back and resumed playback. And we'll go back to the live version.
Representatives. She was disruptive. She was brave.
This is just general speeches now.
She was a trailblazer. In fighting injustice, she was an inspiration.
Just give me one second. Let me just move this real quick.
Iconic leaders can be singularly defined by one great speech and some powerful quotes. I think it is tempting to do that with Congresswoman Shirley Chisholm, but it would be a disservice to do so. While certainly she was the first
Congressperson Presley, just give me one moment.
Football questions with Lamar these days, and I don't think that's a good thing. The Jets have traded Elijah Moore, a slot receiver, kind of immature.
Ezekiel Elliott? Why?
They traded him to Cleveland, and they get a number 2 pick, a second-round pick, and they give up a 3rd pick in Elijah Moore, so they're going to use that pick eventually to land Aaron Rodgers. The Packers want at least a second-round pick, so now the Jets have 2. The Jets' receiving core today is better than last year already. Allen Lazard is a dependable, probably a number 2 or a number 3 big receiver. Not a lot of drama with Allen Lazard. Aaron Rodgers likes him. And now McCole Hardman came over as well from Kansas City, so they're bigger at wide receiver and they're faster at wide receiver. Aaron Rodgers Airlines always has some turbulence, but the Jets are having to make a bunch of moves, but there's no denying this morning with McCole Hardman and Allen Lazard and eventually Aaron Rodgers, the Jets are better. And as you look at the Jets, you think, oh my gosh, they're making a bunch of noise and noise isn't good. Jets quarterbacks, the good ones and the talented ones, have almost always been noisy. Joe Namath, the rock star, partying late into the night was noisy. Mark Sanchez, the GQ cover.
Yeah, we can do this.
You know, the good-looking kid was noisy. Favre was noisy for a year. Zach Wilson, rumors about his mom's friend was noisy. Sam Darnold partied so hard he got mono. Aaron Rodgers is a perfect fit. The New York Giants are the opposite. Jeff Hostetler, Phil Simms.
Ray tracing. Not really anything going on. Here you go. We could put this too. We can set this up too, because
Hey guys, what's going on? Welcome in. So I'm literally heading up to Orlando right now. Gonna go catch Knicks Magic with a few buddies, but I had to pull over. The reason why I had to pull over here is because
we'll drop this in. This guy's fucking fantastic.
Dropped a bombshell regarding the New York Jets. Supposedly, Ezekiel Elliott will be making his decision on where he wants to play at the end of next week. And he's down to 3 teams: the Cincinnati Bengals, the Philadelphia Eagles, and the New York Jets. And I'm sitting here, once I reread that tweet, and I'm like, because I had a couple buddies start.
Well, like general speeches here.
He's just like, hey man, did you see that? Supposedly Elliott's considering signing with the New York Jets, like he's in, or the Jets are, you know, one of the finalists here. And I'm thinking, like, what? Like Ezekiel Elliott? You know, we look at the Jets running back room, it's stacked. That's not an over-exaggeration. Breece Hall, of course, coming back from injury, so we have to monitor that. But Breece Hall, Michael Carter, Ty Johnson just re-signed, like 2 hours ago here on a 1-year contract. I'm personally a big fan of Bam Knight. I know a lot of you guys are too. Just a hard-nosed runner. But now supposedly Zeke Elliott could be in the mix here. And, you know, we're looking at how this offseason has gone so far for the New York Jets. It seems like Joe Douglas is linked to the star players, right? The household names, the big tickets, if you will. Orlando Brown, Aaron Rodgers, Fletcher Cox, Ezekiel Elliott, Odell Beckham Jr. I mean, these are a lot of Jesse Bates. These are a lot of players here that everybody knows, and I don't want to say it's going against how Douglas has built his teams before in the past, but it really seems like there's been somewhat of a shift. I don't know if it's mentally, I don't know if it's JD himself, I don't know if maybe somebody else here is having a major influence. That somebody being Woody Johnson, somebody who's, you know, in the past really stressed, you know, adding big talented players, big veteran players in free agency. Let's sell a bunch of tickets. Let's, you know, pack the house, pack MetLife Stadium in. So, you know, I got to be honest. I'm looking at Zeke Elliott right now. You know, would he help the team? I think the answer is yes. You know, I do think if the Jets were to bring him in, especially if Zeke were to choose the Jets over Cincinnati and Philly, I mean, there's got to be a carved out role for what Zeke, what he could bring to this offense. He's going to have a definitive spot, and he's not just going to, you know.
I want everybody just to think about this quote right here that you just saw, requoted by Ron Filipkowski, doing God's work, covering all these conservatives. Like, it's just, bro, he's like, the more you really like watching him, he doesn't have like this like natural charisma or presence. It's really forced, and it comes off as like fucking creepy, dude. You know what I mean? Like, I understand his sentiment here, but like the way, like, whoa.
She's a great mother. She's a great first lady. I mean, she's really the whole package. And, you know, there's a picture that I have, 2019 inauguration, 2023, sitting at the desk, same pose. She's prettier in 23 than she was in 2019. And she had a kid. She went through 4 years of this nonsense, and she beat breast cancer. Yeah. And how do you end up being prettier?
You have to know people are gonna like take it the other way too, man. I understand his sentiment, but it's just like, he should have just said, listen, she's grown even more beautiful, you know, as the years have gone on, because like my love for her has grown, and every day, you know, just say like some like fucking like dumb shit like that, you know what I mean? You don't have to. All right, that's enough Twitter scrolling. And no, you should not buy Twitter Blue. Okay, I would have to see with someone else buys it to see, are you getting like more in people's I just don't see how, like, I don't know how that would work. You're competing against, like, I'm assuming, like, are you just competing against like other like individuals, or are you competing against everybody? I just don't see like why like somebody would want to follow you unless you're already an established name. Oh my god. Unironically, Squeaks actually is married and has a kid. Oh my god. I wonder why. Until at least next week. Okay. You gotta be careful with fucking Twitter, man. But on all these social media platforms, there are these threats too. And you guys just pointed out here today. If you have this same energy for like everything, then I'll understand. But you guys don't. And this Cactus video. We'll keep streaming. I got nothing else to do.
What is up, guys? It's your boy Rick Cactus, and today we've got some brand spanking new Destiny 2 news, courtesy of the Bungie weekly update that has just gone live, revealing official information. And so, let's get started. Now, first things first, what has been going on in-game this week? Well, actually quite a lot. On the weekend was the first ever Trials of Osiris of Season of Defiance, and it introduced the incredibly powerful Immortal SMG. In fact, this weapon is so powerful, as you can see according to Trials report, it's already risen to the #1 spot, the most used weapon within the PvP meta. And it didn't even exist until this past weekend, so yeah, that is
It is very powerful in PvP.
But guys, right after that, with the Tuesday reset, the first Iron Banner of Season of Defiance then went live. It introduced 2 new weapons to the loot pool, the Yoram's Claw Pulse Rifle and the Bite of the Fox Snipe Rifle. Did a video breaking down the PvP and PvE god rolls with both of those, but importantly, they also actually changed the perks with a lot of the existing weapons. So even though you were able to get certain weapons in previous seasons of Iron Banner, they have new perks this season, and one causing a lot of hubbub is the Hero's Burden. This 900 RPM SMG is the first and only primary weapon in the entire game to be able to get destabilizing rounds. Now bear with me because your boy's got a rant for a second. I made a video talking about the god roll, why I liked it, and I said it was a best in slot weapon, and not even a minute after the video went up, people were in the comments arguing, "You dumb stupid YouTuber, there's no way this is better than a funnel web." So if I'm using a Dawn Chorus Scorch build, the funnel web is the best in slot. No, it's the Callus Mini Tool, because the best in-slot weapons change depending on the build and the activity. There's literally different best in-slot weapons every single Grandmaster because of the different modifiers. So as I said in the video, there's certain void builds, such as a stylish execution.
Yeah, I mean, when I was using it, was it yesterday, the day before yesterday, whenever I was doing Iron Banner, I got it. I didn't get the God roll because I didn't get Feeding Frenzy. I got grind. I'm gonna grind for it now. Yeah, let me just load up like Destiny real quick. The thing is, you're essentially just gonna have, with the seasonal artifact, you're always gonna have volatile rounds proccing constantly. You will always have volatile rounds proccing, so everyone's gonna be volatile. Everyone was exploding with it too. Yeah, it just depends on like the build you have. That's it. That's the only thing. You just need it. I was gonna play like Overwatch again, but like I'm gonna take a break from like playing that game. I was losing my shit. I am not gonna even read that chat anymore because I was like losing it. I hate when I lose shit like that. I was getting frustrated. I was like, God damn, man. 10 wins after like nearly all that time playing. I'm not gonna buy Diablo 4 yet. I might wait for it to go on sale and then I'll buy it.
Hunter, or people trying to spawn void breaches to trigger Devour constantly, that want to get targets volatile more than anything else, and having the consistency of your primary being able to do that all the time is gonna be the best in slot for those particular builds. So guys, while I'm certainly not saying I'm always right, I'm just trying to make the best content I can for you guys. If I say something is good,
you don't even have to like, I don't like it when like fucking like YouTubers do this. Like, don't like fucking kowtow to the fucking masses. These people. Don't kowtow to these motherfuckers. Lance Reddick, Godspeed, my friend. 1960, damn, more 1962. Yeah, he really wasn't that old, man. He really wasn't. Yeah, condolences, man. Rest in peace, Lance. Dude, he was a very I'm telling you, everyone's gonna keep saying like like The Wire and like Zavala. I'm telling you, go watch like Fringe. He was great in Fringe. He did like a cameo spot in The Blacklist, like an early season of The Blacklist too. He was fantastic, man. Let me get this out. Put it in. Put that in. Yeah, fuck it. Let's do that because we got Scorch. Ooh. Get this out the way. Oh yeah, Strand, right? Ah, fuck, it's alright. I don't wanna. Yeah, hold on. I guess we'll do that.
Did you show the darkness what light can do?
Goddamn right, my guy.
Hopefully, this is as sturdy as you are.
Alright. Then we'll do a reset.
Hopefully, this is as sturdy as you are. All battles are just a lesson.
Didn't I already have the True Valor emblem? I'm not too worried about that. Did they nerf that? Yeah, that thing's like a fucking laser. This thing's like a laser too, but... Alright.
Let's see what we've got for each other.
Let's get like 2.
Guardian.
What do we got? Pulse, get that done. You can do sidearm. Sword and stasis weapon. Rapid hit headstone. What's harmony again? We put this down here a little bit. No, I hate stuff like that. It's not a bad roll for that.
Done and done. Make us proud.
Yes, sir. Solar siphon stat increase. 18.
Lot of tech floating out there in the reef. Good and bad.
Wait, so what is this then? Void siphon. So this is the Pathfinder's helm. Okay, I'll take that. Deep Explorer helm. 23, 12, 28. 23, 12, 20.
Lot of tech floating out there in the reef. Good and bad.
Me dump that off. It's not like letting me dump it off. Okay. Dump that. Warmind's avatar chest plate. Complete Iron Banner mat as either Strand Cell or Void subclasses. Okay. Let's see. Grenade keeps coming up. Radiant, apply more Scorch. Yeah, I got moving target. I need the do I have any more Iron Banner? No. Damn, I got 21 of those at the war table. Yeah, we'll do that. Get an extra piece. Iron to steel. Stag spirit. I do like this thing.
Over the years, I've been here since the Destiny 1 alpha. I'm not going anywhere. Anyways, something else that happened this week and what you've been seeing in the background gameplay is that you can go back into the Vexcalibur exotic mission, and as of this week, if you find a bunch of the hidden chests and get all of the Vexcalibur upgrades to access these hidden things within that mission, as well as this is your, I think, third time doing it on the Legend difficulty, you'll officially be able to unlock every single perk for the Vexcalibur, so you can craft it exactly how you want starting this week. So definitely, if you like that weapon, make sure to do that. But moving on from there to the brand new information within the TWAB, the first thing is that Bungie pays a touching tribute to Lance Reddick, the voice of Zavala, who tragically passed away at age 60 last week. And obviously the Destiny community was completely shocked by this. The whole world was completely shocked by this. Lance was such an incredible force within the space, both with gaming. He voiced many game characters.
One of our guys is down.
As well as in cinema. He was in the new John Wick 4 that just came out, and many other shows and series as well. But particularly with Destiny 2, Lance legitimately loved the game. In fact, he was playing Destiny 2 the day before his passing. So
the subject of your meal.
Moving forward, we're just gonna have to wait and see. However, guys, moving on.
There's like fucking 4 people there.
Huge Crucible update this week.
All right, go to A then.
About, like all the things they're doing to improve PvP, including the following main points here. Updates to how maps and game modes are weighted, so people will get the maps they want more often. Matchmaking adjustments.
Fucking wish ender, dude.
Of Fireteam matchmaking, competitive matchmaking and how skill rating works, future competitive rewards and quality of life updates, upcoming Iron Banner and Trials of Osiris plans, and new and returning game modes. And the reaction from the PvP community was a little bit mixed. Most of the article is Bungie talking about tweaking existing systems to make the experience better, which is obviously a good thing, but I think a lot of PvP players really just want new content. More maps, especially more than like one a year that we're getting kind of right now, and just more new content in general rather than tweaks to existing content.
Osteo.
However, something very big
What do I
happening
have?
that everyone is really talking about is that
I don't know
for
why I have,
Trials
like,
of
malfeasance.
Osiris, the Mercy card is being changed to forgive 2 losses instead of 1. So going flawless will be easier than ever before, which is definitely a big deal in getting way more people into that Trials playlist. And for that playlist, I mean, a player population has always been a huge issue, so if more people are playing, it is generally better for everyone. But guys, moving on from there, starting at the next Tuesday reset, Raid, Master Mode, and Challenge Rotation is coming for the Root of Nightmares Raid. So Bungie says Raid Master difficulty offers a higher challenge and greater rewards, including armor with a weekly rotating stat focus. So if you're looking for discipline armor, you can literally wait until it's like a discipline week and then complete your raids during that time to get armor weighted in that stat. Now, as for the weekly challenges, Bungie says they add an optional hidden objective to one encounter each week that, when completed, will grant extra loot. On normal difficulty, they drop double rewards. When cleared on master difficulty, they reward an adept raid weapon. So that's actually pretty important. If you're just doing the normal difficulty raids, you don't care about master, you still want to be doing those weekly challenges to just get an extra random drop. It might be armor, it might be a red border weapon, which matters. However,
so stupid. That was so stupid.
You will only get armor for every single encounter drop, right? Aside from the chests, I think. So you actually have to do those challenges in order to get the adept raid weapons. And these are going to be more valuable than ever before because
Dude, we're
Bungie
like
says,
down
as
by a
previously
lot,
noted,
man.
enhancing Master Root of Nightmares adept weapons will be possible, allowing the traits that roll on the weapon to be upgraded. This capacity will not be immediately available when the Master Raid launches and will arrive in the mid-season patch, but the raid adept weapons you acquire prior to this patch will still be available to be enhanced, so you want to avoid throwing away any good rolls. So essentially, if you get a absolute perfect god roll of an adept raid weapon, you can upgrade that so that those perks become enhanced perks, and then it becomes technically, if you get the perfect roll, better than a craftable version because it'll be adept and therefore can use adept mods. However, Bungie does mention that they're going to be updating Nezarec because he doesn't always respond to players when they're standing in a well of radiance, and therefore
Oh, he's almost done.
it
Take him.
should make Nezarec feel like a final god of pain, so he is going to be harder when this update goes through. In addition, they talk about how the jump pads throughout the raid can unintentionally kill you if you have an FPS above 60. But guys, keeping all of that in mind, this might be the hardest activity in the entire game when it goes live because of those difficulty changes that came with Lightfall. So just like with Master Dungeons, where previously you could actually level up enough so you'd be at the same level of enemies within Master Dungeons, making it a lot easier. Now, Master Dungeons, you are always below light. You're always like 20 light below at all times, no matter what your actual power level is. The same thing is going to apply to Master Raids for the first time ever. Like, again, previously, you could get up to a level parity. Now, you can't. So, it's basically like day one.
I was concentrating on the guy to the left with the thunder crash.
Are gonna also get usually additional modifiers as well. They can't be stunned as much and stuff like that. And there's going to be more champions as well if Bungie continues what they've done with previous Master Raids where they do add more champions. So again, yes, you can technically get the best versions of the raid weapons possible, but it might be a doozy to get them. And then after that, Bungie actually moved the Lost Sector completion requirements to different Guardian ranks that you can see right here. So if you've been stuck on that, they may have been moved up and then you can advance your Guardian rank. And then guys, the last thing we're going to quickly talk about is today a new hotfix went live, 7.0.0.6. And they fixed some exotic weapons here, the Winterbite exotic glaive, the two-tailed fox's exotic catalyst. As you can see, they fixed an issue where too many passive armor charge benefits could deactivate artifact perks. They changed Empowered Finish to count as a finisher mod for purposes of mutual exclusivity. This mod can no longer be equipped alongside a finisher mod that also consumes an armor charge stack, and this was to prevent people from like getting infinite special ammo
They
finishers
went on the
and stuff
hunt.
like that.
They went on the hunt once, and it's just
Guys,
been
the
like.
main thing is that they fixed an issue where the Cabal Thresher ships were doing more damage than intended. Those stupid ships would just one-shot you in so many activities, so everyone can finally stop backing out of the arms dealer strike when it comes up, and that's definitely a quality of life improvement I'm happy for. Guys, that is it for the video. I hope you enjoyed and found this informative. If you did, please remember to help me out by simply rating and especially sharing this video. If you guys want to see more Destiny 2 content similar to this, don't be afraid to slap that subscribe button. If you want to get in touch with me and keep up to date with the latest channel activity, the best way is to follow me on Twitter at RickKakis. That is linked in the description down below. Again, I hope you enjoyed the video, and as always, have a good day.
Zone advantage is yours. Don't let up till it's over.
Oh, right there, right there, right there. He's low, he's low, he's low.
Zone C lost. Captured Zone B. Zone advantage is yours. Strike has won. The original
Let's
Iron Wars
go.
may be gone, but I can see the future is safe in your hands.
Okay.
I watched the video. I see it. I want to watch it just because I want to be caught up on some internet right now because I'm trying to be entertained by some foolishness on the internet. Who's not? Especially when you don't give a about what they're talking about.
Hey Sneeko, does this outfit look familiar? This is the same thing I wore last time I took you over the knee and spanked him with some discipline. And I'm happy to report that these are back in stock and a lot more at moistglobal.com. Last time I talked about you, I used you for a merchandise push as well, so might as well stick with tradition. I bet just seeing me in this attire again has just sent you on a full-blown Winter Soldier episode with your eyes rolling into the back of your skull as you're experiencing post-traumatic
Like a
stress
Charlie
disorder.
Joe, no mercy,
The first
dude.
video I made on you offended you to such a high degree that you have not stopped whining since. It's already been 3 months, can you believe that? How time flies. You started me by insulting me and my girlfriend out of nowhere, so naturally I responded by making fun of you in return and showcasing the reasons why I don't respect you. But unfortunately I failed to calculate just how much of a sensitive loser you are, because this hurt your feelings to such a high degree it's become like an Armageddon in your brain. 3 months you have continued to melt down about this. The day after I posted my response, you went on stream and had a huge
Yo, I'm telling you, bro. Alright, let me tell you what it is. Alright, that kind of like explains it all in the long run. If you know, you know. Type. It's cocaine, bro. It's coke, man. It's coke. I believe it is. So it's something, man. Oh, it's some, bro. I don't know. Maybe I'm tripping.
Hinge tantrum and meltdown
cold,
about
bruh.
the whole thing, and then he sent some of his viewers over. So I was joking with them, saying like, "Oh, you guys,
this is cocaine, bro.
Must have just stopped the cuties watch party over
Cocaine,
there
he
at
says.
Sneako's stream, right? Welcome, that kind of." And it got really under his skin in a big way, so he started dancing around with a gun and threatening to come. So he kept saying, "Oh, you're in Tampa, right? I'll come see you," waving his gun around and dancing.
You wanna watch my clips? Watch my clips. Watch my clips. You want me to watch your clips? Watch my clips. These are the only clips I'm watching. You were?
Now, the reason he keeps saying "watch my clips" while threatening me here is because during the stream I couldn't watch him live because he just kept shouting slurs. So I said "watch my clips" to see what I was saying about you. I had to communicate via Twitch clips. And I'm sorry to be that guy. This is like the grammar police of guns. But he's a fucking imbecile. You absolute buffoon. What you have there is not clips. These
That boy just
are
put out
mags.
that boy just put out
They're
that
mags,
shit.
not clips. You absolute fucking dummy.
That boy just put out that shit. Where the fuck did this shit only 2 minutes and that boy just put out that shit?
Are mags. They're mags, not clips. You absolute fucking dummy. The same way that this is also a mag. They're all mags. Stop saying clips. You look fucking stupid here. Anyway, sorry for the gun anatomy lesson. He was very upset, so he was threatening to come shoot me, beat me up, all of that.
Wait, what?
because I
Am I
heard
the
his
only
feelings,
person on the
and
team?
It's been festering for quite some time now. 3 fucking months. You love
Okay.
to bitch about how everyone's canceling you. These soy boy NPC bots are all canceling you. It's all you do. You treat the teenagers in your Discord like they're your goddamn therapist. Just going in there to complain about the invisible boogeyman canceling you again, shaking your fist at the clouds. I also love that you treat this Discord server like it's your PR team, so you have them work on your responses on Twitter because you're not witty enough to come up with anything on your own. You have no ability to banter. You can't insult anyone. Anytime you're pushed, all you fall back on is one of 3 things: soy boy, bot, or NPC, and that's it. You never deviate from this path, which is ironic because you're like literally a sheep. You have 3 programmed responses. You're like the absolute worst character, side character in an MMO.
Oh fuck, I'm in the middle of a reload. Oh no.
I'm getting sidetracked. You love to be super public about how much you hate antidepressants and you shit on anyone who hates antidepressants. But with the way you talk in your Discord server, I'm pretty convinced that you're only 2 or 3 messages away from asking your
Unforgiven.
community to source antidepressants.
I'm actually interested in so they're gonna take A, let's go. They're gonna take B, so let's go take A then.
Look, man, alright. It was at a fucking AMP video shoot, bruh. Like, I mean, he didn't talk. Like, we didn't have a. Bro, I swear to God, bro. I didn't even really know him about his videos beforehand or any of that. Like, I didn't know nothing about him. I just knew. I was like, yo, what's up? Like, copping it. I'm not copping it. I don't give a fuck about it. Nigga, yeah, I met him. What the fuck? Yeah, I give a fuck. But I'm just saying, I didn't know what he would become. Like, the nigga wasn't even as big as he was back then, like he is now. Like,
They all more people are using Wish Enderman.
That's
why I just said cocaine, bro. Like,
how did we get to this?
Y'all not understanding
Well,
what I'm
I made that
saying.
video about Sneeko, and I fully planned on that being the only time I ever talked about this asshole.
Not gonna lie,
I
bro.
really
He was
did.
never a normal
All I
nigga.
wanted to do
He
was
just was
highlight why I
caged.
personally don't respect him. I know a lot of people criticize me for not tackling his points.
He was
To that I
caged,
say,
bro.
Humbug, this fucking goober didn't make any points. All he did was insult me and my girlfriend. He insulted me and my girlfriend because I made fun of one of his friends' blatantly fake stories. He resorted to childish name calling like I'm
out of the
ugly
lore, I'm out of
and
the
I don't
loop.
go outside. That's not making any points. Like, what am I supposed to debunk there? No, actually, my mom thinks I'm handsome, and so does my girlfriend. So you're wrong, factually wrong. There's nothing to debunk. The whole point of the video was
he's like
highlighting
fucking
why
low.
I don't respect him. I'll go ahead and briefly give you a previously on Dragon Ball Z lore recap to bring you up to speed on the points I was making or why I think he is a pathetic piece of shit and his opinion holds no value in my eyes. Is because he publicly defends Cuties as one of his favorite movies. Cuties was
Cuties?
a Netflix film that used real child actresses in sexual
I remember
situations.
when that shit came
So
out.
they
Yo,
sexualized
bro.
real children.
And that shit was on
A fact that
Netflix,
Sneeko himself
right?
acknowledges
They was putting that shit on
It's being
Netflix.
okay because it's realistic, because in the real world, children get sexualized. I'll say it again.
And Netflix
Regardless
taking
of what
away
the intention
password
of the film
sharing. I
was,
should
they
sue
missed
they-
the mark
I should
because
sue
what ended
they
up
ass.
happening is they sexualized the child actresses. That is a
Come
problem.
on.
Full stop. Even if the message was supposed to be the opposite, they still ended up contributing to the very problem
Got
they were
'em.
speaking out against.
I put it right there on the fire too because it blends in.
Movie. I went in ready to hate like everybody else. I saw the cover and I got clickbaited. So did you. You got clickbaited. The thing about Cuties is it's not an unrealistic film. Like, yes, it shows children in a sexual way. But this is not.
Bro, niggas have to be trolled. Like, he's trolling, bro. Like, no way. Even like trolling, like no way. He's like, how old? Like, how old is Sneeko?
Oh,
Like,
fuck.
does he
What
have
was it,
CTE?
Rose? Does he have
Was this
CTE?
dead ass? What year did this video even? What year are we in right here? Like,
It was probably whatever year like Cuties came out on
I'm not
Netflix.
tapped into nothing, bro. Even his vlogs and shit. When niggas was telling me like to react to his vlogs on stream, I was like, bro, y'all
Oh,
want me to watch his vlogs, and some niggas would just be like, I don't even know.
Zone
He got cut and turned full incel. Sneak Tonio.
Not unusual now. And the people who are really mad about this aren't Gen Z.
Imagine claiming children in sexual positions as clickbait. Yikes.
Aren't
That's
Gen
rough.
Z.
You admit
Wow, that was good. That was a good shot. All right, they're guarding B pretty hard, but they're coming off it now, right?
Its mission. I don't know what you don't get about that. But regardless, I'm not
Thank you
here
for
to
the
just
5
keep
months, bro. I
hammering home the
appreciate
same
it.
points.
Bali, thank you for the 14.
Another thing that I talked about for a reason I don't respect him is
damn.
because he battles with his own sexuality. He is very public about how he used to go to these swinger parties. I think he says 4 in total over the course of like 2 weeks, where he watched his girlfriend get fucked by other men. Even telling the story of how he was literally in the bed watching his girl get fucked by a different man, moaning intensely.
I'm like just feeding at this point. We're still up though. I'm wondering if I gotta take it.
captured. 2 zones are yours.
Telling y'all, bro. These niggas be living wicked lives, like OOC, wicked lives, y'all.
And it was traumatizing. Yet he
It's always the
recommends that
conservatives,
everyone
right?
should
They're the
try it
biggest
at some point
degenerates.
For some reason.
Because this was. Imagine seeing
OOC shit.
who loves, like, you love her? Yeah, I do. I love it. Yeah, I love her. I was about to say I love this bitch. I'm like, no.
Oh my god, this motherfucker. These hunters, dude.
No, like, you
They have such
cannot
high
trust a nigga in
mobility,
joggers
dude.
in a fur coat.
I said that. I love my queen.
And you allowed the love of your life to get fucked by another man.
What happened to the other man? Is that lard on Lowe's foot? Was he sweating lard on the? Was he sweating lard on the podcast?
It was traumatic thought.
Oh, he ate it.
With another person, it's a
I'm just
lot. It's a lot. But I think it's something
I'm just
everybody
playing.
should do. Just to test.
On his ass.
So my point with this was, why is this the guy that's lecturing everyone on their relationships?
Yeah, I got my
shitting on
super. I'm not
people's
gonna
relationships
waste it yet.
when he himself is in one that makes him very upset and he can't come to terms with it. Now, if he's open about being a cuck and happy and proud to be a cuck,
Yeah, I mean,
that's
if
fine.
niggas do that, that's your thing.
It makes him mad every single time.
Finish him, finish him.
Why the
Oh.
fuck is this insecure
guess.
guy the one that's the moral authority on healthy relationships all of a sudden? That was the point of me bringing up that clip. Now, that was basically
Shit,
the whole
they're on
video.
the
I summed
hunt.
it up
All right.
real quick. All I pointed out is I don't respect his opinion because he defends a movie I consider to be child porn. I think any film or any production that has real children being sexualized should be classified as child porn. That's how I view it. Maybe your definition's different, but that's how
Got
I
'em.
personally view that kind of content. So him defending that was beyond reprehensible to me. And him being
Nigga
very
tried to-
public with
nigga
his
tried to
filtering
debuttal that?
and how
Another hunt will come.
scarring it has been. It should be a lesson and an example that he himself is not great when it comes to relationships and all these things. And I posted that and it made him extremely upset and he hasn't stopped fucking crying about it for 3 months. So, fast forward to 2 days ago. I was streaming a Moist Esports tournament and I went up to go to the bathroom. I had to take a shit.
Y'all know what the fuck I mean when I say, nigga, yo, bro, Chad, you know what I mean. Show them you won't go quiet. What do you mean, debuttal question mark? You know what I'm trying to say, bro. What do you nigga say? Now you making up words, nigga. Yo, bro, can y'all just let me get away with shit? Okay, so what is the word for rebuttal?
He's one. Good job.
Captured 2 zones.
That's why you nerd ass niggas not on spring break yet, bro.
It was a double flusher, so I was on the toilet for quite some time, and I saw a Sneeko post that he's posted quite a few times now, and I thought, you know what, fuck it. Not doing anything else right now on the porcelain throne.
Shit, he got me on the fucking Jade Rabbit. God damn.
For 3 months now, Sneeko's had this adorable little collage that he made that looks like it's straight out of a 16-year-old girl's diary with...
Yo, not gonna lie, bro. You put a gun to the back of my head, tell me name 5 niggas on this list. Yo, get the fucking t-shirts ready.
Pictures of boys from her class that she doesn't like. All about people that have hurt his feelings. This is his wall of shame for people that have insulted him online. What's even sadder about it is he purposely leaves out people that he's afraid of. So Turkey Tom, for example, made a whole video talking about Sneeko and how pathetic he is, and Sneeko tried to talk a big game to him and challenge him to a debate, which Turkey Tom
they debate a lot.
With jubilation.
I didn't know it was a YouTube side. I didn't know it was that deep.
Kept ducking him, ghosting him. So he leaves Turkey Tom off of this list because he's afraid to actually
I'm about to become a debater,
he also leaves off quite a few other people, but the most notable other one that is comical for the absence is Brandon Buckingham. Brandon Buckingham is an internet content creator that Sneeko lied about for a long time, and they had a lot of beef, and Brandon Buckingham actually challenged him to a fight. And Sneeko is very fearful of him. We'll get into that.
Yo, bro, I'm not gonna lie. Y'all have never, I'm not even gonna lie. I feel like most of this chat has never seen me use 100% of my brain. Like, actually. Actually, bro. Y'all haven't, y'all understand how
He's just on
smart
autopilot versus on
That's
autopilot
literally
when he's
fine.
streaming.
It's okay. Most people probably think I'm stupid, blah, 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 blah. Actually very smart.
That more in depth in a moment, but I just need to set the stage a little bit here with this collage. So after seeing this for the 100th time in the last 3 months, I finally just said, holy shit, you pathetic, sensitive, soy little worm. I made fun of you for watching your girlfriend get fucked by numerous other men and also insulted you for defending child porn. That's not cancellation. That's just spitting on you for being a pitiful, sad cuck. And this puppy really blew up on Twitter in a big way. Now, I will say it again. What I did and what I am doing right now is not canceling you, Sneeko. I am insulting you. I am making fun of you. Something that you were supposed to be a huge proponent of, right? Wasn't like one of your big things like bullying needs to be brought back. So now that I'm making fun of you, what, all of a sudden now it's off limits, now it's canceling? You have become the SJWs that you criticize so much. I don't know how you don't realize that. We continue. He says, you know in your soul you would never say that to my face. To which I respond, you literally have a collage of people that hurt your feelings on the internet. You haven't stopped whining about me for months now, you goofy NPC. Even if you beat my ass in a fight, it doesn't change the truth. You're still a cuck who also defends child porn. I think this is important to talk about, and I just talked about it recently. When you are getting your feelings hurt and your immediate response isn't to fire back with insults, jokes, whatever, it's to challenge someone to a fight, you've taken a huge L.
But this YouTube shit getting dangerous, bro. I gotta go to the gun store tomorrow, man. These niggas tripping, bro.
I'll beat you in a fight.
Bro, isn't Bruce from Texas originally? You don't got a gun, Bruce? You got the money, man.
Anything.
Ammo's not gonna even like dent your bank account, man. Go
What
get
you mean I have no odds, bro? You see how wicked
All
this
it
shit
is
can
a
get, bro?
pathetic fucking attempt at
arm up,
attention.
man. Most of these guys aren't gonna do shit, to be honest with you. They just like talk a lot of shit. They ain't gonna do nothing. They don't know actually how to like use like a weapon in like a life or death situation too. Then you need like a fucking AK-47 for like a home invasion. You're out of fucking mind. If you don't know what I'm talking about, look at research that Bill Burr gun joke. He's right too. Firing a gun in a enclosed like area, fucking go deaf.
Iron Banner.
You don't have the same energy for Brandon Buckingham.
Yo,
Brandon
I'm not gonna lie,
Buckingham
bro.
is
This
more than
nigga's
willing
on
to
his
fight you any
ass.
day of the week. But with him, you don't want to do that for some reason. Why? Do you not stand by your beliefs when it comes to Brandon Buckingham? He has said all the same things about you that I am saying about you.
Glop,
So
they
why
been
is he
34 months.
Why don't you want to fight him? That's so weird. This is what you said about Brandon Buckingham and fighting him.
And then finally, when Brandon Buckingham is down to meet Sneeko, he's there to box him. They're both similar sizes. Sneeko would now rather just sit at home and tell jokes behind his computer.
I'd rather sit at home and yell at a camera, tell jokes, than risk my manhood falling flat for Brandon Buckingham. If I lose
God
the
damn.
fight.
So now it's suddenly cool to just stay at home and keep it all online.
The full video here from Willie Mack is an absolute masterpiece on laying out every pathetic thing that Sneeko has ever done, said, or
How do you get
everything ever. So I highly recommend checking it out. I'll put a link to it in the description. It's a banger. So as you can see, the people who
Get the fuck out of here, dude.
What I took from that is that was literally him breaking character.
Press off.
and like that was like a call out for help. Like niggas, I'm just playing. But nobody really cares no more. Now it's just he's too far gone, bro. So it's really not a character no more. It's really just you. That's where niggas fuck up at, bro. And this is what it is, man.
he's confident in fighting are...
He used to go to Africa and make vlogs and shit like that and put sad music behind it and shit, and everybody thought you was a Debo.
Oh shit, what the fuck happened? Oh, it was him.
Nova and fucking Forever 21, so niggas fuck with you. All the holeless niggas, shit. I ain't know nothing about this, but I don't really have an opinion on it because it's not my business. But I'm just saying though, y'all niggas used to watch them videos because y'all used to tell me to watch them shit. So I used to be like, all right, bro, I click on it, like, all right, well, what the fuck is this? Talking about some deep shit. All right, cool. But damn, bro, never thought I'd see the day.
Ones that he feels
we gotta take B back.
5'6".
What y'all mean, though, y'all?
So the height advantage he feels very confident with. And
hey, I wish the best for these two men. I hope they resolve their shit, man.
Everything I've said is still true. You are a cuck, self-admitted, and you have
God damn, Jorum's claw.
Which, by more than just me, by many, is considered child porn. You're pathetic. Beating me in a fight doesn't change any of those facts. I've also been super vocal about how I don't want to fight. Like, I'm not afraid to say, like, I don't want to get...
Not yet. Oh,
right? Like, I'm afraid of taking headshots. It's probably a super normal fear to have, so I'm averse to going into a boxing match, especially one that's just a clout-driven spectacle like this. That'd be completely fucking worthless.
Come on, my guy.
Crazy that niggas are waiting with AI to post early as fuck before niggas wake up, so it goes trending throughout the day, so they can laugh in their group chat.
Especially since you're like significantly taller than me, right? Like
pretty crazy, bro. The internet is getting crazy.
And even though you would probably beat me in a fight, you're certainly not beating me in like an aesthetic physique competition, because goddamn, I blow your ass out of the water. Look at this fucking anime character physique I'm rocking.
Son of a bitch, he went invisible and got me.
Abercrombie and Fitch from 1998. Now,
I'm not gonna lie, that's actually pretty funny. We should be able to like push up on. Oh shit, they got fucking well. Dude, the supers are like in these comps are like ridiculous, man.
I wouldn't even walk in this shit, bro. I literally would not walk in. I would tell y'all what the fuck they tried.
I think they're gonna go on a hunt real soon. Take B, take B, take B, take B.
I inspired him, and you know what? That's great. I'm glad I can have a positive impact on your life like that, Sneeko. Getting into the gym is a fantastic thing, and you're gonna feel so much better. And I know you'll start seeing results soon as long as you keep at it. And then finally, our last exchange goes very similarly to the others. You're not special from the other 10 soy boys.
I didn't know where he was.
If you got a problem, stop talking on the internet. Let's solve it. So I said, got your Discord still working on responses?
These niggas like each other, bro.
You started it and I made fun of you in return. You're upset about publicly admitting
they like each other.
That's why I just like stay in my lane. I just watch some videos, play some video games. That's it, man. I don't need any problems with anybody. Cause you don't know, man. Sometimes like the fans, they go wild, dude.
You said and send me your clips. You actually asked for a response. And then got super upset when my response was a little too mean.
You know what, man? You know my teachers used to tell me, if you don't like them, don't talk to them.
You're getting clapped by 1,000 men. How? Like, how can you, with a straight face, call other people soy boys? I'm not kidding. I really didn't want to keep talking about you, but you won't stop talking and crying about me. It's sad. I understand you have a humiliation fetish, so hopefully this whole thing has helped you.
So explain Sneeko's community so I can understand what this nigga probably got in his like DMs and shit. Like, how's the community on whatever the fuck he streams on? Fuck is red pill. What the fuck is the definite? English, nigga. Definition. What? Give me definition. If you're gonna say something that, give me a definition behind that. Red pill.
Let me get my fucking.
Okay, so it's sides, like Democratic Republic type of views and
man.
shit. Red pill, Democratic blue pill. Rah rah.
Orgasm one more time from all of it.
No.
I don't think it's fun dunking on you, Sneeko. I don't. And I'm certainly not canceling you.
Yo, here niggas go with this Matrix shit, bro. See, bro? And I have CTE. Y'all are literally scaring people in the chat, bro. Stop.
But you keep doing this. So you forced my hand to make fun of you again. But anyway,
just put like 3 facts about them. I'm gonna just watch a
the
video,
day after
bro.
I posted.
Oh, there he's like 1, 2. Fish him off. Fish him off. Oh, don't let him take it. Step on C.
Zone B lost.
Oh, fuck, from behind. God damn. We got like 3, I think about 4 people with supers. Oh no, fuck this shit. It's fucking track. I forgot how much it tracks.
3 minutes left.
There's like, I dropped like a grenade in there. Ugh. Shit, dude. Just trying to like take B and then push on. We can go on, like we're not that, we're actually getting pretty far back now. I might just pop my super after this once we get closer.
Zone B, zone advantage is yours. They've almost taken this one. Make it efforts. It's you now.
Come on, 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 come on. Go on the hunt, go on the hunt. Boom.
You are in control. Show them what that means.
They're all gonna be back at C now. Got him. Come on, we're on the hunt, we're on the hunt, we're on the hunt.
Let the wolves rest. The hunt is over. 1 minute.
Damn, man.
Opponent
He's just getting like that one last.
Zone A captured. They got the better of you.
I didn't have any fucking. Ed loves giving me this autumn wind, man.
The Iron Banner remembers every outcome. This will be no exception.
The reason these terms are used in the context they're used is because they're broad descriptors for people who are not entirely women in the group category. And again, it doesn't immediately like knock out or invalidate everything she's ever done or said that I think is good. Of course not, but like it's really dumb. This is really, really dumb.
I already given a combination.
I'm a woman. Please don't ever refer to me as a person with a uterus, birthing person, or person who menstruates. How do people not realize how degrading this is? You can support the transgender community without doing this shit. 18 million views, 100,000 likes. Comments absolutely
ripped for her
packed full
tweet.
of Parker Mully, apparently. I don't know why Twitter's just pushing that to the top. Anna arguing with people and a bunch of conservatives going like, wow, you're based actually. There's Carrie Blake. Admittedly, Anna Kasparian is trying to beat them off the stick, but still. I can't believe she left this. Well, I guess like deleting it would have mean that she kowtowed to the woke mob, which would have contributed to its own conservative agenda. This is really dumb, okay? Listen, far be it from me to speak over a woman, which I hate to do. I hate speaking over women. As a man, I hate speaking over women, okay? Just to let you all know, I hate doing that. But you're not being referred to person with a uterus, birthing person, or person who menstruates. In fact, I'd go so far as to say that I don't think Anna Kasparian has ever been referred to that way. Those are group descriptors. She as an individual is never being pointed at and going, person with a uterus. Everybody says woman. The term woman has not gone anywhere.
Yeah, I can retire to this break.com. This Pathfinder zone. I really want the Artifice armor to like really work, man. But like the rolls I've gotten fucking suck. I gotta wait till that thing's back in rotation again. What is it? It's duality, right? So it's the moon.
These terms are used in the context they're used.
No,
is because
moon
they're
is
broad descriptors
no. Yeah, it is duality.
who are not entirely
Garden of
women
Salvation.
in the group category. Like for instance, okay, when people have beards, it's almost always men. Almost always when somebody has a beard, that person is a man. But even leaving aside trans people, there are literally cisgender women who can grow beards. I mean, if you want to go down to like wispy mustache hairs, then that's basically everybody. Okay, not exactly an uncommon thing if you go down, you know, if you lower the bar far enough. Okay. Now, if you wanted to say like, this razor is for people with facial hair, you wouldn't be erasing men as a category. All you'd be doing is like, in the interest of inclusivity, correctly acknowledging the fact that it's not just men who have beards. And likewise, over here,
Are you guys serious? Like nobody took Zone C?
Birthing person or person who menstruates are doing so in the context of legislation and medicine, which refers to birth, uteruses, and menstruation, a category of people which is not entirely women. Like this is idiotic. Nobody is going up to Anna Kasparian and going, yes, birthing person. And if she's offended by the use of the term birthing person or person with a uterus to describe people who give birth or have uteruses, then like what is this Karen shit? Unironically, like really Karen shit.
What the fuck happened, dude?
This is a certified white woman moment.
I can't fucking believe they didn't like nobody took like C. Bro, multiple people went there, like almost the entire team went there.
Unprecedented social heat being directed at trans people. This is the most like I woke up on the wrong side of the bed. Let's make this about me bullshit I've seen from like somebody who claims to be a progressive. And again, it doesn't immediately like knock out or invalidate everything she's ever done or said that I think is good. Of course not. But like it's really dumb. This is really dumb.
Oh shit,
yeah, I saw her arguing with the Humanist Report. Hold on, my man. How you doing? See, we're oompies. Bosh, you're being kind of mean. No, I'm not. The Humanist Report says, I respect you. Yeah, Mike. I respect you a lot, but this notion that the mere existence of trans-inclusive terms, rarely used in casual convo, somehow degrades women comes right out of the right's anti-trans war on women playbook. There's a reason why they're praising you for this. And then Anna, retardedly, says, hey Mike, you're a guy who has no clue what it's like to have your reproductive freedom taken away. So we can break this down like sentence by sentence, okay? People who use the term
what are they doing?
Person,
why are they engaging in such like dumb fucking fights?
Will never try to take away Anna Kasparian's reproductive freedom. That is the opposite side of the aisle. No
Take the fucking points, dude. Why are you guys engaging in these gun battles with them?
Who use trans-inclusive terms? Zero, none, nil, nada, You know, people earlier were
I
saying
hate this,
kind
dude.
of
They're
in
like,
line
they're
with
just like
Swift
trying to go for the kill. Then do a
But
team
her immediately
deathmatch.
responding to Mike with, "You're a man, so you don't know what it's like." Honest to God, kind of does resonate in that way. But consider what it's like to have the same lawmakers.
The other
who
guy
failed to
fucking,
protect our
I
rights
don't know
turn
where
around and
the other
call
guy
us
was.
people with uteruses. What? Are you like a Bernier buster now? What? Wait, the same lawmakers who failed to protect our rights. Oh, so you mean the lawmakers who defended your rights, but there weren't enough? Wait, who? Roe v. Wade was taken away by the Supreme Court. That was a Supreme Court decision. Do you mean like state legislators for all the people who are going out like 6-week abortion bills? If that's the case, why
Shit,
are
I
you
thought I had my
directing
fucking
your
charge
ire at
melee.
the people who attempted to protect your rights but were outnumbered? Do you think that like the reason why
Dude, there has to be like,
reproductive rights are being rolled back across
there
the
can't
country
be
is
like
because there are
actual.
woke, blue-haired
This can't be
state
skill-based
senators
matchmaking.
who
I don't
are
understand
using
it.
terms like birthing person and menstruating person, but who failed to vote hard enough. Like they didn't do their ultra like Uber vote. They didn't like deploy their like maximum overdrive.
Bro, just call this match.
Kamehameha vote. Like
Just call the
what do you
match,
mean?
dude.
This
This is
idiotic.
like
I think she
fucking.
means Congress never passed a law making it right. This is like the essence of I have no point but I must scream right here. It's so frustrating to see the people who voted to defend
Bro,
my
come on,
rights
man.
use terms that are inclusive to trans people who I ostensibly
I don't understand how.
politically
What
support.
is?
It's
How
not
is
inclusive if
matchmaking
cis
in
women
this?
hate it. Hey guys, desegregation is not inclusive.
I don't understand like how
white people hate it.
matchmaking is here.
This is like straightforwardly reactionary, right here. This is a reactionary talking point. Okay. First of all, again,
Come
cis
on,
women
man.
are not being rolled up to and directly referred to as menstruating person. Like, look, I go back one level in the thread or whatever, and she responds to somebody. Oh, 2 levels in the thread, sorry. And she responds to somebody, and it's like, I think somebody asked her, like, where are you even hearing these terms being used? And the answer she had was like, oh yeah, there are
Oh,
some
dude, that's
like,
actually
medical
really good.
texts and like some lawmakers. Well, don't you think inclusive language has a role in medicine and lawmaking? Like, is that like, that seems like a good time. Go back to the thread. It wasn't that thread? Okay. That seems like a good time to do those things. Oh yeah, here we go. It's used by many major institutions, the ACLU, the CDC, universities and news agencies, and prominent progressive figures like AOC, and the guilt by association charges lazy and lame. This is like so dumb. Like we are in the context in which they are being used, they're being talked about to describe broad groups of people in the context of medicine and legislation. This is not about like erasing women as a term at all. And again, I stand by my comparison, by the way. The idea that something isn't inclusive because the dominant power group in a context hate it, and that would be cis women in this case, because the term people with uteruses is meant to include cis women and like trans men and non-binary people. And of those 3 people, cis women have by far the most social power. The idea that it's not inclusive if the dominant group hates it, like that's really dumb, you know? Exactly the same as like, oh, well, how can you possibly say that racial integration is inclusive if actually the whites hate it or whatever. I hate the implication that the discomfort of trans men and non-binary people being lumped in with women is less important than cis women being referred to as terms that are more technically correct in appropriate context. Yeah, first of all, I'm not making any personal assumptions about Anna's like health here or whatever, but as I understand it, the term person with uterus objectively describes Anna. So we're not even talking like the ambiguity of social categorization.
I don't know
here.
why I clicked on this. I
is
really don't
literally
care.
Just referring to people with uteruses. It's not like it. Like again, this would literally be, this is like saying instead of saying men, you're saying people over 6 foot. Men are over 6 foot. Well, not all men are over 6 foot, and also there are people who aren't men who are over 6 foot. Why are you erasing men?
Scions are right.
Like, tall people. Why not tall men? Like it's stupid.
It's like,
it doesn't mean
I don't know,
anything.
like they're
It's a
all
fake
like not
problem. It's
playing like the
Karen shit. It's
objectives or
white
anything
women.
like
It's
that.
the
Two
white woman problem.
two people go to B, two
Didn't
people.
have enough guns for Moses. I have no idea. It's just very disappointing because I have a generally high opinion of Anna Kasparian's intelligence, and I have no idea where this is coming from. I say what I think as an independent person with an independent mind. I don't care what the right or left thinks. Oh my God. And I've made myself clear on being against any policy that harms the community. But maybe respect my personal boundaries too. Is that okay? My personal boundaries of being included in a group that you're objectively in by a descriptor that you objectively meet. Nobody's calling Anna Kasparian any of these terms directly. So how does this refer in any way to her personal do your personal boundaries extend to broad categorizations that aren't even being used in your presence?
Oh, fuck.
Like, could
Finish him
I
off,
be
finish him off.
offended
He's won.
because somebody said, like,
I understand, like, these,
and I'm like, well, I'm not
oh my
justified
God,
by
no,
my
no,
glasses,
come on,
that's
guys.
offensive.
They're gonna
And
go
then
on the
people
fucking
turn to me and
hunt.
they're like, what the fuck are you talking about? What the fuck are you talking about? I'm like looking at like a website or something, or a commercial. They're like, people with leg hair. I'm not defined by my leg hair.
Come on.
What are you talking about? What are you talking about? What? Why?
Fuck me,
No
dude.
one was talking to you. Like, really?
Survive
though?
it, survive it.
This feels like people who say cis is a slur. Yeah, it really does. It really doesn't it? It really does.
You have
feel
to
like,
capture the points, man. They don't want to capture the points. Somebody take B, guys.
Oh, hey, I'm
There's
little
like
kind of people
3
here.
of you around
The
there.
comments are full of conservatives who are like frothing at the mouth to defend her. Jank had a retarded tweet defending
Oh
her
my
from
God.
AOC. Are people really pretending that people who menstruate is a term only used in clinical settings? AOC uses it and she doesn't appear to be a doctor. AOC is using it in the context of laws that refer to
Force 'em out.
processes specifically dealing with people with uteruses or this, that, the other. These aren't being
Oh,
used
baby.
in
New
interpersonal
favorite weapon.
conversations. It's not just about clinical settings. If we all have agreement that's not what you should call a woman in non-clinical settings, great deal, let America rejoice. Nobody's doing
Bye.
it! Okay. I know that Jenk is just defending Anna here because they're part of the same network. But, like, I don't know, man. This is really pathetic. I actually respect this way
Let's
less
go,
than the
baby.
shoe-on-head Balenciaga
Dude,
shit,
what
because,
is this
like,
thing, man?
Shoe-on-head has always had, like, a default bias towards, like, dumb populism, and I know that, and I've always known that. So when I wake up in the morning and people are mad because she did it again, it's like, okay. But, like,
Yes.
she's
Rangefinder
generally pretty
and
rigorous
Rampage on
when it comes to
this.
the stuff that she says and does. I don't agree with everything she says, of course, but, you know, like, I don't think of Anna Kasparian as a YouTuber. You know, I think of her as like a political pundit. This is just a really embarrassing lack of I don't know, self-awareness of political expediency. So because she's consistently worse, it's better, Bosch. Weird measures. Yeah, actually, if there's a quirk that's demonstrated by like an over-the-top political or like culture YouTuber who just like does their own thing and is very like upfront, like hard on their sleeve. Yeah, I actually do think if they do something dumb, I think that's a lot less bad than somebody who carries themselves with an enormous amount of professionalism, who like literally gets debates with Ben Shapiro and the upper echelons of like
Come on, I know you're there.
conservative intelligentsia.
Dude, you gotta move out
just
the way, man.
Randomly dropping some zero IQ turf bullshit with no apparent connection to any previous ideology. Yeah, I do think that's a lot worse. Yes. I don't get it at all. Yeah, what is it with the young Turks? At the end of the day, I don't think
that was
Anna's a
dumb.
transphobe or whatever. I've seen a bunch of people acting like she is. Doug, I don't know. That's the problem. Like this is like classic white woman syndrome, right? Where like everyone's progressive about race issues to their daughter brings up sunshine. I don't know if this is Anna Kasparian just being like nominally pro-trans until suddenly something gets up her, like a chip lands on her shoulder.
Well, we
and all
survived
of a
the hunt
sudden,
twice, so
it's like you know, it's like here's my personal crusade. I don't know, like or maybe she just woke up on the wrong side of the bed this day, in which case, embarrassing. But like, yeah, I have no idea. I don't know. People with uteruses unironically saying trans women are men. What? Trans women don't have uteruses generally. I'm sure in this wacky world of ours there's at least one exception, but to my knowledge that's generally something they don't have. Though we're getting there, you know.
Cap C, Cap C.
So we'll, you know, another capture. She isn't going to learn from this and will just bring you further down, as is often the case. This kind of patronizing attitude makes people loathe far-left extremists. Far-left extremists? Who doesn't for you to say Anna should learn what to say?
Oh, fuck.
Okay. Here's a man explaining to a
Somebody
woman what
take
she
him.
should call herself. This mansplainer probably pretends to be a progressive. Okay, I do think that Cenk is only saying shit to defend Anna here. I think Cenk is in like full panic mode and has to present a unified front. I don't think this is actually a representation of his beliefs. He's always done. Yeah, he's loyal. He's ride or die, man. 100%. There are a bunch of shitty liberals in Voshby pretending to speak for you or backing Brown. Oh, don't worry, guys. Okay, let me do the denunciation. If you post to my subreddit,
Jesus Christ, dude. Come on, man.
And you're a liberal, and you will not see the kingdom of heaven, you will never feel the loving embrace of God, and you have no bitches. 0 bitches. You will never get a bitch, even if you leave the subreddit.
Dude, this is like fucking frustrating, man. Come on.
Liz, I have 0 problems with inclusion, none, but there's got to be a better way than boiling it down to a body part, no? No, in the context of talking about, say, like, reproductive rights, people with uteruses is the most objectively correct, like, categorization you could possibly make when you're talking about
these guys,
like,
dude.
abortion.
Come
Like,
on, man.
Literally,
That's fine, but like they're not like capping points. They're being too passive on this. You have to be like aggressive on this. Iron Banner is intended for you to be aggressive.
Is the argument here that using the term person with a uterus to describe uterus-related activities reduces women down to their biological functions? Wouldn't exclusively saying women when referring in fact to people with uteruses not only be less inclusive, but also further reduce women down to that role? Like, women should care about this. Women's right, women this, women that. Well, in that case, you are just saying women equals person with uterus. You're the one reducing them down to a baby-making vessel. Whereas if you say person with uterus, you can, like, Anna, you can just be like, ah, yeah, well, people with uteruses, you know, I've also got, like, an arm. I've got glasses. I have glasses. You don't have, I don't think you have glasses. Hair.
Dude's gotta, like, fucking be aggressive on this, man. Stop playing passively on this.
You have hair. You know? Hi, Anna. No one is asking you to call yourself or called anything other than a woman. No one. Biden admin replaces mothers with birthing people in maternal health guidance. Wow. Probably because the maternal health guidance is a guideline specifically for people giving birth. Oh, wow. Literally, like, again, like, 12K likes, by the way. Like, this, it's a further representation of the stupendous retardation of the conservative mind, which, by the way, Anna is completely backing up here. Anna agrees with this. This isn't just conservatives. Anna agrees. He's making her point. She was bitching about lawmakers using it. That's the exact same context that this person is using it. No one's, literally, no one is asking you to call yourself or be called anything other than a woman. No one, huh? Well, here's an ad I found that refers to people with Costco memberships, Costco membership havers. Anna, do you have a Costco membership? How do you feel about women being reduced down to their Costco saving function? How do you feel about your whole identity being boiled down to your box smart bulk buy membership status? Like, literally, I'm not even exaggerating. It's the same thing. Anna rightly objects to being referred to as a person with a uterus. Why? She has one, I assume. If she doesn't have one, I don't know why she's even, because then she's literally not even in the. What? Anna doesn't like the fact that there's a people with feet. I'm not just my feet. I have ankles. I can't. She still uses the term cis woman, which is simply a shorter way of saying the same thing. These people are, funnily enough, Matt is correct. It is internally contradictory to get angry over person with a uterus as a blanket term, but also use the term cis woman. Right.
Getting frustrated, man, with this shit.
Each other. Because if you would say cis woman, you're implicitly acknowledging the existence of trans women.
Let's go. Where are you guys going?
Trans men who are people with uteruses who aren't women. Therefore, there is a contradiction between. Oh my God, dude, her point was so dumb that Matt Walsh pointed it out. Oh my God, he's right. Oh wow, that actually hurts. That's like psychic damage right there. Losing to Matt. Why can't every left-leaning commentator just be me? Just like a series of clones, okay? You just go on YouTube and you have like the far right or whatever, and then you just have a bunch of people in Hawaiian shirts talking who are explaining why they didn't stream the past 3 days and calling each other retarded.
It's alright. Where'd he go?
Zone C captured. Ah, yes. The hunt is on.
Oh shit! Swarm. It's a swarm.
The howls are quiet. Return to the fight. Opponent claims Zone C. Zone A captured. Captured Zone B. Zone advantage is yours. Together, nothing can stop you. Such strength would be terrifying were it not paired with such skill. Strike as one. Zone C captured.
Oh fuck! I didn't turn quick enough.
I'm calling it. Guardian, crush them. Well fought and well won.
It was really fun. Crackle
There are
brass.
days when even the Vanguard gets sloppy. Not like you. You have iron focus.
Okay, are we really gonna watch this?
You're a radical. You're a radical psychotic leftist. You are literally Mao and Stalin and Karl Marx together. That's how these dumb motherfuckers in America operate.
Which brings me to the point where Trina's talking to Will Meth about the Turkey charity, and then things slide completely out of control, and then Hassan and then calls out Train for critical gambling. You want me to link it to the thread or not? You remember this happened like this week?
He knows what it is. I know what it is. Yes.
Okay. Then how about Train? You walk me through your initial point. What did you say to Will, and what did you say?
So I went into the call initially to
if you can find a clip, that would be very helpful.
Reach out or
chatter.
to put out
That'd be
an
very
olive branch,
helpful.
right? I was talking about how I love the podcast, among other things, right? And then the conversation came up. He brought that up as an example, and I clarified the example because at the end of the day,
Oh my
branch or
God.
not, I think there's an avenue regarding the socialism in which Hassan preaches but doesn't act with, right? There's that avenue where I don't think we'll ever come to terms with together, right? So that is the disconnect. I don't know if him and I will find that middle ground for, but that didn't come up because I went on there to talk about it. That just kind of came up past. If you watch the clip, the entire clip, that was generally a positive call, right? I think you kind of saw the clip and he picked those like 10 seconds out.
Unless Hassan doesn't feel that way.
As far as like socialism being at odds with my mode.
I'm not gonna do like those two seasonal channels. Those are like fucking ridiculous. Especially the Gambit one, dude. They really want you to do Gambit, man. Gambit's not. I don't remember OG Gambit.
Capitalist values, while simultaneously still being a fucking dumbass who likes commodities that are luxurious.
They need to like rework it or
has been
something
a
like that.
Consistent talking point for myself for a very long time. So I don't know why you think that ultimately conflicts.
Maybe something where
Socialism
like
is not a poverty
you have
cult.
to rush the game and then like you go into like a PvP mode and like the person who might have like won like the
is not, no matter how
the
much
moat
people
dump
say,
first,
oh, lol,
you know,
Bernie
you get like an
Sanders has 3
overshield
houses fucking
first.
owned, or whatever the fuck. That is not at odds with the way I live.
Iron Banner.
This is a point of contention, though. I will agree. There's broad debate on the subject matter. There's many different kinds of ways of approaching it, but ultimately it's about the relationship to the means of production. That's it. That's all this is. And it's about giving workers more autonomy. It's not about doing charity, okay? I've never said socialism is charity, even though I myself engage in charitable acts. I've been fairly consistent on that as well, with respect to just doing it regardless of whatever people say, even if they shit on me. I think XQC can advocate for that as well. I've literally had private conversations with them many, many years ago even, about like, it's a good thing. People will shit on you regardless. You should still do it. But yeah. Socialism is exclusively and almost entirely about the relations of the means of production and how society is developed around the current organization of the economy and how commodities are produced.
Okay, so you're saying that if there's a distinct point in what he sees socialism and the action you can do to further socialism and okay, it makes sense. Do you agree with what he said? Do you agree what he said? No. He says that socialism, right, is more the means of production and the worker stuff, and not the whole spread the wealth thing. And I think you say, oh, we should spread the wealth more, that shit, right?
I would agree. So
yeah,
I would agree
the
with
wealth. Spreading the
they're
wealth is
like
not
all
socialism.
coming
If
on
that
B
was the case,
now.
then Jeff Bezos would be the #1 socialist. You know what I mean? He albeit a very minor part of his overall wealth, he gives back fucking hundreds of millions of dollars. That he would be literally a socialist if that was the case.
So I think the point is this, right? Preaching socialism without action is literally just capitalism. You understand? If you preach the idealistic way that society should operate, yet you don't implement any of those systems, right, within your own, let's say proportionally within your own community, show that these systems can work. Just wait.
No. I love that. No, that's actually a great point. It's a great point. And it unfortunately fails to capture how
What I was going. I need to aim for the body. I mean the head. Shit, this thing's a fucking laser,
something
dude.
that I regularly acknowledge and talk about all the time. I'm very privileged. I'm very fortunate. These are things that I do not hide. I'm wealthy. Another thing that I do not hide. I don't know why people always say that I hide it, but
do you
ultimately,
understand that
if cooperatives can work individually.
I don't know if people
and I
like
can
say
point
he
to
hides it.
Socialization working in other countries, for example, like in European social democracies, like Norway, even in Canada, it works better than the United States, even though it has its flaws. So there are instances of like socialization, not socialism, working in other countries, and yet that is still
Take it.
not change people's minds in the United States of America.
Me got me,
So I
man.
don't know
I
why
gotta
you
go.
think
I
that,
have to get better with the aim, man.
Something completely and entirely removed from socialism itself, which would be me, like, I guess, doing
hit
socialism in
aim
my own
lab.
community. I don't know how you would do that, but I would love to hear your perspective. I don't know how that would genuinely change people's minds in that regard. But as far as like my own form of commodity production, I work with union labor in union shops in the United States of America, and it's domestically manufactured when I do merchandising. And I have some form of cooperative organization.
Yeah, he's gonna fucking like
where,
snipe me from there.
The people that I work with, not my workers per se, but people that I work with, whether it be my producers or editors, have full autonomy over their times, full autonomy over how much they make, full autonomy over a percentage of the profits or even more. Not only that, but they also have editorial independence, like in the case of Austinox, who can say what he wants, and I'm not going to, go after him unless he's making an erroneous mistake. So that's it. That's my perspective, and I think I try to live by my values as best as possible, and I think I do a decent job, I think, at that.
That perspective is convenient in my opinion. Like it's a convenient perspective to have, right? Like if I would accept that perspective.
Wait, why is it convenient?
I'll tell you why. I'll tell you why. So everything that you do would be completely fine, right? If you moved away from these extremisms, right? And you moved more so to the middle, and you're like, okay, listen, guys, I'm a capitalist, but I believe in socialist systems to be mixed in with the capitalistic systems to create a better society, right? To grab the good of both. You understand? But the problem is you're completely shitting on capitalism. You're completely eat the rich, anti-capitalist. So if you moved your like ideations or whatever the fuck you call it, more so to you know, I'm a capitalist, but I believe in socialist values. I believe in socialist systems. I believe in more of a mix, right? You know, if you pushed it more to the middle left,
They gotta go on the hunt now.
Exactly what you do. It makes sense to your entire business model. But to sit there and
Wait, what? Address why it's conflicting.
Oh, I'm getting there. But to sit there, right, and to sell, right, think about this, okay? Your entire business model, in my opinion, is that of a capitalist business model, right? You sell how the world should be while justifying not implementing those very systems of how the world should be by saying you're just participating in society. That's fine. You can participate in society, at the very least in the position that you're in, making what you make.
Oh, they got like 2-3 of us over there.
The words are not enough. You should be implementing these very systems within your own community to show that these systems work. Do you understand? On a proportional level, if you cannot implement the very systems you preach that should be implemented within America into your community of 30,000, then I would just say you're grandstanding and you're just selling an idea to make money yourself, right? Like
that's
to
great.
me, that's
no, that's a great point. That's a great point. You're absolutely correct on it if your understanding of what I advocate for was sound. And I think this is a normal misunderstanding, and a lot of people have this misunderstanding. I just gave you examples of a relation that I have where I am producing commodities with the help of others that are involved in the process. And I told you that I utilize, when I am actually producing commodities, utilize the same values that I uphold, okay? Whether it be
I don't know where
domestic,
all these other guys are.
I
don't see them.
Whenever I'm working on merchandise, or whether it be having a cooperative podcast, or having full autonomy, and having everyone set
they're
their
all
own
like
wages,
back here defending.
in relation to, how much profit or how little profit
I don't
a
understand
certain
like why
venture
they're all
makes.
back
That
there
is
defending.
as close as you can get
Defending like one point. Why are you guys doing this? They're just gonna keep going on the hunt then.
An anarcho-syndicalist perspective, and also some level of socialism. So from that perspective,
They're
you
on
are
the hunt
objectively
again.
incorrect.
Why are you
In
guys like
most other
playing back like this?
circumstances,
Be
I have no
aggressive.
control over it. There's nothing I can do. Like as far
There's
as
like-
you like as far as like turning Amazon into a cooperative
No.
corporation.
Do you
I
guys
can't
like
do
know
that.
how to
It
play
is a
Iron Banner?
massive, almost
I need to.
$1 trillion operation that I have no control over.
Okay, so what you're saying is that for you, the socialism aspects are only in the means of production and the workers and the fact that the unions are not. So how about the
Fucking got
workers?
unraveled.
I have a question then. When you have a podcast, the Fear and Pod, how much are the guests and producers paid on that show?
I don't understand why like you guys are just like all going to one point. Split up and go to different points. Should be like 2-2-2.
Can come on voluntarily, of course. If they would like to get paid, we would of course pay them. If there was like a guest fee or anything, but we don't pay guests. We are not interested. We're not interested in having a guest on specifically to make money. I don't think that would be weird. I think.
That makes sense.
Yeah, but yeah, March gets 1/3 of the entire revenue generated at the moment from the Fear End podcast operation, which you can go and subscribe to at patreon.com/fearend.
Alright, they're gonna go for B now.
System that you mentioned, in which you apply your socialist values to, you are making money from these systems, and that's fine. That's okay. But the areas that I think should be more consistent in
Push them right back in. Come on, guys. I don't know why you are they trying to bounce between like A and C or something?
So if you're a socialist, if you broke on the streets,
Come,
that
like,
example in
split
itself
these up, dude.
has to be the most delusional, extreme example. Why combat?
I don't know what you're talking about. Explain what you mean. I'm a little slow. I'm a dumb guy. I need you to.
I hate when he does this because like
I'm serious.
Okay.
What do you mean? I just gave you an example of where I do this, and I want you to explain what you mean.
What I mean is, do you not preach a society
Push on C.
where healthcare
Everybody
is free,
push on
a
C.
society where education is not as backwards as it is in America today, right?
Oh, right
These
there.
systems,
Fuck.
in my
I couldn't see
you
him.
are in a position where if you truly believe that implementing these systems are a real thing, you are in a position to do something that matches what you say. Otherwise, you're just selling false hope in a business model fashion, which is capitalism, right? In a nutshell, to make the money. That's easy to do, but you are in a position to do more. You
Do
understand?
you want me to open up a hospital? Because I think you're.
It's not about opening up a hospital. It's not
What is it
opening up a
about?
hospital.
Give me specific examples of what I can do, so I can tell you if it's like feasible or not.
Okay, so for example, okay, I know a lot of your vocal minority community argue that the mental health care program is a charity, right? But that program, the part of the charity that it is just the part in America. If we were to implement that program, right? Taxes would pay for the program. In this situation,
absolutely.
Real quick. In this situation, we don't have that luxury, right, of having a tax system to draw a lot of money from the people. So what's replacing it is the charity aspect. To confuse that the system itself as a charity it's not comparable to the excuse of not doing it.
Are you asking me to provide everyone in my community health care?
I'm asking you to follow through with what you say. So to create, create the system, create education as well, right? You could create a system in which you put a percentage aside that you believe the rich should put aside in America.
I understand what like Train. Oh shit! I didn't mean to do that. I understand what Train is like trying to say here. He's asking him like to create like the system too, but like what he really wants is like for Hassan to like go out and like do the thing that he's trying to do. But for him to do that, it will require like so many things to like fall in line. In reality, you need like government to like do it too. He doesn't have like that type of money. He could probably do something like on the small scale, but he can't make that like sustainable change like by himself with the amount of money that like he has. For him to like best do this, like what Hassan's like, start 501c3, start like a not-for-profit, like things like that too, and then potentially like build toward that system. I've always said too, like there's like it's economy to scale. I forget what it's called too. I forgot what it's specifically called, but it can work. It can work at like at a very small scale. That's why you can make it work at the state and local level, like around the country, to see like how it works like around the country in like these different economic environments in different states too. If you can get that through, like it's not feasible to do what Train is saying without some help from the government, because you do need some sort of like government like intervention in the long run. Like you have to do it at like a very small level. You can probably do it in like in a small town or something like that to see how it goes, and use that same model. It can't be like, you know, the exact same. It has to adapt to like the different circumstances. But I understand what Train is saying too, but like for Hassan to do something like that will require like a lot of money, probably more money than he actually has, to be honest with you, and will require like government assistance too, and like people willing to like carry that out. And that would require, and I don't think it's not me like trash on Hassan. I don't think Hassan's smart enough to like do that like on his own. He might have the will to do it, but I think he would have to basically be like the piggy bank, the same way like Peter Thiel and like Rupert Murdoch and all those and the Koch brothers are essentially the piggy bank for a lot of these people. And they probably hire like smart people who agree with them politically on a lot of things, but they're not smart enough to know how to enact all of it. But but they have like the final decision because they're the money. But like they hire people who essentially will go in line with what they want and are smart enough to be able to carry it out. That's what Hassan would have to do. But I think with what Train is trying to talk about, it will require like more money than Hassan himself did. He would have to bring in other people. And I don't know if there are any other people outside of probably like Destiny who he would never work with, and like Vosh, who I don't think has like the will to spend that type of money to get involved, to do what, like, I think they generally would agree on like certain things to get done too. If Train's willing to like give up some of that money to do that, then these three could probably afford it, to be honest with you. They pooled their resources, but it would have to be done at like a very small level. I also don't know, like at the streamer level too, like how you would effectively do it. I don't know how Train's like healthcare thing works though. That's the only thing, like providing mental health care to like streamers. I just like don't know how that works. Like, did he set up like a 501c3, like a not-for-profit, to like get that done? I'm not too sure. I don't know the specifics behind it. That's the only thing.
And you implement that on a small scale to show that, listen guys, this works. If we can do it, so can America. If you can't even do it yourself and you give these excuses.
So you want me to set up like a 501c3 specifically to like pay the hospital bills of every single member in the community that pays?
No. It's about creating a system. You understand? Ignore the actual payment.
I don't know. I feel like they're talking past each other. They're like talking past each other. This very early on, like I saw this video like 100 times now, not 100 times, but I saw it like twice already. They're talking past each other at this point too. He thinks that he's talking about. He thinks number one, Hassan thinks Train doesn't know what he's talking about. Train does know what he's talking about. Train thinks that Hassan's misinterpreting him too. So they're talking past each other at this point. Like I understand what Train's doing. You could probably get at the state and local level. Like a system like that too. You need like the people there at the state and local level to like agree to it though. That's the only thing. You can probably convince people to do it at the state and local level, especially if they're desperate enough to like to do it. But like he can't be the one doing it. He can't be. He would have to hire somebody to convince people at the state and local level to do it though. That's the only thing.
It's a system.
And it won't be exactly what like he would want to happen, but it'll be a model. You would need like people at the state and local government to like ram that through. It would probably have to happen in a blue state though. A blue state in a small town, and generally a blue state in a small town tends to be a little bit more conservative, way more conservative than Hassan. But you can probably ram it through. If you had someone like, I'm trying to think, like a Raphael Warnock or like a John Fetterman explain it to people, then I think they would be able to like okay with it too. But it would have to be like something singular though. It wouldn't be like this huge overarching like socialist like system. It would have to be like some aspect of it, like healthcare or like policing or like something. It would have to be something like healthcare. Probably you can get everybody on board with that. Be easier. It would have to be like a singular issue, and then you can like test it out here over like a period of time, and then after maybe like a year or two, this like success. Okay, well this worked in Pennsylvania. Let's try like California. Well, work in California. Let's try it in Florida, Texas, like that, Montana, things like that too. So they're like talking. They're like each missing each other's point here.
That reflects what you preach and delivers it to people who do not have the financial means to get what you believe they have a right to get. Do you understand?
God damn, he already uploaded that thing too?
That's what implementing, that's what the actions over the words means. When you sit there and you preach what you preach on a daily basis and make millions from it, right? And that's okay to make millions from it. It's okay.
But Train.
But there needs to be an implementation of it.
You understand I'm not the government, right? Like
I just explained the proportional or the comparison between what would be right in this situation. You create a system, and through your own donation, you would be virtually the tax system that would pay for it in a governmental form, right?
Okay, like that's what you're describing. You're taking the long way to describe.
He would not be able to afford that. That would not be like feasible for the long term, to be honest with you.
Insurance, on the other hand, or taxes, on the other hand, insurance or taxes, which are two different ways of funding. Some form of healthcare or a payment mechanism for healthcare revolves around people paying into a system and then getting it back in the form
Hassan would essentially be be paying for everything. He would. I understand what Train said. This is like frustrating. I don't know if like Hassan's not a dumb guy. That's why I hate when he says like I'm a dumb guy. He's not a dumb guy. Right? He says some like dumb things every once in a while. It might be ignorant. He's not a dumb guy. I know like a lot of people think that he's just like some dumb himbo. He's not like a dumb guy. Like actually like listen to like what he says too. He says some like things that are like out of pocket and ignorant, but like he's not like a dumb guy. I hate when like people who are smart they use this argument, oh like I'm dumb, like explain to me. I fucking hate that shit because he's not like a dumb guy.
Opponent claims zone B. 2 down.
Go on, where are you? Where are you? Oh, he fucking domed out, baby.
Zone B, you have the advantage. Press on.
Thank you. Oh, Wither Horde, fuck. Okay, I was wondering like what. All right.
Zone B lost.
Fuck.
Batch 2. Zone B captured. 2 zones are yours.
Shit, I should have dropped the...
Zone B
I should have dropped the nade there. I'll take it. Take B and then we gotta push C. Take B and then we have to push C. If you're all going for fucking B...
Together, nothing can stop you. Zone B captured. Zone advantage is yours.
Fuck. Thank you. Oh, you're gonna have to clear this out. Thank you. Shit. This same guy's killed me like 3-4 times already. Dude, this is gonna be a long ass match. If like we're just like at a stalemate now over they're all just coming. Shit from the side.
Zone B lost. Zone A captured. Zone advantage is yours.
Alright, they're coming for fucking C.
Zone A lost. Five minutes left. Sound tactics so far.
Fucking golden gun, dude. That super's so goated.
Zone C lost. Now you are hunted.
These guys, I can't stand, like, I have like all these hunters on my team. I don't understand why you guys are like so, like, playing so passive in Iron Banner of all game modes. This is not Trials, bro. This is not Trials. You guys don't have to like kind of pussyfoot around here. This is Iron Banner.
The howls are quiet. Return to the fight.
Shit, that was just bad fucking shooting on my part. Take both ends. Take both ends so we can push B.
Zone C captured. Zone advantage is yours.
Because we're not that far back.
Opponent claimed Zone B.
Shit, he's low. Nope. Take him. Take him. Take him. Take him. Take B. Take B. Take B.
Two down.
Hurry up.
3 minutes. Match. The fires are lit. Find your prey and end them.
They're gonna fucking turtle up. Shit.
Another hunt will come soon. Zone A captured. Opponent claims Zone C. Two down.
Take it. Good job, boys. Good job. Good job.
Zone B captured. You have the
Good job,
advantage.
boys.
Press
Good
on.
job. I'm gonna save this at the end.
Together, nothing can stop you. Keep the pressure on. It's almost over.
Oh, he got me with that fucking shit. It's this guy, dude. Tying with a shotgun.
One minute. Victory is within your grasp. Fight.
Oh, son of a bitch.
Good.
Let's go.
There are days when even the Vanguard gets sloppy. Not like you. You have iron focus.
Or this weapon. That's actually not bad. I'm not a big fan of the rolls or the masterwork. Offhand strike? Yeah, I don't like it. This isn't actually bad at all. This is like silly. Damn, I don't get any enhancement cores, huh? Oh, let me put
I
Liz.
think as far as how the government should operate this, right? I think you believe in free healthcare, right? I think.
I do. Yes.
Okay, great.
Healthcare is.
So-
I believe healthcare is a right. Right.
So,
I
yeah,
believe
absolutely.
our education system is completely backwards. I believe we should be encouraging students to go to school. We should be encouraging students. I believe the new baseline should be college. This idea where we're pushing that college is unnecessary, you can't apply this or that, I think is ridiculous. But I do think it stems from our backwards financial education system.
So
Right?
how can I do what you're describing without building a hospital or building a 501c3?
I just explained, right? For example, the program I have, right? It's easy to compare the two and say, oh, it's a charity. No. The charity part of it is replacing the tax system in which the government would pay for that system. Since we don't have that tax system, taking a percentage of what you make, like you preach should happen for the rich, right? And putting it into that system, right? So what you make, a percentage of what you make going into that system would...
I'm not gonna lie, I'm already like...
Counter-Strike 2 came out.
I never really played or like got into like Counter-Strike, so or like they're talking past each other. I'm like already over it.
Leveling up the world. Oh, I played this one.
With over 20 years of history, maps are a fundamental pillar of Counter-Strike.
Yeah.
And in Counter-Strike 2, maps are getting a new look. But don't worry, you can still bring along your countless hours honing strategies and exploiting every corner and crevice. We took 3 approaches to improving maps while retaining their rich legacy.
Okay.
First, there are touchstone maps. Classic maps with solid foundations that players can use to evaluate gameplay changes from CSGO to Counter-Strike 2.
Okay.
These have improvements to lighting and character read, but otherwise haven't been changed.
Okay.
Makes sense.
Next, we have upgrades.
Same maps as we just updated the graphics, boys.
Including a physically based rendering system that produces realistic materials, lighting, and reflections.
Okay.
And
That's nice.
finally, overhauls. The oldest maps have been fully rebuilt from the ground up, leveraging all of the Source 2 tools and rendering features.
Wow. Are as sharp as Morgan's.
These tools will be available for community map makers to make it easier to build, experiment, and
Oh, that's badass. Holy shit, that's really cool.
With upgrades to lighting, player read, and materials in Counter-Strike 2. Even the familiar will feel brand new.
Okay.
I saw.
Summer of 2023. Isn't it pretty much like the same game though? Moving beyond tick rate. Okay, let's see what some of this stuff is here. It's a new, yeah, I feel like it's just an engine upgrade, right? I mean, I feel like Counter-Strike is like the, it's like the chess of esports. It's been the same pretty much fucking forever. People are really good at it. There have been some changes, some graphics updates, but overall it's been the same fucking game for like 20 years.
In a Counter-Strike match, information can mean the difference between success or failure.
Smokes.
As a result, smoke grenades have become a cornerstone of team tactics. With Counter-Strike 2's new game engine, we've evolved smokes and made them dynamic.
Okay.
Smoke grenades now create volumetric 3D objects that live in the world. Now, not only do all players see the same smoke regardless of position, but the smoke can interact with the environment in interesting ways.
Okay.
It reacts to lighting, grows to fill spaces naturally.
Oh, that's really cool. Holy shit, that's badass.
By bullets and grenades. In Counter-Strike 2, smoke grenades provide even more tactical opportunities. They're just going to look and play better.
That's really cool. Holy shit. That is a really big improvement. Wow. Damn, okay. All right, I got that. Yeah, that's a huge gameplay upgrade. I will say that. I mean, it's how could that possibly be bad? Yeah, obviously this is awesome. Let's see the next one. This is the last one. Moving beyond tick rate.
Counter-Strike is known for its visceral and satisfying gunplay.
I want to get at least that grenade off.
Now, firing a weapon looks pretty simple. You click your mouse, your character shoots, your target takes damage.
Well, not always,
but there's a lot more happening behind the scenes. In previous versions of Counter-Strike, the game only evaluated moving and shooting in discrete time intervals, or ticks.
Come on.
Time between those ticks didn't exist. For the most part, the
Thank you.
experience was seamless. But sometimes those milliseconds between click and tick could be the
Shit, is
difference
there someone over there?
between missing your shot.
Sure.
That's why with Counter-Strike 2, we're introducing sub-tick updates.
Oh, fuck.
Now the tick rate no longer matters for moving and shooting, so the server will know the exact moment you fired your shot, jumped your jump, or peeked your peek. And the server will calculate your precise actions between ticks. So what you see is what you get.
Damn. Okay. Yeah, that is really cool. I'm curious to see what it's actually going to be like, though. To be honest, who's going to tell the difference? I don't know. Yeah, Overwatch has this a long time ago and it's trash. Well, I have no idea. It's a really cool feature for a competitive game. Yeah, like, to me, I think the smoke change is really cool. It's hard for me to see people playing this game and then being like, hey, let the wolves like this is like I'm gonna play Counter-Strike 2 instead of Valorant. Like if you're already playing Valorant, like how many people are gonna go over and play Counter-Strike 2? I don't know. Pro players will know. Yeah, and like Counter-Strike is definitely, again, it's like a huge esport game and has a massive competitive scene. Me? Everybody will? Oh, I don't think so, man. I really don't think so. I could be wrong.
Oh,
shit. I could absolutely be wrong. But I just don't see Counter-Strike holding people's attention in the same way that Valorant will. I don't think a lot of Valorant players, people that take it seriously, are going to move over and play Counter-Strike. Now, one way this could happen is if a lot of other pro players and like popular players move over, because this is usually what happens is like whenever you have a very big competitive scene for a game, you're going to have a lot of people move over because they're following that competitive scene. So I don't know, there's some new game modes too. Yeah, I'll be really curious, like, because how much of Counter-Strike 2, like, as somebody who's played, like, I remember I used to play 1.6 all of the time in high school, like, literally every day in first and second period, we played fucking Counter-Strike. And anyway, I spent a lot of hours on this game. I'm not good at it, okay? I used to be all right, but I'm not even all right anymore. However, like, what's going to make me come back and play this game again? I don't know. Check Shroud, actual gameplay. Oh no, I was watching a little bit of it earlier. Not a whole lot, to be fair. I haven't seen a whole lot of it. People saying engine upgrades in old game will steal traffic from new games. Sounds like copium. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, again, I don't know. I mean, to me, this just... Like, the only thing that I feel like is cool, personally, is the smoke change.
Yeah, I don't think
This isn't, like, I don't see this and I'm not like, wow, I really want to go and play Counter-Strike again.
I'm wondering now if...
Maybe I'm crazy. Maybe it's not for me. I don't know. But, like, I see this and it's like, this is really cool.
I gotta take a look at Light GG for this.
Counter-Strike match on, sometimes I'll watch it. But...
Counter-Strike never really grabbed me, to be honest with you.
Because it's fundamentally the same game. But that's not, you know, I could not just be the target audience. That's about it.
It does seem like they just like upgraded like all the graphics and everything to it too. Like it's a new engine too.
They're really happy about Counter-Strike 2, and I'm happy for them. I think that's great. Yeah, isn't their intent? They want to please their existing audience. Yep, and their existing audience has been around for a long time. Because I'll tell you one thing, Counter-Strike has over fucking Valorant. Okay. Is that my dad can watch a game of Valorant and he's not going to know what the fuck is going on. My dad can watch a game of Counter-Strike and he'll try and tell me what the players did wrong that died. Zone B. That's the difference. So yes, I do think that Counter-Strike is like, again, it is
I deserve that. I deserve that. Like, I was like AFK.
I think that like Valorant is like an entire notch below Counter-Strike in terms of being a legible esport to like spectators.
There is like a lot going on.
Overwatch, right? But like Counter-Strike and Rocket League, I think are the two. Maybe there's another game I'm not thinking of right now, but like I'd say Counter-Strike and Rocket League are like S-tier esports, and nothing is better than them. There are other games that might be as good, but there is nothing better than those two.
Oh, fuck. The Battler.
I would say League and Dota 2 are not. I don't think that they are. I think the only reason why they're very popular esports is because they have a huge player base. I think they're popular esports for the same reason that World of Warcraft was a popular esport. It's because a lot of people played WoW. So there was a big community around it. Like, I can't watch a League game. Like, I can appreciate a good play, kind of, because I played Heroes of the Storm. But anybody who's not familiar with MOBA will not understand anything that is going on with League. And anybody who's not up to date with it will probably not understand all the abilities. They won't understand the interplay. And it is only going to be something that a small group of people will be able to understand. That is why I think Counter-Strike and Rocket League transcend that. is because they are the only two esports right now that you can watch and you don't have to play and you don't need any prior knowledge for it. That's why. Any fighting game, I disagree with fighting games too.
Riptide.
Because a lot of the tech in fighting games is invisible to a casual player. A casual player doesn't know what, I mean, people might get mad, but Smash, I'll use Smash as an example. It's not a fighting game, but it's basically a fighting game. They don't know what wave dashing is. They don't know what ledge guard, they might know what ledge guarding is, but they have no idea. And that's the point that I'm making.
Capture zone C.
You can feel it from the crowd and commentary? Yeah. FIFA or sports games? I think that those obviously have a completely different audience, but yeah, sure. Either way, I think this is going to make obviously Counter-Strike tournaments more popular. It's going to juice the entire game, and it's great. I mean, if I ever watch it again, you know, it'll be nice to see it in better graphics. How about that? FPS is very easy to understand from a spectator level. No, it's not. Overwatch is not easy to understand, and neither is Apex Legends or Valorant, to a lesser extent. Counter-Strike is extremely easy to understand because everything in Counter-Strike is real. It is real in a way that is completely understandable.
He just got me.
That's the difference. It is basic. So you watch, somebody watches Overwatch, they have no fucking idea what's happening on the screen. Overwatch has so many abilities and certain characters work with others. Exactly. FPS just IRL guns, so it's understandable. Yeah, it's real and the objective is always the same, defusing the bomb. Yep. You got to kill them all, or if they put the bomb down, you got to get the bomb off of you got to get rid of the bomb. If they don't drop the bomb, you got to kill the guy with the bomb. And it's just that simple. And if you're the guy with the bomb, you got to put the bomb down. Very, very simple. Counter-Strike will always, at least in my mind, be the GOAT of esports. I think it is the chess of esports. In 30 years, I expect to be watching Counter-Strike 7. Nah, probably Counter-Strike 4 by then. And I expect that it will be basically the same game. There will still be eco rounds.
Oh.
There will still be smokes. There will still be bombs. And it will still be the same game. Yeah, it'll be Counter-Strike 3. Yeah, there you go.
Like 30 years,
No
I would
way
say.
Valve can
They will
count to
just
3.
announce
Yeah, good
Counter-Strike
point.
3.
Anyway, so, you know, I don't really see this really taking a lot of market share away from Valorant, other than, like, hypebeast gamers, but maybe I could be wrong. I think we'll just have to wait and see.
God damn. We're up, but barely.
Zone B captured. Zone advantage is yours. Captured Zone C. The flames have ignited. Let the wolves hunt.
Slow. Finish him off. There we go. Let's go, boys. God damn, this is a close-ass game.
Let the wolves rest. The hunt is over. Opponent claims Zone C. Captured Zone B. Zone A captured.
Oh, fuck.
It's on. Zone B lost.
I should have just dropped it on the point. guess I'm okay.
3 minutes remain. Keep the pressure and you have them. You captured Zone C. 2 zones are yours. Zone A lost. You captured Zone D. 2 zones are yours. Keep the pressure on. It's almost over.
Yeah, I got fucked up with that ult.
Victory is yours.
Oh. I'm winning way too much. That's the problem.
Shaxx couldn't have done it better.
What are the results? I did not do a lot. Zone advantage to hunt twice. 34. Bottom. Okay, let's go. What is going on here? I care about the allegation. You got Guardian Games coming back. I don't think anybody's like surprised by that. Learn your class. You guys, let me see what Destiny Fun Police says about
Guys,
this.
I've got good news today, my friends. Banshee's got something special in stock, but you don't have just 24 hours to get this one. In fact, you've got a full 5 days to get your hands on this weapon.
That's what I'm talking about! That's why he's That's why he's the GOAT! The GOAT!
So if you like this news, smash that like button. If you haven't subscribed yet, do that as well.
Okay.
He's got a really solid offering. The shotty's good, the scout rifle's good, but what we're really interested in is the 7th Seraph Officer Revolver. It's got Seraph rounds, which is Warmine brand ricochet rounds. It's got reconstruction. It will slowly reloads itself over time, up to double capacity. Pay attention to that. You can double this weapon's magazine capacity with this perk. It's also got extended mag. You put a backup mag on there, 19 rounds by default. You do the maths. It's got harmony. Get a kill with your other weapons, it will buff this one, allowing it to 3-tap in PvP, which is a very, very fast time to kill. And it also has the new Rasputin origin trait. Breaking a target's shield partially reloads this magazine's weapon from reserves. This is basically the version 2 of this weapon, but it doesn't say it in the name, but it very much is 2.0 7th Seraph Officer Revolver. Alright, so I loaded into a game and I wanted to just hide at the back. We're going to camp in the back like a camping colon real quick because I want to see just how high the magazine on this weapon goes. And you can see it right here in the bottom left. It's going up and up and up. We're at 31 in the mag. Oh, hold up there, Top G. Listen, I'm trying to check something right now. We're at 35. Oh my god, is it going to go even higher than this? 37.
Holy shit.
Bro, here, take it easy, man. Take it easy. 39. Holy shit, 39 in the map. That has to be a record, right? Yeah, hey, take it easy, man, Top G. Are you going to be a Top G or are you going to be a Bottom G? Well, sometimes that'll happen. Hey, listen, this is my fish you're trying to stop me from getting. What are you gonna do, brother? It's time to head on over there and see exactly what your problem is.
That is a beast.
And he no longer has a problem. His problem is now respawning. And you can see here we've got harmony on this thing as well, my friends. So it is a 3-tap. Now check this out. We're never gonna reload this gun a single time in this gameplay. If I reload the gun once,
Don't I have reconstruction on this thing?
You guys can unsubscribe. But as you can see, we are just spamming with infinite ammo like Rick Grimes from The Walking Dead. Just infinite ammo. I'll have a confession to make though. I did take off extended mag because, you know what, for a 180 hand cannon, I gotta say this thing has some kick on it, and it gets flinched really hard as well. So I thought, let's put Seraph rounds on there and get a bit of stability. But even though I've reduced the mag size, I'm still never gonna reload. Here you go, mate. That's for you, lad. That's for you, cheeky little fish. You basically never have to reload, and that goes so well with harmony because I know every time I proc harmony, I'm never gonna have to worry about my weapon not being ready to 3-tap somebody. It's always going to be loaded. I'm always gonna have around 20 bullets in the magazine.
Once I go back to the scene, I'm just gonna hit escape.
Guys, if you're gonna stand a chance with this weapon in PvP, you're gonna need to proc harmony by getting fish kills and fusion rifle kills. That is how we're gonna get our harmony going, and then we can hit 73 to the head with this thing, and that will allow us to 3-tap with a 180 hand cannon in PvP. Whoa, what is going on here? Wait, what is going on?
I don't want to see what I have seen today, because this is unacceptable.
How? Through the bubble? Okay. Anyway, we've got harmony and you can see how nasty this thing is. I've got to say though, these 180s, they go from being a poodle without a damage buff to a pit bull with a damage buff. Because without a damage buff, they are so bad right now. But when you get a kill with one of your weapons and you switch and you've got harmony and you've got reconstruction allowing you to spam bullets to your heart's content, this really is a pretty unique role, I've got to say. Banshee is really pulling out all the stops this week. And now that the trap has been set,
Now we just have to sit tight and wait for the feast to begin.
and he takes the bait. He uses this super, he doesn't get a kill. Thunder Crash comes in, and it's only your boys left standing, you know what I'm saying? And here you go. Harmony and weapons of like 91 to the head. Oh my goodness, ending that game with a bit of a flourish there with the 3-taps. Just showing you the potential of this thing. I've got to say, I was impressed with my short time using this weapon. Now, if you guys are wondering why this weapon's available for 5 days instead of 24 hours, it's because this is part of his weekly offerings. The thing is, the past couple of weeks, his weekly offerings have not been particularly good. They've not been very good at all, in fact. So most of the guns that have been worth featuring in videos have been on the daily rotation. Speaking of daily rotation, it's time to catch our daily hunter on the line.
Casting into a pool 500 feet wide.
Caught and absolutely rolled. Unfortunately, we couldn't get the 3-tap on that guy, but the potential is there. We're also using the Reaper mod as well with double kinetic surge. So that's also giving us a bump to our damage if we get a kill after popping our barricade. However, it's not going to let us 3-tap. We are going to need harmony in order to do that. And look at that, point blank 3-tap. To the face with the old Glock. This is like the Destiny version of a Glock or a pistol that James Bond would use, you know what I'm saying? It's just got those vibes, those John Wick vibes. Here you go, lad. Here you go, mate. Oh my.
Oh,
okay. Listen, guys, this is unacceptable. It really is. What is going on here? Listen, guys, I don't know what happened there. I don't want to talk about it.
Prefer really not to speak.
I'll tell you what I do want to talk about. There's some heavy ammo out there on the floor, and we're going to make it ours, and then we're going to turn him into a fish.
An impressive beast.
Then all of a sudden you've forgotten about me falling off the map like an absolute tosser, because now we are doing banter things. Now you're just laughing again, right? Laughing at this trash super, maybe? I don't know. Definitely, yeah, I don't want to talk about that one. Well, listen, I thought I had to get a little bit of Strand into this video, because we are playing Void Titan today, but I'm really becoming quite fond and attached of, I think it's just Strand, but obviously Strand Titan, because that's what I've been playing a lot. And I was just wondering, what do you guys think about it? I'm sure you guys enjoy seeing it in the videos, right? I enjoy using it. It's definitely quite fun. If maybe if I'm playing to win, I would probably still go Void, but these days I don't really play to win. I play for banter, strictly and purely banter. That is what we are all about nowadays. You know what I'm saying? This is what it's all about. Just banter with the fusion rifle, and then explosive knife. tricky little hunter. Decent bit of range there on the old 7th set.
What's up guys, Streamer TV, and first up in the news we have Adriana. Now today on Twitter, Jake Lucky shared an exclusive interview with Adriana, revealing the massive hate that she gets, being swatted 3 times in 3 months, and was even sent pig's blood to her home address. Here is a clip.
Like, oh, I'm gonna have to develop that cushion, and I'm gonna have to get such a good fan base, such a large fan base, to where it literally negates all the hateful, rude comments. I've been swatted 3 times in the past 3 months because of a lot of hateful things. If I have a political conversation, I get really crazy stuff. I've received pig's blood to my house, to the point where now I have to have security and take security measures.
Oh, what is going on?
And I'm like building like compound now. So I've never received the magnitude of hate that
I have not seen. All right, the memes with like the immortal. I have not seen anyone use the immortal yet in Iron Banner.
In any form or any other type of content area in my life. But I think, like, you know, it gets me down and out, but at the same time, I'm learning a lot because when I respond to things now, I'm like, okay, I've got to respond or act in a way that doesn't anger people, but educates them or just makes them change slowly. Like, you know, I don't need to blurb everything out.
Iron
and be
Banner
like,
is
this
fun.
is the way, or you guys need to understand me. I just need to give them like one thing to find kind of cool. That way they'll stick around for the next thing that like maybe they'll want to hang out and have a conversation and get to know me.
Destiny
praises Hassan's skills at debating.
Drama around me when I buy a shirt. There's people in this.
Hassan is actually. People say that like Hassan is a debater, etc., etc. That's not true. Hassan is just not very well read, maybe not very smart. I think he's pretty smart. I think he's just not very well read, and he's a partisan hack. He's decently intelligent, but Hassan is actually a really good debater. If you listen, he is very, very good at holding on to the optics for a debate. He will find areas that's strong, and he will just railroad his interlocutor into that area. He's also very good at like obfuscating around like certain terms to like make it look like a conversation is slightly different than it actually is. I think Hassan is actually pretty good at navigating conversations like this.
Very true.
One thing he does that's like really clever, he already did, and I think he does it more in the future too. He conflates like React with watching full TV shows. That's like another, that's not, Train got shit for watching full episodes of Gordon Ramsay. I feel like I remember this back in the day. And it sounds like, oh, well, I did React too. I watched political videos. Nah, that's not what we're talking about, broski.
Contestant swallows an entire long balloon.
Here we go.
No fucking way.
At least take care of the little guys.
Thank you.
Whoa! Okay, how did he do that?
I don't know. Can you teach me? Well,
Leaked Escape 4 gameplay.
Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh! Oh my god! That was wicked. That was a clean ass kickflip.
Streamer gets a new 16-star world record breaking.
$16 is dead. $16 is dead! Oh my god! Oh my god! I just got a 1435! Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god!
Squeaks gets a door for extra Emily.
It's so weird. Oh, let me get the door for you.
oh my gosh, Squeaks! What
Never mind.
this one. Wow, POV.
22-year-old TikToker learns gay empathy live in colour.
Yeah, he was a closeted gay man. And when he,
Alright, I guess
when
we're
he
waiting.
came out, he was like lobotomized and ostracized. And so
No, he got chemical castrated, not lobotomized, and he killed himself.
I don't know. They felt that it was who they truly were inside, probably, and that's where they felt comfortable.
Wait, if it's someone's
yeah, maybe.
If somebody's being true to their inner
is it not a
self,
choice?
how is that a choice?
How is it not? I mean, they're deciding that this is the way that they're going to express like who they really are. This is what they're going to do.
Do you choose
What do
every
you
day
mean?
to be attracted to women?
Yes.
No, I wouldn't say so.
Right.
Yeah, I don't think I'm just naturally attracted to women.
Right. So do I need to connect the dots, or you got it?
No, he's too stupid. He doesn't understand.
Forsen finally explains why he looks like a hobo.
A homeless man in poverty. That's what I was going for. So I don't get recognized when I go out, man.
Homeless
I'd
man in
rather wear
poverty.
Shades, but shades is too obvious in Sweden because there's never any sun. So it works pretty good.
Really? There's no
I think
sun
I'm
in
gonna
Sweden?
ask them for some change if they make too much eye contact, so the people tend to look away when you have this beard. I really recommend, like, unironically ask you for change. It wasn't a joke.
Soda popping on his 2000 gaming chair.
I think this chair was about like 2K. So as much as a really good PC, yeah. For a chair, yeah. I spend more time in this chair than I do anything else, period. I have more time in this chair than I do my bed. So, Herman Miller, I've had Herman Millers. I don't like them. Why?
Really?
They're not comfortable. Herman Millers to me, which I've had like 3 of them, or 2, are fix your posture and be uncomfortable while doing it.
Emily and Squeaks attempt to buy a plushie.
Yeah,
I don't think
like
I've
it.
ever had like a really comfortable chair in my life, to be honest with you. Maybe once.
I'm not so four-legged animals, probably not. I see. Thank you. Four-legged
Yeah, you wouldn't work actually.
Buddy the dog does like Nick and Melena's song for 25 gifted subs.
This is what happened. This is
Gifted subs.
this is from Boys
I don't know
Pure.
what that means. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
That's what you realized in the moment. He does not like it. No, he hates it.
Buddy the dog POV. You put like the camera on him.
Thank you.
To destroy. He's going for the bed.
He's gonna kill it. He's gonna kill it.
Kill it!
Oh, guys, it up.
Kill it!
Oh,
Kill it! Kill it, buddy! Kill it! Buddy! Attack! He's like, okay. Yeah!
If you guys enjoyed this video, feel free to drop a like, and if you want to keep up with the latest news and clips, be sure to subscribe and turn notifications on, and I'll see you guys in the next one.
Secto, both this one for me. It should have been one size bigger. Yeah. It's a little bit small. Rest in peace!
Alright, dude.
Yo, everyone, and welcome to the newest episode of the Some Ordinary Podcast. I am here today with my lovely co-host Mudahar and our guest of the week, someone so controversial, Oompaville had to leave last minute. No, I'm just joking. Oompaville was busy. Destiny. Hi, what's up? Yo.
Every time we started off, it's like I just love like Destiny. Anytime when you come on, it's like, hey, what's up? And then you like, and then we have to like remember that just like for the last 7 days, you would not stop trending. Dude, I was in Southern like California, and like every day of that weekend, it was just something new that came up, and I was like, man,
It was really funny because like Destiny's anti-religious arc on Twitter happened in real time while we were recording the last episode of the podcast.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so
I'm
they're
like,
definitely
how
okay.
stressful is it for you, like every fucking day, knowing that you're streaming and like just the whole like internet can go against you sometimes?
Listen, if you don't have any haters, you're not doing anything right, okay?
True. That's true.
Sometimes the internet's real boring, and I'm like, you know, you remember when you watch the Harry Potter movies?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Are we allowed to talk about those still, or is that like canceled material?
It's okay, you have blue hair. You'll be fun. Don't worry.
I don't know, bro.
Okay.
That's offensive, dude.
So, remember the Harry Potter movies when Harry's
You're walking
waiting
a
for
fine
his dad
line,
to come out and
Destiny.
ask the Patronus to save him or whatever, and then he realizes, oh, it was me, I have to do it.
Yeah.
Sometimes the internet's just a really boring place, and I'm like, why isn't anybody doing anything exciting? And then I realize It's time to go.
I'm learning more and more. She's just
time to go make fun of some Muslims, you know?
Dude.
And let's stir some shit up.
You're just
and, you know.
the more reasonable Keemstar.
Yeah, I try to be.
Which is one of the things where it's like, I swear every time we come into it, like I'm one of those things where I like 100% was never condoning anything you said on that one. But like, obviously, like based on the background, like we were like, okay, we're out of it.
What is like going on right now?
Completely disregard that. But then like, you know, you come into these situations where it's like you either write death threats to a person or you just ignore it. And I'm one of those people where I'm like, I walk away from the situation, you know?
I feel like there's got to be like a middle ground between like death threats and ignoring it. Like, couldn't you like make fun of somebody's hair or
I feel like you already had that happen, but like when people make fun of the hair, it's like you just
I might just end stream because now, like, as much as I enjoy doing like react content, not really, but I think I'm just gonna like end stream here if I can't play like video game. I always play something else, but I want to actually know like what's going on here. Give me 1 second. Let me look at LFG channels. Okay. Yeah. All right, folks. That's it. I'm gonna end stream. I'll see you guys like next time. It's been like good, like 10 hours of streaming. Fucking lost my mind playing Overwatch, dude. These motherfuckers talking shit about my tank, and I'm holding it down. Get the fuck out of here, dude. If there's one role I know I'm good at, it's tank, especially Road and Orisa. So she does gain like Fortify, I think, for the first like couple of ticks of that. So if I can get it to like at 50%, I should be good. All right. Until next time, guys. I'll see you. Yeah, I'll see you tomorrow. I'll be streaming tomorrow. As always, stay frosty, touch grass, and Godspeed. Going back to mid-2000s gamer, bro. It's always a fun time.